Hello and welcome back to my channel. Make sure you like and subscribe to my channel. Let's begin. Ashley Mew Ketchum was a determined 10-year-old with dreams of becoming a top Pokémon coordinator and MSTR. She was known for her friendly and caring nature, though she could be intimidating when angered. Her close friends included Gary, who had matured over time, Lily, Brock, and Misty, along with Alan and Faulkner. At 13, Alan Sycamore shared a similar passion for Pokémon, aspiring to become a MSTR himself. He was caring and dedicated to his Pokémon, often helping others in their journeys. His younger sister, Marin, was just 7 years old and full of energy. She dreamed of becoming a grass Pokémon MSTR, always eager to care for Pokémon and assist others. Misty, an 11-year-old aspiring water Pokémon MSTR, was known for her quick temper but had a heart of gold. She enjoyed battling and catching water Pokémon, always ready to lend a hand. Brock, at 13, aimed to become a Pokémon doctor, balancing his caring personality with a bit of charm. Together, this group of friends supported each other in their adventures, sharing their dreams and challenges as they navigated the world of Pokémon. On October 10th, everything changed for Ashley when she heard her mother, Delia, pleading with her husband, Red Ketchum, not to leave. Red, however, insisted that it was for the best, leaving Delia heartbroken and Ashley feeling abandoned for the love of Pokémon. 6 years later, after the passing of her mother, Ashley lived with her aunt, Cynthia, the Sinnoh champion. One morning, Cynthia called out to Ashley, urging her to come for breakfast. After eating, Ashley excitedly announced her plans to visit Professor Oak for her starter Pokémon. Cynthia reminded her to be careful as Ashley set off. Arriving at Professor Oak's lab, Ashley greeted him and noticed a boy named Gary there. Professor Oak presented 3 Pokémon, Charmander, Bulbasaur, and Squirtle. Gary quickly chose Squirtle and left on his journey. Professor Oak then offered Ashley a Mew, Feebas, and an unknown Pokémon. Ashley was thrilled and promised to take good care of them. Oak handed her a Pokédex and 5 Pokeballs as a thank you for her help. After saying goodbye to Oak, Ashley returned home to share her news with Cynthia. Cynthia welcomed her back and was amazed to hear about the Mew. Ashley revealed the unknown Pokémon was a Pikachu, which jumped into her arms, excited to join her on her journey. Cynthia reminded them to take care of each other as Ashley set off. As Ashley walked towards a nearby river, she pulled out her fishing rod and called out to her Pokémon. After a few moments, she felt a tug on her line and was surprised to catch 2 Magikarp, one of which was golden. With a smile, she commanded Feebas to use Bubble Beam, and soon the Magikarp were caught. Continuing her journey, Ashley heard a cry from above and spotted a Pidgeotto landing nearby. The bird Pokémon seemed to have been watching her. Ashley offered a spare Pokeball, and Pidgeotto tapped it with its head, getting caught without resistance. As Ashley and her Pokémon left the forest, they heard a screech that made them uneasy. Turning around, they were startled to see a flock of Spearow flying directly towards them. Upon arriving in Viridian City, they encountered Officer Jenny, who was broadcasting a warning about the criminal organization Team Rocket. Ashley realized they needed to find the Pokémon Center quickly. Officer Jenny asked for Ashley's ID to confirm her ownership of the Pokémon. Ashley presented her Pokédex, which introduced itself as Dexter, programmed by Professor Oak and Professor Sycamore. Officer Jenny confirmed Ashley's identity and allowed her to continue on her journey. Sorry about this, but there is a group of criminals called Team Rocket on the loose somewhere in this area, and you look suspicious with your Pokémon outside their Pokeballs, Officer Jenny explained. No problem, Officer Jenny. To answer your question, she hates being inside her Pokeballs, Ash replied. Pikachu looked sheepishly at Officer Jenny and smiled. Pikachu. Pika Pikapi, she huffed. Officer Jenny chuckled. Okay then, but be careful. Team Rocket is out there somewhere, she warned. Of course, we will, Ash assured her. As Officer Jenny continued on her way, Ash and Pikachu entered the Viridian City Pokemart to stock up on supplies. Ash held a basket in her hands, walking through the aisles to see if anything caught her eye. She picked up berries, drinks, and other items, including a machine for making Pokeblocks, which was based on her aunt's recipe. She also grabbed 3 thick, hard-covered journals for her notes on Pokémon types and abilities, self-recipes, and battle codes combo moves she had created. In the electronics aisle, she found a charger that could either gather sunlight or use electricity from an electric-type Pokémon to power her devices. After paying for everything, Ash headed to the Pokémon Center to have her Pokémon checked up. Upon entering, she was greeted by a woman at the front counter. The woman had pink hair tied into 2 large loops, blue eyes, and wore a pink dress with a white apron, a white nurse hat with a red cross, and white buckled shoes. "Welcome to the Pokémon Center," Nurse Joy greeted with a smile. "How can I help you?" "I'd like to have my Pokémon checked up," Ash said. "Of course," Nurse Joy replied, pressing a button on her desk. A moment later, a pink ovoid-like Pokémon wearing a nurse's top hat emerged from the back room, pushing a cart with several indentations for Pokeballs and a padded seat for a small Pokémon. "Chansey," it said as it pushed the stretcher along. Ash scanned the nurse helper Pokémon. Chansey, the egg Pokémon. Chansey is a kind Pokémon that shares its egg with those who are sick or injured. Chansey, the Pokémon pointed towards the stretcher. Ash nodded and placed her Pokeballs, including Pikachu, onto the cart. Chansey, the egg Pokémon said as it pushed the cart away towards the treatment room. "Is there anything else I can help you with?" Nurse Joy asked. "Yes, can I please check for a room?" Ash replied. "Of course," Nurse Joy said, handing her a key with the number 6 on it. "Here you go, room 6 is just down the hall. Have a good day now." "Thank you, Nurse Joy," Ash said as she walked off. As the sun began to set, Ash decided to call her aunt using the Pokémon Center's video phone. "Aunt, you should be on your break," she said. "Hello, this is the Sinnoh champion," Cynthia's voice came through the line. "Hello, Aunt," Ash said happily. Oh, Cynthia's image appeared on the screen. "Hi sweetie, is everything alright?" "Where are you?" she asked. "The Pokémon Center in Viridian City," Ash replied. "You've already made it to Viridian City? It took your father 2 days when he started his journey." Ash frowned. She had never met her father but had heard stories from her aunt about him. "I see. How was it? Did you capture anything new?" Cynthia asked. "Nothing much on Route 1, but I got a Pidgeotto and 2 Magikarp," Ash answered. "I see. Be careful now," Cynthia smiled, but then her alarm went off. "Oh dear, my break is over now. Be safe and take good care of each other." "Of course, Aunt," Ash said. "I love you both." "Love you too," Ash replied. "Bye," Cynthia waved as the screen turned black. Ash sighed and dialed Professor Oak's number. "Okay, Professor Oak." "Ah, Ash, how are you there?" An image of Professor Oak appeared, but his back was turned. Ash laughed. "Ha ha ha, yes we are, but you're facing the wrong way," she said. Professor Oak turned around, realizing his mistake. "Oops, wrong camera." He quickly adjusted the screen. "There. Ahem, I just spoke with your aunt, and she told me that you've made it to the Pokémon Center in Viridian City, is that correct?" Ash raised an eyebrow. "I wouldn't be talking to you now, Professor Oak, if I wasn't here," she replied. "Ah, my bad," Professor Oak said sheepishly. "Gary arrived some time ago." "Of course, he has a car, and we're walking," Ash retorted. "And he bet me $1,000,000 Pokedollars that you wouldn't be able to capture a single Pokémon before you arrived in Viridian City." Ash snorted. "You've won that bet, but then again, why are you even betting?" she asked. Professor Oak grinned. "Ha! Gary now owes me $1,000,000 Pokedollars," he cheered. Ash rolled her eyes. "Good to know," she muttered. Ding dong. "Oh. That must be my pizza. Coming. Professor Oak said as he got up from his chair. Talk to you later, bye now. The screen went blank. As Ash was getting ready to go out for dinner, she heard some noise coming from the entrance. Alan, come on, you're so slow, a little girl said, winching. She looked around 7, with short brown hair and eyes. She wore a long-sleeve yellowish-green shirt with a green vest, green knee-length briefs, and white shoes. A green hat with orange triangles and small yellow fuzz on top, an orange scarf around her neck, and a bracelet on her left hand completed her look, along with a green bag on her back. Chase Bin appeared, sighing. Slow down, Marin, a boy's voice said. He had messy black hair and blue eyes, wearing a purple and white sleeve shirt with a short leather jacket, long gray briefs, and black boots. He had black fingerless gloves, a blue scarf, a black bracelet with a mega stone, and a black leather pouch around his waist. Hey, a Chase Bin, Ash said. Huh, the girl, identified as Marin, blinked. Chase Bin, the girl's Pokémon blinked as well. Ash turned to them. Hello, she greeted. Ah, sorry, Ash quickly apologized. Hi. Marin greeted happily, excited to see someone her age. I'm Marin Sycamore, and this is my partner, Chespy. Chase Bin, Chespy waved. Ash grinned. Hello, I'm Ashley Mew Ketchum from Pallet Town. Hey, are you related to Professor Sycamore? Ash asked. Yes, I'm his adopted granddaughter, and Alan is my older brother, his grandson, Marin replied, pointing to Alan, who looked older than her. Please tell me he's not a stuck-up JRK, Ash whispered. Huh. Marin blinked, confused by Ash's comment. Ash sighed and gently tapped her head with her fist. Sorry, she said, looking at Marin like a little sister. Today, Ash was determined to publish as much as she could, so she was excited to continue their journey. Alan and Marin were joining her on their new campaign. They were now in Viridian Forest, heading toward Pewter City for Ash's first gym battle. Sugoi, check out all the bug-type Pokémon. Marin exclaimed in awe as she looked around. I know what you mean, it's amazing. Ash agreed, smiling. I feel sorry for anyone who hates bug-type Pokémon, she added, amused. After exploring Viridian Forest for another 20 minutes, they decided to take a break. Hey, check it out. Marin pointed to a small green caterpillar. Cater, the Pokémon blinked at them. Caterpie, huh, Ash said as she scanned the Pokémon. Caterpie, the worm Pokémon. To repel enemies, Caterpie releases an unpleasant odor from its red antenna. It molts several times while growing. Pikachu greeted the newcomer. Caterpie smiled back. Chase Bin, Marin added. That reminds me, Alan said, turning to Ash. You have the Kalos region Pokédex. Oh, do I? Professor Oak gave me this one, Ash explained. I didn't ask many questions because I was in a hurry. What other Pokémon do you have? Marin asked. It's better to show you, Ash replied. How about we show you ours as well? Marin suggested. Ash nodded and called out her Pokémon. Feebas, Magikarp, Pidgeotto, Altaria, and Charizard, come on out. Char. Altaria, Magikarp. Feebas. Pidgeot. Awesome. Okay, my turn, BB. Marin called out a small Pokémon holding a yellow flower. BB, the little Pokémon looked around. Metong, Charizard, Alan said as he released his Pokémon. Metong. Char. Ash's eyes sparkled. Sugoi, you also have a Charizard, she exclaimed. And it's a mega evolved one. Was so awesome. Marin looked at all the Pokémon they had called out. Huh. Mega Stone, she pointed out. All two. Yep, Ash grinned. Charizard and Altaria can both Mega Evolve. Char. Ash's Charizard blinked and noticed Alan's Charizard, who had a Mega Stone around its neck. Char. Alan's eyes widened for a moment. I've seen trainers with only one Mega Evolution Pokémon, but you have two. Lightning found her as an egg, and Charizard and Altaria were rescued, Ash explained. Ash's Charizard and Alan's Charizard happily interacted with each other while the rest of the Pokémon chatted among themselves. Caterpie blinked, observing all the different types of Pokémon. Pikachu. Pikachu asked the worm Pokémon. Cat, Caterpie. You'll get used to it, Ash said. Cater. How about we set up camp? Ash suggested. Since we aren't going to move anytime soon. All the Pokémon nodded in agreement. Alan nodded as well. Okay, Marin chirped. Ash rummaged through her bag. Now, where is the tent? She muttered, soon finding what she was looking for. Aha, here it is. She pulled out her portable tent, pressed the red button on the front, and tossed it into an open area. Boom! The tent expanded into a large structure that could fit 4 or 5 people inside. Wow, Marin gasped. That's one huge tent. It's bigger inside, Ash said. Come on. Hey, don't run. Ash called after Marin but quickly stopped to address her Pokémon. Why don't you all take a break and look around, but be back before lunchtime? All the Pokémon, except for Marin's, nodded and began to explore or hang around near the tent. Alan. You have to check this out. It's so big in here. Marin exclaimed from inside the tent. Ash and Alan stepped inside, surprised by how spacious it was. It felt like entering a living room, complete with a kitchen, and there were a couple of doors down the hallway. This tent is awesome. Marin said happily. You two might as well get a room, Ash said, dropping her bag inside her designated room. Follow me. She led the Sycamore siblings down the hallway. There are 6 rooms in total, but I kept one as a storage room for our extra supplies. I already have my room, so the other 3 are available. She pointed to the doors across from each other. Pick one, and the bathroom is just at the end. So cool. Marin beamed and ran to one of the rooms. She opened the door to find a bed, a table, a small wardrobe, and a window at the end. How neat. It's neat because I clean it once a week, Ash chimed in. Now it's your responsibility to take care of the room. Marin's face fell, and anime tears streamed down her cheeks. You mean I have to clean it up like I do at home? Ash grinned. Yep. USO. Marin exclaimed. Alan opened the door in front of his little sister, finding a room that was just as nice as the others. He smiled a bit. As Ash was explaining everything to Alan and Marin, she was busy making some lunch for them and the Pokémon. Soon it was lunchtime, and all the Pokémon returned for their meals. Ash set up plates and bowls inside and outside, filled with freshly made food and Pokémon food for everyone. He decided to stay for a week to train Pidgeotto, Froakie, Fennekin, and Caterpie, who chose to accompany him. Wow, this is delicious, Marin commented as she continued to eat. You're right, Alan agreed. Thanks, Ash smiled. Wait a second, okay? He stepped outside and called, Mew, come out. Mew, the Pokémon responded. So, how's the food? Ash asked the Pokémon. Everyone cheered and smiled, saying it was delicious. As the day passed quickly, training was successful, Pidgeotto evolved into Pidgeot, and Caterpie transformed into Butterfree. Days of training yielded new evolved Pokémon and new moves learned. During the week, Marin caught a Caterpie that also evolved into Butterfree. Marin found it curious how strong Pikachu was without evolving, but Alan explained that Pikachu was wearing a collar with a gray stone known as an Everstone to prevent evolution. Ash also taught her Pokémon to understand battle codes, which was challenging, but they managed to succeed. She was able to perform combined moves with them, and everything turned out well. After a week of hard work and relaxation, it was time to continue through Viridian Forest to Pewter City. They packed their bags and fully restored the Pokémon's health before moving on. Ash blinked. Suddenly, there was rustling in the bushes. Pika. Pikachu blinked as Ash moved toward the sound. They discovered a boy dressed in samurai clothing, sitting on the ground and clutching his leg. Pika Pie, Pikachu said. Chasepin's sweat dropped at the sight. Cheese. Cheesepin. Why are you carrying a weapon around with you? Alan questioned with a glare. WW8. You've misunderstood, the boy yelped, clearly frightened by Alan's tone. Ash raised an eyebrow. Really now? It doesn't seem like I'm misunderstanding anything. You're carrying a weapon, he pointed to the sword lying beside the boy, that could hurt someone. The boy gulped as Ash's eyes narrowed. I'll ask you, who are you? My name is Samurai, and I'm looking for Ashley Mew Ketchum of Pallet Town, he answered quickly and nervously. Ash raised an eyebrow. Why are you looking for me? What? Samurai blinked as he got off the ground. She's Ashley Mew Ketchum, Marin said, pointing to the girl with Pikachu on her shoulder. Then my search is over, Samurai declared. I challenge you to a Pokémon battle. After a challenge from a boy named Samurai in Viridian Forest and an encounter with Team Rocket, our heroes arrived in Pewter City. Marin cheered, Yada. We're here at last. She gasped for air, clearly excited. Ash laughed, while Alan shook his head, amused. Come on. Marin laughed and began to run towards Pewter City, where Ash would earn her first gym badge. Wait up. Ash exclaimed as Chasepin worriedly followed Marin. Marin. Don't run so fast, you'll hurt yourself. Ash called out, walking down the path with Pikachu on her shoulder. I don't know what's worse, kids having so much energy or Marin's constant chatter, Alan remarked. Ash giggled. Meanwhile, Marin and her Pokémon stood on a rock, looking at the town. This is nothing but gray, Marin frowned. That's because Pewter City is gray, a voice said. Marin and her Pokémon looked down to see a man in shabby clothes and a red beanie sitting below them. The color of stone, this town has always been famous for its stone, the man continued. Marin looked at the strange man. Who are you, mister? She asked. The name's Flint, and you're standing on my merchandise, young lady, he replied. Marin gasped and hopped off the rock. I'm sorry for stepping on your merchandise, mister, she bowed in apology. Marin, a familiar voice called out. Marin turned to see her older sibling. Ashne-chan. Marin ran to Ash and told her what happened. Ash politely bowed to the man. I'm sorry for my Amato stepping on your merchandise, sir, she said. Sorry for Marin, Alan added. Flint looked at the two older kids. I don't see trainers like you two anymore. Would you like to buy something? Ash shook her head. No, thank you, sir. Let's go to the Pokémon Center, our Pokémon need to be checked up. They left the strange man and walked into the city. Maybe they are the ones Brock has been waiting for, Flint whispered, watching the group of trainers retreat. As Ash and company arrived at the Pokémon Center, they immediately gave their Pokémon to Nurse Joy. Ash wanted to ensure her Pokémon were in top shape for their gym battle that day. Also, Nurse Joy, could I please register for the Pokémon League? Ash asked. Of course you can, Ashley, Nurse Joy replied. Huh? Ash blinked. How do you know my name? Nurse Joy giggled. That's not all, I know Alan and Marin too, she said. This isn't Viridian City. Marin looked around the center. My sister from the Viridian City Pokémon Center told me about you all, Nurse Joy explained. She even mentioned your encounter with Team Rocket. I see, Ash said. Now, you wanted to register for the Pokémon League, right? Hi. Okay, I will need your Pokédex. Ash took out her Pokédex and handed it to Nurse Joy, who slotted it into the computer and typed a few keys on the keyboard. Ash Mew Ketchum of Pallet Town, a mechanical voice announced, displaying Ash's information on the screen. Welcome to the Kanto Indigo League. There you go, Ash. You're all registered for the Kanto League, Nurse Joy smiled as she handed back Ash's Pokédex. Ash smiled and placed it back in her pocket. Thank you, Nurse Joy. Soon, our heroes found themselves inside a restaurant, enjoying lunch. You know, Ashley, I found it hard to believe that's your full name, Marin commented. Ash smiled, a bit amused. Ashley Mew Ketchum is indeed my full name, it's a mouthful, so I stick with Ash Ketchum. Trust me, you're not the first to say that's my full name, she smirked. What about Mew? Where did that come from? Marin asked. Alan listened silently, wondering if his little sister would stop asking questions. But to be honest, I have never met our father after he left. I've heard stories about him from my aunt, but never met him in our lives after that. Seriously? Marin said, astonished. Seriously. Mew came from my favorite Pokémon, Mew, Ash said. Definitely. How about no more questions, and we finish our lunch? Then we can get our Pokémon from the Pokémon Center and head to the pewter gym, Alan suggested before Marin could ask more questions. Okay, Marin pouted but went back to finishing her lunch. I will show you something after my gym battle, okay? Ash said before continuing to eat. After gathering their Pokémon from the Pokémon Center, it was time for Ash to battle against the pewter gym leader and obtain her first gym badge. Look! There it is! Marin yelled, pointing to a building surrounded by giant stone rocks. Ash opened the heavy doors, and they all walked in, noticing the place was dark inside. Hello? Is anyone here? Marin called out. No one answered. Are they out? Ash wondered. Alan looked around. I don't think so, he said, sensing another presence nearby. Who goes there? A male voice boomed in the silence. The group looked up to see a teenager who appeared slightly older than Alan. Since he was the one who answered, he must be the gym leader. My name's Ashley Ketchum from Pallet Town, and I challenge you to a gym battle. Ash declared. The teen nodded. All right then, I accept your challenge. The lights suddenly came on, revealing a young man with spiky brown hair and squinted eyes, wearing an orange shirt, sleeveless jacket, brown briefs, and white shoes. A gym battle is different from a normal battle, you do realize that, right? The teen stated. Of course, Ash nodded. Marin tilted her head in confusion about what the older boy meant. Gym leaders have an arsenal of Pokémon at their disposal. While they're not as strong as the Elite Four, they are still high-level members of their gym, Alan explained, noticing Marin's confusion. Oh, Marin nodded. Why don't we get off the battlefield? Alan suggested, pointing to the stands on the side. Good luck, Ashne-chan, Marin said. You too, Pikachu, Ash said, smiling as Pikachu waved back at him. Chase Bin, came the cheerful response from Ash's other Pokémon. As both trainers stood at the edge of the battlefield, a young boy resembling the gym leader stepped forward to the referee stand. This will be a 2-on-2 gym battle between Brock, the Pewter City gym leader, and Ashley Ketchum from Pallet Town. Brock will call out his Pokémon first. Both trainers are not allowed to SWCH Pokémon during the battle, announced Forrest, Brock's younger brother. Ash thought to himself, so, I can't SWCH. Are both trainers ready? Forrest asked. Brock nodded confidently. Yep, Ash replied. Battle begin. Brock threw a Pokeball into the air, calling out, Geodude, let's go. A gray, boulder-like Pokémon with muscular arms appeared. Geodude, it cried. Ash quickly took out her Pokédex and scanned the Pokémon. Geodude, the rock Pokémon. Geodude has incredibly high defensive power, making it virtually resistant to any physical attacks. Pikachu, are you up for a challenge? Ash asked her partner. Pikapi. Pikachu jumped off Ash's shoulder and onto the rocky battlefield. Brock raised an eyebrow. You're going to use an electric-type Pokémon? He questioned, surprised. Yeah, is there a problem? Ash replied, already anticipating his answer. Electric-type moves have no effect on rock and ground-type Pokémon, Brock explained, not out of malice but as a helpful tip. Ah, I know, no worries. Pikachu knows other types of moves, not just electric-type, Ash smirked. Pikachu, use Iron Tail. Pika. Pikachu dashed across the field, her tail glowing with a metallic sheen. Brock gasped, Steel-type moves were a weakness for rock and ground types. As Pikachu's Iron Tail was about to strike, Brock quickly ordered Geodude to dodge, but it was too late. Pikachu hit Geodude directly, sending the rock Pokémon crashing to the ground, dust swirling around it. Geodude! Brock exclaimed in shock. With the Boulder Badge now in Ash's possession, our heroes continued their journey towards Moon, which would lead them to Cerulean City and the site of Ash's next gym badge. Marin began yawning and stretching her arms above her head. So where are we exactly? She questioned. According to the Poke Nav, we're headed to Empty Moon, which we'll pass through to get to the next city, Ash replied. Empty Moon. That sounds romantic, Marin said dreamily. Don't you think so, Ash? Marin asked. Ash's sweat dropped, romantic stuff wasn't really his thing. Sorry, Marin, but I'm not really a romantic person. So you're asking the wrong person. I heard of that place, Brock said. People say that a long time ago, a meteor crashed into that mountain. Really? Marin asked, intrigued. Is that true? I'm not sure, Brock answered, but the meteor is called the Moonstone. What's a moonstone? Marin inquired. It's an evolutionary stone, Alan spoke up. You two know about it? Brock questioned. Alan nodded. Yeah, it lets Clefairy evolve into Clefable, Jigglypuff into Wigglytuff, Nidorina into Nidoqueen, Nidorino into Nidoking, Skitty into Delcatty, and Munna into Musharna, Ash explained. It's impressive how much you know about Pokémon, Brock complimented. Thanks, but I only know it from hanging out at Professor Oak's, Ash said. And you, Alan? Brock asked. My grandpa, Professor Sycamore, is in the Kalos region, Alan replied. Brock nodded when suddenly a scream echoed in the distance. What was that? Marin gasped. It sounds like someone is in trouble, Brock said. We better check it out. They all ran toward the source of the screaming and found a man being surrounded by a group of blue bat-like Pokémon. What in the Zubat? In broad daylight? Ash questioned, scanning the Pokémon. If they hate daylight, then why are they outside? Marin asked. Who knows? But first, Pikachu, thunder shock them, Ash commanded. Pika. Pikachu launched an electric attack, causing all the wild Zubat to flee in a hurry. You alright? Marin asked. Brock helped the unknown man to his feet, and he suddenly hugged Marin tightly. Wah! Ash gasped in shock. Oh thank you, thank you, thank you, the man exclaimed repeatedly. Alan raised an eyebrow at the man's enthusiasm. Pika! Pikachu yelped, shocking the unknown man, who fell to the ground. Ash managed to avoid the electric attack thanks to Alan, who pulled her out of the way. Thanks, Ash said with a smile. No problem, Alan replied. Marin blinked at the odd man, who was still twitching. You alright? I'm alright, the man said, getting up and grabbing Ash's hands. Did I mention how grateful I am? Yuna's sweat dropped, unsure of how to react. Pikachu growled at the man, making him let go of Ash immediately. But to the main problem. Why were the Zubat attacking you? Brock asked. They usually don't go out into the sunlight, Alan added. Both of you are right, Zubat are nocturnal Pokémon, so it's odd for them to be attacking in broad daylight, Ash stated. Oh yes. I'll explain everything. My name is Seymour, and I'm a scientist and researcher, the man introduced dramatically. The group exchanged glances. Odd man, Ash commented. Very odd, Marin chirped. I see. I'm Ash, and this is Pikachu, Ash introduced herself. Pikachu, Pikachu waved. Marin and my Pokémon, Chespy, Marin said. Chespin, Chespy waved at him. Alan introduced himself. And I'm Brock, Brock added. Nice to meet you all. You see, it's because of this. Seymour said, pointing at the cave. Inside the cave, there were lights hanging on the walls. These lights are the reason why, Seymour explained. The cave is so lit up that someone set up these lights purposefully throughout the whole cave. But the Pokémon who live in this cave need the darkness. That's why they're confused and aggressive. It doesn't surprise me, Brock said. Zubat don't like the light very much. And it's not just the Zubat that the lights cause trouble for, Seymour continued. It's causing problems for all the Pokémon. Paras are planting their mushrooms everywhere and are drying up the sandshrew. That explains why the Zubat attacked you when the sun was still out, Brock said. And look over there, Seymour pointed. The Paras are planting their mushrooms everywhere, while the lights are causing the sandshrew to become weak and exhausted. Ash looked at a sandshrew that didn't look good at all, one was breathing heavily from thirst. Oh. Ash walked over, followed by Pikachu. She took out a bowl and a bottle of water, placing the bowl in front of the exhausted Pokémon and filling it with water. Here you go, little guy, drink up. The sandshrew eagerly began drinking. My goodness. I've never seen a trainer like her before. Seymour observed. Such kindness is hard to find from trainers these days. Ash blushed slightly. Thank you. She then handed Seymour a blueberry. Here, she said, giving it to the sandshrew. The sandshrew took it from her hand and ate it happily. Sandshrew, it exclaimed. An orange berry, Brock noted. Ash smiled. Still, I wonder who put up all these lights. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted two small pink Pokémon walking with something in their hands. It's a Cleffa and Clefairy. Everyone turned to see the two fairy Pokémon. Hey, check it out, a real Cleffa and Clefairy, Brock said. They're so cute. Marin squealed. Ash took out her Pokédex. Cleffa, the star-shaped Pokémon. Their star shape has led to believe that they reached the Earth by riding on shooting stars. Strangely, many Cleffa are often found on nights of meteor showers. Clefairy, the fairy Pokémon. The evolved form of Cleffa. This impish Pokémon is friendly and peaceful. It is believed to live inside empty moon, although very few have ever been seen by humans. Cleffa Cleffa Cleffa. Clefairy Clefairy. Both fairy-type Pokémon jumped up and down, unaware of the humans watching. Alan noticed something in Clefairy's hand and narrowed his eyes. Look, that Clefairy is carrying a moonstone, he said. Seriously? Marin asked. You're right, Seymour agreed. If we follow that Cleffa and Clefairy, they might lead us to the meteorite. Cleffa. Clefairy. Both fairy-type Pokémon screamed in fright. What was that? Marin asked. That was Cleffa and Clefairy, Marin replied. Let's go, Ash said. They rushed toward the source of the scream and found Cleffa and Clefairy, with Clefairy standing its ground against a Meowth, but this was no ordinary Meowth. Meowth! Marin shouted. The Scratch Pokémon looked up and recognized Ash and her friends. It's the twerps! Meowth exclaimed. Taking advantage of the distraction, Cleffa punched Meowth in the stomach, creating some distance between them. Wow, Brock and Seymour said in unison. Marin gaped in surprise. Sugoi. Ash grinned. Nice, Alan added. Both fairy types quickly ran toward Marin and hid behind her leg. Marin gently patted Clefairy's head, which was still trembling. It's all right, she said soothingly. We'll keep you two safe. Clefairy looked at the little girl and began to calm down. So it's you guys causing trouble? Ash yelled. Did somebody say trouble? A woman's voice chimed in. And make it double, a male voice added. The group fell silent. To protect the world from devastation. Jessie appeared, starting their motto. To unite all people within our nation. James continued. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jessie, the woman introduced herself. James, the man followed. Team Rocket blasting off at the speed of light. Surrender now or prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right, the Scratch Cat Pokémon announced. Brock stared at the trio, wondering if they were serious. It's you guys again, Ash groaned. Haven't you three learned your lesson? Brock raised an eyebrow. You've dealt with them before. Unfortunately, Ash, Marin, and Alan replied. That's just plain rude. James yelled. You're just jealous because we won't let you join us, Jessie taunted. Like I would. Ash retorted. So you three are the ones who set up all these lights? Brock demanded. You're hurting the Pokémon that live here. Oh, who cares about them? Jessie waved dismissively. We're only after the Moonstone. That's right, we need lights to find the Moonstone, James added. You won't get away with this. Brock shouted. If it's a rock you want, just take these, he pointed to some rocks on the ground, and get lost. Get lost? How rude. Jessie exclaimed. You twerps need to be taught some manners. Jessie and James released Eakins and Coughing from their Pokeballs. If it's a battle you want, we'll give you one, Ash said, preparing a Pokeball. Butterfree, blow them away. She released her butterfly Pokémon. I'll help. Go, Zubat. Brock called out, sending out his bat Pokémon. After leaving Empty Moon and seeing an unfriendly message from Gary, our heroes made their way towards Cerulean City, where Ash would earn her next gym badge. The trip to Cerulean City was long and quiet until someone couldn't take it anymore. Marin complained, expressing her frustration with the silence. The group exchanged glances, and Pikachu asked Ash for a distraction. Ash, still upset about Gary's message, requested Pikachu to find her a leaf. Pikachu jumped down and quickly retrieved a leaf from a nearby tree, returning to Ash with it. Marin inquired about the oration, a melody Ash had learned from her aunt. Ash took the leaf, thanked Pikachu, and began to play the melody. The appealing sound filled the air, calming everyone and lifting their spirits. As the melody came to an end, Marin expressed her admiration, and the others agreed on its soothing quality. Ash giggled and patted Pikachu, who was content on her shoulder. Marin then pointed out that they had arrived in Cerulean City, prompting everyone to hurry after her. Catching up to the girls, they noticed a large crowd gathered. Alan asked what was happening, and Marin explained that Officer Jenny was present. The group approached her, and she informed them that a shop had been broken into, but oddly, nothing of value was taken, only parts for building a water pump. After thanking Officer Jenny, the gang pondered the strange theft before Ash suggested they head to the gym. Brock mentioned he had something to check out and would catch up later, while Ash and Alan agreed to meet back at the Pokémon Center. Finding the Cerulean Gym was easy, marked by a large picture of a dugong. Upon entering, they found the lobby empty. Ash speculated that the gym leaders, known for their water ballet shows, might be performing. Suddenly, They heard cheers from outside and rushed to see three teenage girls performing a water ballet in a large pool. Each sister had distinct features and outfits, captivating the audience. Marin was curious about their identities, and Alan explained that they were the Cerulean sisters, the gym leaders, but noted there was supposed to be a fourth sister. After the performance, Ash approached the sisters while the others stayed back. Daisy, Violet, and Lily were discussing their show when Ash interrupted, catching their attention. Daisy complimented Ash, but when Ash asked for a gym battle, the sisters exchanged glances and declined, stating they were no longer interested in battles. Ash was taken aback and asked why. Daisy explained that they had been defeated 3 times in a row by trainers from Pallet Town, and they only had one Pokémon left, a Goldeen, which flopped around as it was released from its Pokeball. Goldeen is a common sight in any body of fresh water, including ponds, lakes, and rivers. This Goldeen is only a baby and is not ready for battling, Lily said. So now we pay more attention to our water shows, Daisy added, but don't worry, we know what you want. Come out, seal. She called out. A white seal splashed out of the pool water. Seal, seal, it said. "Aw, how cute!" Marin exclaimed. Ash nodded and scanned the Pokémon. Seal pulled out its tongue and revealed something resembling a blue raindrop. "Since all you want is the Cascade badge," Lily said, taking the badge off Seal's tongue, "you can just take it." The Cascade badge was a blue badge in the shape of a raindrop. Ash frowned, along with Alan. They knew about the Cerulean water ballet but didn't think it was this bad. "No. Thank you. I refuse to take the badge," Ash said. "Why?" "You came here for a badge, and we're giving it to you," Daisy replied. "You don't understand. My Pokémon and I came here for a battle to earn the badge fair and square," Ash explained. "And if you're not interested in battling anymore, then don't become a gym leader." "I agree with you there 100%, a voice said, clearly angry and annoyed. The gang turned around to see a girl about a year younger than the 3 sisters, with orange hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a yellow CRP top and jean shorts held up with red suspenders. She wore red, yellow, and white sneakers and carried a red drawstring backpack. "Who's she?" Marin asked. "That's Misty," Alan answered. "She's the 4th sister Ashley and I were talking about." "Oh," Marin said. "For goodness sake, Daisy," Misty scolded as she walked up to them with a frown on her face. "Are you trying to ruin the gym's reputation?" "Why hello, Misty," Daisy said. "Have you become a great water Pokémon trainer yet?" "Yes, you did say that you wouldn't return home until you've become one," Lily added. Marin frowned. "They're not very nice," she said. Chespy nodded in agreement. "I came back from my travels and caught some new water Pokémon, but seriously, I can't believe you're doing this," Misty said in disbelief. She turned to Ash. "I'm sorry about this, but you have to battle me to earn the Cascade badge." Ashley Ketchum," the Ketchum introduced. "Hello, Ashley. I'm Misty, the youngest of them, and my dream is to become a great water Pokémon trainer." "That's a great dream. I hope you achieve it, Misty, and thank you," Ashley said. "I'll be glad to battle for the badge." Misty smiled. The battlefield was the pool, and they would use 3 Pokémon each. Ash stood on a red platform while Misty stood on the blue platform. "Well, at least Ashley-chan gets her battle," Marin said. "Yeah, but seriously, did those 3 really expect Ashley-chan to just take the badge and leave?" Marin pondered. "I guess so. Some trainers are lazy and agree to take a gym badge for free, some even think it's the least effort," Alan added, feeling the stares from onlookers. The battle was ready. "Misty calls Golduck," she shouted, releasing a blue, bipedal, duck-like Pokémon. "Golduck," it said, standing on the platform. Ash scanned the blue duck Pokémon. "A Golduck!" Daisy exclaimed. "When did Misty get a Golduck?" Lily asked. Where did she even catch one? Violet wondered. Will you three keep it down? I'll answer all your questions later after the battle. Misty shouted back. The gang sweat dropped. Well, this is going to be tough, just looking at Golduck, it's pretty strong, Ash said. Good thing I sucked out. Magikarp, I choose you. Magikarp, the fish Pokémon said calmly as it stood on the platform. But then you heard about the gym's reputation and got angry, so you headed back here quickly, didn't you? Ash asked, amused. Misty sighed and dropped her head in defeat. Pretty much. She looked up, her face showing determination. I'll go first. Golduck, Ice Punch, she ordered. Magikarp, Smokescreen, Ash commanded. Golduck charged in, jumping from platform to platform with its fist glowing a hazy icy blue color. Magikarp jumped into the air and released smoke from its mouth toward the duck Pokémon. Golduck stopped in its tracks as smoke enveloped it. Golduck. Suddenly, Magikarp glowed. Wow, Ash said. Magikarp, you are a Gyarados. Wow. Go, Ashne-chan. Marin cheered, waving pom-poms in her hands. Alan looked at Marin. My, where in Arceus name did you get those? He pointed to the dark green pom-poms. I had them with me before we met, Marin replied with a grin. It was only one attack, and Golduck was already exhausted. Misty thought, shocked, as she looked at Gyarados, who was calmly standing by Ash's side. Gyarados, end this with water gun, Ash ordered softly. Golduck, it exclaimed as it collapsed onto the red platform. Misty gasped. Golduck, she exclaimed, witnessing the powerful attack. Golduck's eyes were swirling. The fourth sister sighed and smiled. Golduck, return and take a rest. She returned her Pokémon to its Pokeball. You know. Daisy began, Misty is really good. Lily nodded. Even if she lost this first round, we can tell that her Golduck was a high-experience battler. Violet sighed. I guess we really don't know our sister at all. Daisy and Lily nodded in agreement. She may not have the looks, but she is definitely more skilled in battling than us, Daisy said. Yeah, definitely. To think she went on her journey and came back with Pokémon from different regions, Lily added. Let's see what else she has, Violet said. Seal, 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 Seal clapped its fins. Gyarados returned to Ash's side. Ash smiled. Great job. All right. Next round. Misty shouted, holding out a Pokeball. Misty calls, Gorbis. She released a pink serpentine-like Pokémon. Gorbis, it said. What gorgeous, Marin said. Alan scanned the Pokémon. I have to get one, Marin said, determined. Chespin nodded in agreement. What Pokémon is that? The three sisters exclaimed. So gorgeous. Misty got a tick mark on her forehead. Would you three please be quiet? She shouted at them, revealing her frustration. I'll answer your question later. Ash called out, her voice filled with determination. Right. Sorry, the three sisters replied quickly, their excitement palpable. The gang exchanged glances, a mix of amusement and exasperation. Ash smiled gently at her Pokémon. Wanna watch? She asked. Gyarados nodded in response, settling to the side. Battle, Clefairy. Ash tossed the Pokeball into the air, and the small fairy Pokémon emerged with a cheerful cry. Cleffa Cleffa. Clefairy clapped her tiny paws, eager to join the fray. She wore an Everstone necklace, a choice she made to prevent her evolution. Ah, so cute, all four sisters squealed in delight. Hi, Ash waved them off, a hint of sweat on her brow. This was becoming a bit much. Let's go. Misty nodded, ready to strategize. Gorbis, use. Suddenly, a loud crash interrupted her. Ash turned toward the source of the noise. Boom! The sound echoed as smoke filled the area where a wall had been destroyed. As the smoke cleared, a large machine came into view. Alan noticed the machine first. That's... what in the world? Marin exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock. Where did that come from? Misty added, equally surprised. Laughter echoed through the air. Ha 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 ha. Two familiar voices rang out. Them again. Ash sighed, recognizing the troublemakers. Cleffa. Clefairy tilted her head cutely, sensing the tension. Prepare for trouble, Jessie began, launching into their motto. Make it double, James continued, as they fell into their usual rhythm. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within our nation. To denounce the evils of truth and love. To extend our reach to the stars above. Jessie. James. Team Rocket blasting off at the speed of light. Surrender now and prepare to fight. Meowth, that's right, Meowth chimed in. Not again, one of the sisters exclaimed. What is that? Daisy asked, pointing at the machine. Since you're curious about our machine, James smirked, we made it ourselves and we're very proud of it. The tension in the air thickened as the confrontation loomed. Right now, older siblings Marin and Alan were battling each other, their Charizards clashing in an intense duel. Charizard, Iron Tail. Ash ordered. Charizard, Iron Tail as well. Alan countered. Both flame Pokémon charged at each other with their tails glowing white, skillfully dodging and slamming into each other. As they skidded back, they stared at each other intensely. Time's up. Brock called out. Ash and Alan sighed and recalled their Pokémon, taking a moment to heal them. Great battle, you two, Brock complimented as he exited the tent, excited about the portable setup he had for their lunch. Thanks, Ash and Alan replied. Ash blinked and noticed that Marin was missing. Marin. It's lunch, he called out. Pikapi. Pikachu exclaimed. Coming. Marin replied. Everyone and their Pokémon began to dig into their lunch. After finishing, they set off on the road again, chatting about various topics. Hey, what type is the Vermilion gym? Marin asked suddenly. The gym uses electric-type Pokémon, Ash replied. What Pokémon are you going to use, Ash? I don't know. I'll decide when I get there, Ash said, pondering. Marin nodded. Oh, and what will you show us then? Oh, this. Ash exclaimed, calling out, come on out. Mew, a small voice chimed. Wow. Marin said, impressed. Impressive, the others agreed. As they continued down the path, Ash battled 5 trainers along the way. Currently, he was facing a trainer with a Rattata, using Clefairy, who hadn't had a chance to battle last time due to Team Rocket's interference. Clefable, use Mach Punch. Ash commanded. Clefable. Clefairy jumped happily and then ran, delivering a punch that sent the Rattata flying back. Oh no, Rattata, the trainer exclaimed, recalling his Pokémon. Wow, you're really good. You should battle AJ. A.J. Who's AJ? Ash asked, curious. AJ is a fierce trainer who has never lost a single match, the Rattata's trainer explained. Never lost a single match, huh? Brock said, intrigued. I see. Thanks, Ash replied. Good luck, the trainer said as he left. Ash turned to his friends. What do you guys think? Sounds interesting, Brock said. Let's go see. Marin suggested. Soon, they arrived in front of a building with tall wooden walls and a bold sign that read, A.J's Gym. Ash noticed something on the front of the building and read it out loud, 99 wins and 1 loss. Okay. Marin said. But didn't that trainer say he hasn't lost? Maybe that trainer didn't know about this update yet, Ash suggested. It amazes me that it's not even an official gym, Brock stated. Who goes there? A voice called from behind them. Turning around, they saw a boy with green spiky hair, wearing a black and red shirt, blue shorts, and sneakers. Are you AJ? Ash asked. Yeah, that's me, AJ replied. Are you here to challenge me? Yes, I am. Oh, and my name is Ashley. AJ grinned. Great. This will be my 100th win, he said, pointing to his gym sign. Follow me. AJ led Ash to the battlefield. This will be a one-on-one match, AJ announced. Go, Sandshrew. He released his Pokémon. Sandshrew, the ground mouse squeaked, ready for battle. Charizard, I choose you. Ash called, releasing her Pokémon onto the field. Charizard landed confidently. AJ's eyes widened in surprise. Wah. Charizard? Brock looked at Alan for an explanation. Brock nodded. I see. How did Ash obtain one? He asked. Ash Nachan got her a Pokémon egg, Marin answered excitedly. It's starting. Marin said, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Sandshrew, use dig. AJ commanded. Sandshrew burrowed into the ground. Send fire spin into the hole. Ash instructed. Charizard released a fire spin into the hole left by Sandshrew's dig. AJ panicked. Sandshrew. Quickly get out of there, he shouted. Sandshrew didn't make it in time and burst out of the hole engulfed in flames. Sandshrew. AJ yelled in concern. Sand.shrew, it said, breathing heavily, clearly affected by the powerful attack. Sandshrew, are you okay? AJ asked. Wow, Brock said, amazed. Normally a fire type couldn't do much damage to a ground type like Sandshrew, but that fire spin was impressive. Marin watched the battle in awe. Come on, Sandshrew, use roll out. AJ ordered. Sandshrew rolled into a ball and charged directly at Charizard. Dodge. Sunny day. Ash commanded. Charizard jumped out of the way and shot a bright orb into the sky, making the battlefield even sunnier. Keep going. Ash looked up at the sky. Charge up a flame while dodging, she instructed. Charizard leaped again, avoiding the rollout, and began to gather energy from the bright sun. Mud shot. AJ shouted. Sandshrew uncurled and shot mud from its mouth. Do it. Ash countered. Charizard released the gathered energy towards the mud shot, destroying it and sending the beam towards Sandshrew. No. AJ shouted as the solar beam hit Sandshrew directly, causing it to faint. Ash won the battle. Alright. Way to go, Ash. Ash Nachan, the kids cheered, running up to her. Once the battle was over, AJ picked up his fallen Pokémon. Are you alright, Sandshrew? He asked. Sandshrew, the ground mouse Pokémon nodded. I must say, Ashley, that was amazing. You're a tough trainer, AJ complimented. Thank you. I'm just sorry this didn't become your 100th win, Ash apologized. Don't worry about that, AJ waved it off. Besides, I can just battle another trainer to earn it. That's true. Marin ran up to AJ, hey, is it alright if we could see your other Pokémon? She asked. Sure, I don't mind, AJ replied. Follow me. He led the group to a large tent. Inside the tent, they saw various Pokémon and what appeared to be training gear. Wow. Marin commented. AJ ordered Sandshrew to dive into a pool. Sandshrew climbed up a ladder and jumped in. This is where I train all my Pokémon, AJ explained as Sandshrew emerged from the water. Get back into the water. They watched as 3 Rattata jumped through hoops of fire, while a Butterfree and Beedrill carried heavy gear. Pika Pikapi Pikachu, Pikachu commented. Not bad, Alan said. Training them on their strengths and speed. Wow, you train your Pokémon well, Brock complimented. You're also trying to help them overcome their type disadvantages, right? Yeah, I train them until time's up. Then they take a break and go back at it again, AJ explained. Although I thought you were going to say that my training is harsh. Most trainers do actually, Ash said. I understand this sort of training since it brings out the strength of Pokémon. Not all trainers have the same training style, everyone is different. But I must admit, I find the strict DSPLN a little excessive. I know, but it's important so they don't slack off during training, the savage trainer agreed, adding his own perspective. That's true, Brock nodded. Just then, an alarm clock went off in AJ's tent. Break time. AJ announced, telling all his Pokémon to take a break. As it was break time, they noticed something that looked like a giant ball rolling into the building. What is that? Marin asked slowly. A giant ball? Ash observed. Pika. Pikachu tilted her head to the side. Cheese, Chespy started to say. Hey, what are they doing? Marin questioned. They're trying to see what's inside that ball, Alan answered. As the Pokémon got closer to the strange object, they began to hear voices. This will help us nab Pikachu right under their noses, a female voice whispered. Meowth, you've outdone yourself this time, a male voice added. Of course I did, Meowth replied. Pikachu's ears twitched and Chespy facepalmed. Hey, was that your stomach, Jessie? The male whispered. No, it wasn't. Maybe it was Meowth, Jessie growled, feeling insulted. That wasn't me. Meowth retorted. Having had enough of their bickering, Pikachu used Thunderbolt while Chespy unleashed Hidden Power, sending the trio flying before they even realized what hit them. Ash blinked twice in surprise. Alan sighed, while Brock groaned in frustration. Marin remained silent, and AJ looked confused. Well, at least we don't have to deal with Team Rocket's motto today, Ash remarked. The group nodded in agreement. Who were they? AJ asked, curious. They're called Team Rocket, a group of criminals who steal other people's Pokémon, Marin explained. AJ nodded, making a mental note to keep an eye out for Team Rocket. After getting rid of Team Rocket, the gang was outside bidding farewell to AJ, who decided to wait for his 100th win before starting his own journey. That reminds me. AJ, who did you lose to once? Marin asked. AJ sighed. To be exact, it was a kid named Gary Oak, he answered. We should get going. See you, AJ, and good luck, Ash wished him. AJ nodded and waved goodbye as the gang left for Vermilion City, the site of Ash's next gym battle. Our heroes were on their way to Vermilion City, where Ash was determined to earn her next gym badge, needing only 5 more to enter the Indigo League. As they traveled, a deep mist rolled in, making it difficult to see. I don't like the look of this. We should stop for a while, Marin suggested. I agree, Ash nodded. This fog is so thick it's hard to see where we're going. You could also get lost, Marin added. How about a break until the mist clears up? Brock proposed, and the rest of the group agreed. Brock opened his bag, pulling out various items needed for their break. The group often wondered how the breeder managed to fit so much into his bag. Ash thought it might be magically spacious like theirs. Brock also retrieved some cerulean coffee, tea, prune juice, and Ash's favorite, chocolate milk. Alan took the tea, Ash happily accepted the chocolate milk, and the kids complained about the prune juice until Brock pulled out orange juice and apple juice, which brightened their faces. I'll make some French crepes for dessert, but I need water and firewood, Brock said. I'll go get the firewood, Ash offered. Then I'll get the water, Alan said. Marin can help me set up, Brock added. Okay, Marin nodded. Ash headed into the woods with Pikachu on her shoulder. While there, she spotted a couple of Nidoran. Ah, kawaii. Ash cooed, taking out her Pokédex to scan the couple. Nidoran male, the poison pin Pokémon. Its horn is larger than the female's, and its toxin is for protection. Nidoran female, the poison pin Pokémon. Even though its horn is smaller than the male's, its toxin can still be dangerous. Ash put her Pokédex away. Pikachu, thunder shock them, she ordered. Pika. Pikachu jumped off her shoulder and fired an electric attack, hitting the Nidoran couple. Ash took out 2 Pokeball and tossed them, successfully capturing both Nidoran, which were then teleported to Professor Oak's lab. She gathered the firewood and returned to the group. When Ash arrived with the firewood, she immediately began setting it up, and Alan returned with a bucket of water. As they prepared lunch, Alan's bag began to shake. Ash sensed another presence and turned to Alan's bag with a smile. "Alan, the Pokémon egg is about to hatch," she called out. "What?" Alan exclaimed, placing the dishes on the table and rushing to his bag. He unzipped it and took out the incubator holding the Pokémon egg. Marin gasped, "It's true." Alan removed the lid of the incubator as the egg shook and vibrated. "Marin, make sure you stay behind Alan." Brock called out. "Okay." Marin replied. Ash moved back, eager to witness the hatching. Brock continued mixing his crepe batter nearby. The egg glowed and took shape, and as the glow faded, it revealed a small slate-gray fox-like Pokémon with red and black accents. It shook its body and slowly opened its eyes, blinking up at Alan. "A Zorua," Ash marveled, pulling out her Pokédex to scan the newly hatched Pokémon. Zorua, the tricky fox Pokémon. Zorua hides its true form by changing its shape into people and Pokémon. It loves to surprise others. Brock was impressed. "It can change into people and Pokémon, similar to Ditto but only for Pokémon," he noted. "Aw!" Marin squealed at the sight of the tricky fox Pokémon. Alan picked up Zorua in his arms. "Welcome, little one," he said, and Zorua barked happily, rubbing its cheek against Alan's chest. "Pika!" Pikachu cheered. "Is it a boy or girl?" Marin asked. Zorua barked, "Rarf." "I think it's a boy," Ash said as Zorua nodded. Pikachu and Chespy laughed at Zorua's playful attempt to bite their tails. Alan decided to check his new Pokémon's data, scanning it for moves. Zorua known moves, Leer and Scratch. Egg move, Dark Pulse and Extrasensory, which has yet to be unlocked. "Wow, nice egg moves for a little guy," Ash commented. "Alright, it's done," Brock announced, having prepared lunch, which included sandwiches, salads, and crepes. He also brought out Pokémon food. "Food!" Marin exclaimed happily. As the group enjoyed their meal alongside the Pokémon, they welcomed the new addition to their team. After about 15 minutes, Brock noticed the firewood was running low. "We need more wood," he said. "I'll go get more," Ash offered, picking up her backpack and returning all her Pokémon except for Light, who had also finished lunch. "I'll go with you," Alan said, returning all his Pokémon except for Zorua, who jumped into his arms. Ash smiled, and together they headed off into the woods. While searching for more firewood, they came across a boy on a treadmill, struggling to answer questions about Pidgeotto's evolved form. When he got an answer wrong, the treadmill sped up, causing him to fall off and hurt himself. The 5 boys surrounding him laughed, showing no concern. Ash and Alan narrowed their eyes at the bullies. "Nothing more I dislike than bullies," Ash growled, recalling her own experiences with them as a child. Pikachu glared at the 5 boys. Alan approached them. "I think you 5 have done enough," he said, catching their attention. "What did you say, punk?" one of them growled. Alan glared back, causing some of them to flinch. Ash walked past them to the fallen boy, who was holding his leg, which had a scrape on it. She bent down and smiled, "Are you okay?" The boy looked up at her and blushed a little at the pretty girl in front of him. I am okay, but my leg hurts," he said, wincing at the injury. Alan approached and asked, "How is it, Ashley?" Ashley examined the wound. "It looks bad, but nothing too serious." She took off her backpack and pulled out a healing potion from her first aid kit. "Now, this will sting a little, but it will help clean the wound so it doesn't get infected." "Hey! Don't you ignore us," another boy yelled angrily. Ashley sprayed the boy's wound, and as she had warned, it started to sting, indicating it was working. After spraying the wound, she gently wrapped it in bandages, not too tightly. "There. How does it feel?" she asked. The boy smiled. A little better, thank you. Alan helped him up. What's your name? Oh, my name's Joe, the boy replied. Nice to meet you, Joe, Ashley smiled. I'm Ashley, and this is Pikachu. Pika. Pikachu raised a paw to greet him. And I'm Alan, and this is Zorua, Alan said, as Zorua barked in greeting. It's nice to meet you all, Joe said in return. Meanwhile, the group of boys who had been ignored were growing increasingly angry. You've got some nerve ignoring us. Maybe we should teach you a lesson, they shouted, preparing to confront Alan and his friends. Suddenly, one of Alan's pokeballs shook, and out came his partner, Charizard, who growled at the group, causing them to freeze in fear. Charizard, Alan commanded, watch over Ashley and Joe. He handed Zorua to Ashley, who gently cradled the tricky fox Pokémon in her arms. I'll deal with this, he said. Charizard nodded and positioned itself protectively in front of Ashley and Joe. Okay, who's first? Alan asked. Growling. Don't make fun of us, one of the boys shouted, charging at Alan with a raised fist. Alan sidestepped and swiftly knocked the boy out, who fell to the ground instantly. Wow, Ashley whistled in amazement. The remaining boys stared at their fallen comrade. Now then. Alan glared at them. Anyone else want to attack us, or will you leave? Screw you, one boy yelled angrily. Your funeral, Alan thought as they all charged at him. The confrontation continued, with the four boys refusing to back down. Scene break. Where are Alan and Ashley? They should have been back by now with the extra firewood, Brock said. Marin quickly helped Brock pack their equipment, and they ran toward the forest, hoping to reach their friends faster. Scene break. Joe gaped in shock. No way, he gasped. When Brock, Marin, and the Pokémon arrived, they were unprepared for what they saw. Alan stood over the four boys on the ground, one still unconscious, while another boy stood beside Ashley and Charizard. What happened here? Marin asked, surprised. She knew her brother could defend himself, but he rarely did unless provoked. Yuna noticed them. Oh, hey. When did you arrive? She asked curiously. We just got here, Ashley Nachan, Marin replied. Hey. Don't change the subject. What an arceus name happened here? Marin pressed. Ashley looked at Alan as he walked over. Well. It happened like this, she began to explain what had transpired. Brock remained silent, processing the situation. Marin sighed. Seriously. Alan grunted in response. Zorua barked happily and jumped into Alan's arms. Joe was still in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he had witnessed. The four boys slowly got up, alerting the others. Oh. Ashley smiled, amused. They still got up. Alan faced them. So. Are you going to leave or stay? LL leave, one boy stammered. Good. Go, Alan said firmly. Charizard glared and growled at them, prompting two of the boys to quickly pick up their unconscious friend and flee the area, like frightened children. Cowards, Marin remarked. Brock's sweat dropped. More like scared, but they did get their butts kicked by one person, he noted. Marin grinned proudly. That's my big brother. Alan returned Charizard to its Pokeball. Anyway, Joe, why were they picking on you earlier? Ashley asked. Joe snapped out of his daze. Oh. They weren't bullying me, they were helping me, he explained. Ashley and Alan exchanged skeptical looks before turning back to Joe. Hate to say it, Joe, but that was bullying, not helping, Ashley said. Chapter end. Right now, the gang was having trouble navigating through a dense forest. Alan had managed to get Zorua into his Pokeball when it grew tired and took a nap. We're lost, aren't we? Marin asked. Brock scratched his cheek. Yeah, we're definitely lost. Again, he sighed. Did Giselle give us bad directions? Marin inquired. Maybe, Ash shrugged. Plan B. Sometimes I forget that I'm carrying the Pokenav with me, Ash muttered, pulling out her Pokenav Plus. She fiddled with the buttons until a map appeared, marked with a red dot indicating their location. Here we are. Alan looked over. We're not far from a Pokémon Center, he said. Marin perked up. Really, she exclaimed. How about a break here? Brock suggested. Ash nodded. Sounds great. She then spotted something near a small river, a blue round body with 5 large leaves sprouting from its head. Is that an Oddish and a Lucario? She asked. Alan glanced in the direction Ash was looking. It's an Oddish and Lucario, alright, he replied. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Oddish, the weed Pokémon. This Pokémon is typically found roaming the forest, scattering pollen as it walks around. Lucario is a fighting steel type and is considered a semi-pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Lucario is said to be the first Pokémon to ever go through Mega Evolution, and it is now confirmed. Marin had stars in her eyes. I want to catch it, she declared, running toward the weed Pokémon. Chase-bin, cheese. Chesby exclaimed. Wait up. Ash called, running after her. Marin. Hold on a minute. Brock shouted, chasing after the girls. Alan followed behind them. As Marin was about to call out BB to battle, she suddenly stopped, noticing that the Oddish looked scared. Oddish, it shivered, sensing the human girl. Ash caught up. Mao, what's wrong, she asked. Looking at the wild Oddish, Ash continued, I have a feeling that this Oddish had an owner before, wah. She didn't finish her thought when she was pulled by her shirt by her partner, dodging a razor leaf attack from somewhere. Another set of razor leaf attacks came out, but Chesby knocked them away with Vine WHP. Razor leaf? Marin said. Both Marin and Ash looked in the direction of the attack and saw a small, quadruped blue-green Pokémon. A Bulbasaur. Ash exclaimed, excited, and scanned the grass-type Kanto region starter Pokémon. Bulbasaur, the seed Pokémon. It bears the seed of a plant on its back from BRTH. The plant sprouts and grows with it. Bulbasaur growled as it stood protectively in front of Oddish. A wild Bulbasaur is a rare sight, Brock noted. Ash sensed something else approaching quickly. We have another company, she warned. Luxio, a Pokémon growled, emerging from the bushes and standing beside Bulbasaur, growling at the group. The Pokémon resembled a young lynx or lion. Pika. Pikapi. Pikachu pointed at the electric-type Pokémon. It's a Luxio, Alan said. What's a Luxio doing in the Kanto region? Ash asked, scanning the newly arrived Pokémon. Luxio, the spark Pokémon. By touching its friends with its front paws, Luxio is able to communicate through the sparks it emits. Note, Luxios are located in the Sinnoh region. Alan observed the 2 Pokémon protecting Oddish. Strange. They look trained, as if they used to have a trainer, he thought. Ash shared the same thought, watching the 2 Pokémon. Maybe we should leave the Oddish alone. It's obvious that Bulbasaur and Luxio are protecting it from being captured or injured, Brock suggested. Marin sighed. Alright. I'm sorry for trying to catch you, Oddish, she said, turning back to her brother. Oddish, the Pokémon blinked at the girl who had apologized. Oddish? The group of humans was unusual, they had never met such kind humans before, who willingly let them go, along with Bulbasaur and Luxio. Bulbasaur, Bulbasaur said. Luxio nodded, gently picking up Oddish by the leaves and running off. And there they go, Ash said dramatically, watching them leave. Marin giggled. Lucario walked up to Ash and touched her Pokeball. Wah. Ash said. Guess you wanted to come with me, Okay, break, Brock said. The gang nodded and sat down, taking out their lunches and Pokémon food. After their lunch break, they were now carefully walking across a bridge that was unstable and swayed with the wind. Remind me again, why did we choose to cross this bridge? Marin exclaimed, holding on to Ash's hand. She returned Chespy to its Pokeball due to the bridge's instability. The gang screamed, grabbing hold of whatever they could. Ash managed to grab hold of the wood, holding herself up while Marin clung to her waist, refusing to look down. Alan was in a similar situation. Brock couldn't hold on much longer and soon lost his grip. He fell into the river. Brock! Pikachu, the gang shouted as they saw the breeder fall. We can't stay like this forever. Ash shouted, pulling herself up with determination. Pikapi! Pikachu encouraged. Come on, Alan, Ash cheered. Marin joined in, cheering for Ash. It's not easy, both older siblings groaned. Ash and Alan managed to pull themselves up. Phew, that was close, Ash sighed. Pikachu sighed in relief as well. Yeah, I thought we were goners for sure, Marin added. What about Brock? Ash asked, trying to stay calm. We should look around, who knows, maybe we'll run into him, Alan suggested. Alright, Ash and Marin agreed. As the gang continued into the forest searching for their lost friend Brock, they encountered some trouble of their own. It seemed someone had set traps along the path they took, trap holes and nets, but they narrowly avoided them. Ah! Marin yelped as Ash quickly grabbed her shirt, preventing her from falling into a hole. Why me? She exclaimed. Thank you. Ash chuckled. You're welcome. She pulled Marin away from the pitfall. I'm getting really annoyed. What's with all these traps? Marin asked. These traps seem to be a defense mechanism for someone or something, Alan summarized. They were likely set up by whoever lives in this part of the forest to protect themselves. Marin sighed. Let's keep moving, she said. Ash noticed the ground where Marin was about to step. You show. Marin tripped over another trap, but instead of a hole, it was a net tied to a tree. Wah, she screamed as she was pulled up. Oh, come on. Be careful, oh Arceus, Ash said, sweat dropping as she finished her warning. Pikachu's sweat dropped as well. Alan groaned, a sweat bead forming on his forehead. Marin growled in frustration. This is ridiculous. Why is it always me? Marin exclaimed in frustration, struggling to free herself from the net. Maybe you should stop, Marin. It's making it worse, and you might hurt yourself, Ash suggested, watching her with concern. Marin sighed, calming down a bit. Okay, but can someone please cut the rope, she pleaded. Alan approached the tree where the rope was tied, pulling out a pocket knife to cut it. Ah! Marin yelped as she fell. Oof! Just then, Ash heard a rustle in the bushes and saw the person they had been looking for. Yo there, Brock waved at them. Brock! Marin exclaimed. You're alright, Ash smiled. Yeah, Brock replied with a grin. Nice to see you safe. But what exactly happened when you fell into the river? Alan asked. Well, I was being carried away by the river when a appealing girl rescued me, Brock explained. Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances, both bemused by Brock's choice of words. Come on, I'll introduce you to her, Brock said, leading the group to where the girl who had rescued him was staying. As they followed Brock, they arrived at a small wooden cabin. There, they saw a woman with long blue hair in a braid and wearing an orange headband, tending to some Pokémon. Oh, are these your friends you've told me about? She asked, noticing Brock's companions. Yes. Melanie, this is Ashley, Alan, and Marin, Brock introduced them. Guys, this is Melanie. Hello, everyone greeted. Hello, Brock told me all about you, Melanie responded warmly. Marin's eyes widened as she looked around at the Pokémon in the area. Are they all yours? She asked. Oh no, Melanie shook her head. This is a place where Pokémon can rest and relax. Brock explained, you see, when Pokémon get abandoned or injured, they can come here. Melanie takes care of them until they feel better and then they leave. Oh, so is Melanie like a Pokémon doctor and this a Pokémon center? Marin asked. I'm not really qualified to be a Pokémon doctor, Melanie said modestly. This is more like a Pokémon health spa, Brock added. I see, Ash nodded, but Alan looked suspicious. Excuse me, Melanie, are you the one who set the traps in the forest? He asked suddenly. Melanie sighed and nodded. Yes, I'm sorry. I set those traps and the bridge to catch Pokémon trainers before they reach the village. There are so many injured Pokémon here that I had to protect them. They work well, Alan said with a grin, glancing at Marin, who huffed in response. Do you think those traps would keep poachers and thieves away? Ash asked. I don't know, Alan replied. But I know one group of thieves wouldn't hesitate to come here and steal all of these Pokémon. Meanwhile, Team Rocket had heard about the hidden village and wanted the Pokémon for themselves. James handed his teammate some black glasses. Put these on, he instructed. Jessie and Meowth complied, surprised by what they saw ahead. Wow! Jessie exclaimed, shocked. No way! Meowth added, those are traps. It's a good thing I got these glasses, James smirked. Where did you get them? Jessie inquired. I borrowed them from Team Rocket's lab. They were meant for other agents, but I took them first, James replied proudly. That was a smart move, Jessie complimented. Yeah, Meowth agreed. Thanks, James nodded. Now let's continue. Back at the cabin, the gang decided to help Melanie take care of the Pokémon, promising not to catch any of them. Marin was particularly focused on an Oddish and a Petalil, which was unusual since they were typically found in the Unova region. Melanie explained that all the Pokémon from different regions came here, either abandoned or injured. Ash scanned the area, noting the variety of Pokémon present, including Cherubi, Chatot, Baltoy, and Bagon from Hoenn and Sinnoh, as well as a pair of Rockruff from the Alola region. Alola region. Wasn't that a new region? Brock asked. Yeah. Professor Oak mentioned that the Alola region has some Kanto Pokémon in Alola forms, Ash replied. I heard about that too, Alan said, tending to a Bagon and a Rockruff. Not much has been discovered about them yet. I see, Brock said, looking after a Weepinbell and Baltoy. Ash called out Lucario, Pidgeot, and Nidoran to enjoy some fresh air while he tended to another Rockruff. Lucario sensed a familiar presence nearby. It can't be her, he thought. This Aura, a mature female voice said, looking around. This is my brother's Aura. Luxio? Luxio asked, intrigued. It's my brother. He is close by, along with another one with a strong aura, the female Lucario replied. Bulbasaur returned from his patrol, and Lucario focused on her brother's aura. The village, she concluded. I also sense 5 humans there, including one with a strong aura. He said. They nodded and took off towards the hidden village. Lucario looked around and said, it is her. Ash looked up from playing with Rockruff, who had lots of energy. What's wrong, Lucario? She asked, curious. It's my sister's aura, she's here, Lucario answered. Your sister. Ah, I remember you telling me that you have a twin, Ash said. Hey, Ashne-chan, what's up? Marin asked. What's up? What's up? Chatot repeated. Lucario senses his sister's aura, so she's nearby, Ash explained. But what is she doing in Kanto? Lucario shook his head. I don't know, MSTRS, but the last I saw her was back in Sinnoh before I was taken away, he said. Ash nodded and went back to playing with Rockruff. Do you think she could have been stolen or got a trainer? Marin suggested. Could be, Lucario replied. I'll ask her when she arrives. Marin was playing with Petalo, Cherubi, and Oddish, who was now okay since it was this human who apologized before. Hey! Alan saw Bagon trying to tackle Pidgeot, who immediately stepped aside to avoid the tackle. Wah! Marin's sweat dropped. What a happy-go-lucky Pokémon. More like trying to headbutt Pidgeot, Marin retorted. That Bagon sure has a lot of energy, like the two Rockruff. Lucario and Ash looked in a direction. Incoming, they both said. Everyone turned towards the sound of the rustling bush, and out came Bulbasaur and Luxio from before, along with a Lucario who had emerald green eyes. Hey, you're from before, Marin said. Lucario looked at her brother and brightened up. Brother, she exclaimed happily through telepathy. Sister, Lucario said with a small smile. Eh? Brother and sister. Brock exclaimed, shocked. Yeah, he was taken away from her, Ash said. Makes sense. They both have unusual gem-like colored eyes, Brock commented. But how is Lucario here? Alan asked curiously. Yeah, sister, how did you end up here? Lucario asked. I can answer that. I found Lucario here as a Riolu who was injured, she washed down the river. She told me that she was captured by poachers, Melanie explained. So what about Bulbasaur and Luxio? They look trained, Marin asked. Bulbasaur was abandoned by his trainer. For some reason, he didn't listen to his trainer, which caused the abandonment. Luxio was critically injured in the forest, his trainer trained him so hard that he didn't even bother to heal him, Melanie answered sadly. The gang was upset by what Melanie said. Ash twitched. What I wouldn't, she thought to herself. How mean. Marin huffed. Cruel is more like it, she added. Lucario and his sister began to talk to each other about what happened, while Bulbasaur and Luxio watched over the other Pokémon carefully as the humans played with them. While everything was going smoothly, suddenly a mysterious large shadow flew over them. What's going on? Ash asked. Ha 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 ha. A familiar laughter echoed, followed by a motto. Ah, it's Team Rocket again. Marin exclaimed. She quickly picked up the 3 grass-type Pokémon into her arms and ran towards her brother. MSTRS. Lucario appeared from the forest with his sister following. Who are they? Melanie asked. They are thieves who like to steal people's Pokémon, Marin answered. What are you doing here? Brock shouted. What do you think, twerp? Jessie smirked. We're here to take all the Pokémon. Show them, Meowth. Meowth, here I go. Meowth pressed a button on the remote, and from the balloon, a huge vacuum hose came from under the basket. Quick, everyone into the cabin. Ash exclaimed, picking up Rockruff just in case. It's surprising that they never run out of ideas, Brock commented, carrying Weepinbell with Baltoy following behind. It's Team Rocket, Alan said simply, carrying Bagon and Rockruff. Everyone followed the order and ran inside the cabin with all the Pokémon. The hose started skiing up everything but got cut off suddenly. What? Team Rocket shouted. Ash saw Pidgeot, it seemed Team Rocket didn't notice her. Lucario, use Aura Sphere on the hose, she ordered. Lucario threw an Aura Sphere, destroying the hose completely. Oh no! James exclaimed, pulling his hair. A vine came from nowhere and hit the remote that Meowth was controlling, knocking it out of his hand, and soon a thunder attack struck. Ah! Team Rocket cried out. What was that? Jessie shouted. Luxio. Bulbasaur, the 2 Pokémon called out. Here we go again. Lucario, end it with Aura Sphere, Ash said. I'll help, Lucario replied. Both Lucario summoned an Aura Sphere that combined into a giant orb. Oh. Team Rocket muttered. Whoa, Marin awed. Whoa. Whoa. Chatot repeated. They both kicked it, sending the giant aura sphere towards Team Rocket's balloon, causing it to explode. Team Rocket is blasting off again, they exclaimed as they flew away. Marin sighed. I wonder when they will give up, she said. Never, Marin, but who knows, maybe one day they will, Ash replied. Hey, thanks a lot. Luxio. Luxio smiled and began to glow, growing bigger and changing form until the glow faded, revealing a newly evolved Luxray. Luxray. Oh wow, Ash scanned the newly evolved Pokémon. Congratulations, Luxray, Ash said. Yeah, congrats. Marin exclaimed. Bulbasaur smiled at his friend. Luxray. Luxray smiled, realizing not all humans are bad. After the trouble with Team Rocket was over, it was time for the gang to continue on, but not before Melanie stopped them for something important. Please take Bulbasaur, Luxray, Lucario, and Rockruff with you, Melanie said to Ash, and the mentioned Pokémon stepped forward. Huh? Ash questioned, unsure if she heard right. It was time for them to leave and see the real world, Melanie explained. These Pokémon shouldn't stay here forever, they need to grow up in the real world. So please take care of them. Besides, Lucario wouldn't want to be separated from her brother now that she found him. Ash smiled and nodded, taking out 4 Pokeballs. Thanks, Melanie, and I promise to take good care of them, she said as each Pokémon tapped a Pokeball, getting Seked inside. Melanie turned to the others. Petalil, Cherubi, and Oddish, you 3 have taken a liking to Marin, please go with her, she continued. Bagon and Rockruff, with Elan. Chatot, I know you, Weepinbell, and Baltoy have taken a liking to Brock. Please go and explore the world. As each Pokémon was mentioned, Marin caught 3 new grass types and immediately gave them nicknames, while Chatot landed happily on Brock's head. Bagon happily jumped into Elan's arms, while Rockruff nuzzled his leg. Finally, Weepinbell and Baltoy were caught from Brock. It was time to leave, and the gang thanked Melanie, bidding farewell to her and the Pokémon of the Hidden Village. As our heroes departed from the Hidden Village, they reflected on the new Pokémon and friendships they had gained, ready for the next chapter of their journey. Chapter End. Today, our heroes seem to have lost their way once again on the path to Vermilion City, where Ash would earn her 3rd Kanto Gym badge. That's it. This is ridiculous. Marin exclaimed, throwing her hands up in frustration. Pika Pie, Pikachu said, sweat dropping from its brow. Luxray, the newly evolved Luxray snorted. Chespy hung his head in disappointment. Chespy, he said quietly. Hey, Ashne-chan, we should find a Pokémon Center soon, Marin suggested. Ash, looking at the map on her PokeNav Plus, moved it around until she spotted a red P indicating a nearby Pokémon Center. Oh, we seem to be in the middle of nowhere, she said. But Route 24 will take us to Vermilion City, and it seems we're on the right path. Marin perked up and smiled. Yay! Let's get going, she exclaimed, but then noticed a dark shadow approaching them. Ah, she screamed. What now? Elan asked, surprised by his sister's sudden outburst. Brock squinted at the shadow drawing closer. Who's that? He asked. As the shadow came into view, Ash recognized it immediately, an orange lizard-like Pokémon with a flame on the tip of its tail. It's a Charmander. Marin said, surprised to see one in such an unexpected place. Elan narrowed his eyes at the flame on its tail, sensing something was off. Ash noticed it too and scanned the Pokémon. Charmander, the lizard Pokémon. The fire on the top of its tail is a measure of its life. If healthy, its tail burns intensely. If not, its tail burns lightly. Wait, why is the flame on its tail so small? Marin asked, glancing back and forth at the image of Charmander's flame. It's so different. Ash walked towards it. Hey, she said, noticing the bruises and cuts on its body. Charmander looked up, exhausted, and sensed a kind aura from the group. It raised its paw at Ash. Charmander. Charmander, it managed to say before passing out. Hey. Ash shouted, catching Charmander before it hit the ground. Brock examined the Charmander's injuries and felt a surge of urgency. We need to get this Charmander to the Pokémon Center, and fast, he exclaimed. Let's go. Ash shouted, running down the path toward the Pokémon Center while carrying Charmander in her arms. Brock and Alan quickly followed. Luxray allowed the kids to climb onto his back and took off after his trainer. Break scene. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, Ash rushed to Nurse Joy. Nurse Joy. Charmander needs help now, she breathed, out of breath. Nurse Joy gasped at the sight and quickly took Charmander, wondering if it belonged to him. Luxray let Ash off his back, and she collapsed onto the sofa. Ash watched the operation room, her eyes filled with worry for Charmander. Ash-ne-chan, Marin called out. Yes. What happened to him? Marin asked. I don't know, but he said a few words before collapsing, Ash replied. Words? Brock questioned. Ash bit her lip. Before Charmander collapsed, he managed to say, please save them. From Damien, she repeated. Damien, huh? He must have been his trainer, Alan said. Save them? I see. What is it, brother? Marin asked. That Charmander wasn't the only one injured and exhausted like this. I have a feeling this Damien trainer must have been mistreating his Pokémon, Alan explained. No way. Marin gasped. Brock nodded in agreement. Makes sense. Luxray growled, clearly upset. Luxray Lux, he snarled, expressing his disdain for trainers like that. Pikachu chimed in, trying to comfort Luxray. By the way, Ash, how did you know what Charmander said? Brock asked. Oh, I learned it from Lucario, Ash replied. Brock nodded. Ash took out her holocaster. I'll be back. I need to make a call. If Nurse Joy has the results, call me, she said before stepping outside. Luxray and Pikachu followed her. Who is Ash calling? Brock wondered. There's only one person I know who can help, Marin answered. And you'll have to see for yourself. Break scene. Inside the Pokémon Center, Nurse Joy and her Pokémon worked diligently to stabilize Charmander's breathing and health. Poor Charmander. Nurse Joy said sadly, glancing at the Pokémon. Chansey looked on with concern as well. Break scene. Outside, Ash called a family member who was part of an organization. Come on. Uncle Lance, pick up, she muttered. Hello, Ash, Lance's voice came through. Yes. Uncle Lance, I need your help, Ash said urgently. Lance's tone shifted to alarm. What? What's wrong? I need you to look up someone named Damien, who is a Pokémon trainer and has a Charmander, Ash explained. Okay, but why exactly? Lance asked. Ash sighed and brushed her bangs aside. I found a really injured Charmander. What's worse is that the flame on his tail was so small. Before he collapsed, he said, please, save them. From Damien. I have a feeling this Damien guy is mistreating his Pokémon. Lance cursed on the other end, clearly frustrated. Give me a second. Found him. His full name is Damien Daisuke. According to this, he does have a Charmander. He cursed again. It seems like G-men are actually looking for him too. Oh, Ash said, glancing through the window of the Pokémon Center and spotting someone with a bad attitude. What does he look like? She asked suddenly. Blue hair and black eyes, wearing circular glasses on his head, dressed in a sort of cowboy style, Lance described. I think I found him, he's at the Pokémon Center where Charmander is being treated right now. Luxray and Pikachu perched on the window and snarled at the arrogant trainer. From the sound of it, Ash could tell that Lance had gotten up from his desk. Excellent. I'll be there with Officer Jenny. Press the tracker on the holocaster, and I'll see you soon, he instructed. Okay, bye. Ash hung up and pressed a button on the holocaster, activating the tracker for her uncle. Hope this helps him and them. Pika Pikachu Pie, Pikachu said, looking hopeful. That's right, Ash confirmed. Luxray Lux, Luxray added, determined. Yeah, Ash said, heading back inside with her Pokémon following. Break scene. Marin noticed her sister returning to the Pokémon Center, realizing that Ash must have finished her call to their uncle. Ash Ne-chan, she said, catching up with the others. Nurse Joy had just exited the room. Good, you're still here, she smiled, pleased to see trainers like them. Ash immediately looked at Nurse Joy. How is Charmander? She asked first. Nurse Joy smiled back. Charmander's stable now, and its flame is healthy again. Some of its bruises and cuts have almost healed, but it needs a good rest, she answered. The group breathed a sigh of relief at the good news. What a relief. Marin sighed. But what happened? Nurse Joy's expression suddenly turned serious. About that. Laughter erupted from a group of boys in the lounge room, cutting Nurse Joy off. Oh man, Damien, that's too funny, one of the boys laughed. I know, right? Damien, a boy with blue hair and sunglasses perched on his head, laughed. I got rare Pokémon now, so I don't need that worthless Charmander. It's probably dead anyway. Ha ha ha. Everyone heard his words and felt disgusted. How could someone say such awful things and laugh about it? It was so low. Lux.Ray. Luxray growled at the boy, electric static crackling around it. That guy. Brock growled. So he's responsible for Charmander's injuries. Alan glared at the boy. Ash walked over to Damien slowly. When she reached him, she grabbed him by the collar and punched him, causing him to stumble back. Hey, what's your problem? One of the boys shouted. Another boy moved to grab Ash, but Pikachu and Luxray growled, sparks flying around them, challenging him to lay a finger on their trainer. The boys wisely backed down, sensing the seriousness of the situation. Damien looked pathetic, holding his bleeding nose, but managed to speak. What the hell is your problem? He yelled, though his voice faltered when he saw the cold look in Ash's eyes. The calmness of her expression was more frightening than he expected. How dare you? You pathetic excuse for a Pokémon trainer, Ash growled, glaring at Damien. Do you have any idea how close Charmander was to death? Not only did you almost beat him half to death, but you actually have the guts to laugh about it like it was nothing. Her eyes seemed to glow with intensity. Damien whimpered at the sight of her fierce glare. Ashley, a voice called out. Ash snapped out of it, her eyes returning to their usual color. She blinked twice before looking at the voice. Alan, she said. Alan grabbed her arm and pulled her away from the frightened boy, who had collapsed. He immediately pulled her into a hug, calming her down. Ash sighed and hugged him back, breathing into his shirt. Marin watched them and giggled silently. Even in such a tense atmosphere, she couldn't help but find it amusing. Brock smirked at the affection between them. Everyone sighed in relief, including Nurse Joy. Ash was too kind to feel hatred, even though she understood why she had hit the boy. Nurse Joy approached the fallen boy, her Chansey behind her with an angry expression. I suggest you don't try to escape because I'm informing Officer Jenny right now. I'll also be holding on to the Pokémon you brought with you. If you try to escape, I won't hesitate to have my Chansey put you to sleep with Sing. And that's a promise, she warned. Chansey, the nurse Pokémon threatened, cracking her knuckles. Despite the serious atmosphere, the others couldn't help but sweat at the tough Chansey. Marin laughed. Yeah, you show them, she cheered. Ash giggled and turned around. Never underestimate a Pokémon, no matter how you see them or what you've heard. A nice and kind Pokémon can also be tough, she whispered. Chansey smirked in agreement. During the incident, Nurse Joy kept all of Damien's Pokémon, which turned out to be quite a few, over 25 Pokeball. Trainers are allowed to buy more Pokeball from the Pokemart, provided they send some back to their assigned professors so their Pokémon can rest. It turned out that Damien hadn't been doing that, as Nurse Joy's scans showed all his Pokémon had signs of forced battling, meaning he had pushed them to fight even when they needed medical treatment. Charmander woke up and immediately took a liking to Ash, growling at everyone except her and Alan, apparently sensing a Charizard scent on him. Nurse Joy asked the group to stay longer so they could adopt the Pokémon Damien had, which they agreed to immediately. It was better than releasing them into the wild. Soon, Officer Jenny arrived, but she wasn't alone. Lance, the Johto region champion, accompanied her. Uncle Lance! Ash exclaimed, surprising everyone except Marin. Well, that was surprising, Brock said, astonished by Ash's connection to the Johto champion. Lance laughed and hugged his niece. Nice to see you again, he said. Pikapi! Pikachu exclaimed. Ha ha ha, nice to see you too, Pikachu, Lance chuckled in greeting. The rest of the gang introduced themselves to Lance, and he noticed how close Ash and Alan were. He didn't mind his niece dating at her age, but he felt he needed to approve of Alan. He had to admit he was impressed by the boy's aura. Thanks for coming, Nurse Joy said, bowing slightly. And you too, Lance, though it was unexpected. The Kanto officer waved her hand dismissively. Don't worry about it, I'm not that busy, she replied. Of course, my niece called me after hearing Charmander's cry. To be honest, the G-men are actually looking for this kid, Lance said, glaring at Damien. But it seems like he never stays in one place. Damien flinched and paled, realizing an organization was actually looking for him. G-men? What's that? Marin asked curiously. G-men is a detective unit. Their main purpose is to travel the countryside, investigating and arresting anyone who improperly treats Pokémon. Like Damien Daisuke treated his Pokémon, it's a crime, Lance explained. Yep, and Uncle Lance is part of it, Ash chirped happily. Wait, so that call was, Brock began. Ash nodded. Yeah, I called Uncle Lance for this reason, she said. Nurse Joy smiled. Thank you, and I'm about to release the Pokémon that Damien had, but the ones with the question marks are Pokémon I haven't seen before, so I'll release them last, she explained. Okay, everyone nodded. Nurse Joy released all the Pokémon except for the ones with question marks. Damien had captured some interesting, rare, unique, and hard-to-capture Pokémon, Rapidash, Ninetales, Eevee, Leafeon, Rhyhorn, Machoke, Azumarill, Sandslash, Electabuzz, Scizor, Delibird, Roserade, Lopunny, Growlithe, Gallade, Gardevoir, Gothita, Meowstic female, and Meowstic male. What? Marin's eyes widened in shock. He caught all of these, she said. It makes you wonder where he got them from, you know. He couldn't have caught all these Pokémon, even if he did travel to the region, Brock stated. That's not all, some of these Pokémon must have enough affection to evolve, like Lopunny here, Ash said. And I doubt he would do that. You're right, Alan looked at them all. Half of these Pokémon are fully evolved for a purpose. Nurse Joy nodded. That's right. She glared at Damien. I'm very curious to know how you've obtained these Pokémon. Damien scoffed and looked away. Like I'll tell you all, he said. Charmander growled and sent a flamethrower towards the boys' faces, surprising everyone, even Damien himself. Luxray. He deserved that, Luxray snorted. Pikachu nodded. Pika. Nice, Lance chuckled. so you know flamethrower, huh? Ash smirked. Good job, by the way, she complimented. Char. Thanks, the lizard Pokémon smiled. I still won't tell you, Damien repeated stubbornly. Oh, I see. Luxray, how about you assist Charmander in the next attack? Ash smirked. Luxray smirked. Luxray. With pleasure. He had static around him, ready for action. Ash and her friends were walking down the road, excitedly discussing the newly captured Pokémon they had saved. Marin wore a huge smile, still amazed by the incredible events that had unfolded. Brock glanced at her, shaking his head. It was clear she would be in this joyful state for a while, and who could blame her? She had new Pokémon to care for. Ash was humming happily while her Alola Vulpix, the Ice-type fox Pokémon, chose to stay outside of her Pokeball, enjoying Ash's company. Ash felt thrilled to have two of the Kanto starters and was particularly excited about her new psychic types. She decided to send Charmander back to rest, knowing Charizard would look after him, just like the rest of her Pokémon who trained and rested together, helping one another. Zorua also appeared from his Pokeball, eager for fresh air. He stayed close to Ash, enjoying the company of Vulpix, who was just as young as he was. Meanwhile, Alan was deep in thought about the fully evolved Pokémon that Damien Daisuke had. He knew that many fully evolved Pokémon could mega-evolve, like Gallade, Gardevoir, Scizor, and Lopunny. However, he doubted Damien could utilize that potential without a strong bond with his Pokémon. Brock was impressed by the Pokémon they had and was glad to see them being taken care of by his family, who had quickly stepped in after hearing what had happened. Suddenly, Luxray stopped and scanned the ground, growling and snapping the group out of their happy thoughts. Luxray? What's wrong? Ash asked, noticing Luxray's sudden alertness. Luxray gestured with his head towards the ground in front of them, indicating that there was something amiss. Marin blinked in surprise. Seriously, she said. What's wrong? Alan inquired. Luxray said that the ground is a trap, Marin explained. A trap, huh? Alan picked up a rock and tossed it ahead. As soon as the rock hit the ground, it caved in, revealing a pitfall trap. Wah! Alan's eyes widened in disbelief. How? Brock questioned. Squirtle. It's a trap, a voice exclaimed in shock. Marin pointed ahead. Look! In front of them were 5 small blue turtle-like Pokémon, all wearing circular dark blue sunglasses, except for one that appeared to be the leader, wearing a black pointy pair instead. Those are Squirtle, Ash said, scanning the Pokémon. How lucky can you get? First Bulbasaur, then Charmander, and now Squirtle, Ash thought happily. Hey, it wasn't nice to set traps. Marin shouted. Squirtle. Hush, Shorty, the leader Squirtle retorted. Ash and the Pokémon sweat dropped at the response. How dare you? Marin shouted back. Chasebin. I'm not saying. Chasebin added. Luxray. You don't have to. Luxray remarked. Pikachu said, staring at the Squirtless. The leader Squirtle stepped forward, ready for a challenge. Squirtle. Bring it on, it declared. Vulpix? A fight? Vulpix asked, intrigued. Pikachu. Bring it. Pikachu challenged. Just as they were about to engage, a siren approached, causing the Squirtless to scatter quickly, leaving a trail of dust behind. How fast, Alan said, amused. Officer Jenny appeared on her motorcycle, asking if everyone was okay. No, we're all fine, Officer Jenny. No one's hurt. Thank you, Ash replied. That's good, Officer Jenny sighed in relief. But did you see the Squirtle Squad? Squirtle Squad? Marin questioned. Must be the group of Squirtless we just saw. Yes, and you just missed them, Brock explained. Officer Jenny, can you tell us about the Squirtle Squad? Alan asked, curious. Sure, why don't you all come with me to the police station? I'll explain there, Officer Jenny offered. Okay, the group nodded, eager to learn more about the Squirtle Squad. At the station, Officer Jenny explained that the Squirtle Squad consisted of Squirtless that had been abandoned by their trainers. As a result, they resorted to pranks and theft. It's really sad, if they had caring trainers, they wouldn't be like this, she concluded with a somber expression. The gang exchanged glances, feeling a sense of empathy for the Squirtless. I feel bad for them, Ash said. They've been abandoned by their trainers for who knows what. This reminded her of Bulbasaur and Luxray, who had also been left behind. I've decided to catch one of the Squirtless for myself. Luxray nodded in agreement. Me too. Marin exclaimed. I want another water type, Azumarill would love a friend. What about the other 3 Squirtless? Alan asked, handing some food to Zorua. We could give them to Officer Jenny, she's worried about them, Brock suggested. Just then, a voice interrupted them from behind. Excuse me, said a teen around Brock's age with short black hair and gray eyes, wearing a dark gray shirt and black shorts while carrying a backpack. My name's Michael, and I couldn't help but overhear that you're planning to catch the Squirtle Squad. Yes, we are. Do you want to catch them too? Ash asked, petting Vulpix's head. Michael nodded. Yes, I know some of the Squirtle Squad. I actually saw 2 trainers abandon them, saying Squirtless were no good compared to their evolved forms. Ash frowned. That's not true. Squirtless can be just as strong as Wartortles and Blastoises, depending on how their trainers train them. I know, but those trainers didn't think so, Michael replied sadly. I wanted to catch them since their trainers left, but they didn't trust me and ran off. I still wish to capture those 3 Squirtless and raise them well. Do you mind if I join you? Of course not. You're doing your best to help those Squirtless, Marin beamed at him. That's true, Alan agreed. Marin stood up, declaring, so off on a search mission. Operation, capturing the Squirtle Squad. Yay! Ash cheered. Chasebin sweat dropped, Chasebin. Oh boy, he said, as they prepared to head into the forest. Brock wiped his brow. Okay. Let's head to the forest then, Alan suggested. Everyone nodded and set off to find the Squirtless. As they searched through the forest, they discovered the Squirtle Squad swimming in a pond. Oh, they're all there, Marin said. Just as Michael was about to step forward, a net was suddenly thrown over the Squirtless. This was no ordinary net, it zapped them as it caught them. Squrtle, the tiny turtle Pokémon cried out. Ha 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 ha, 3 familiar voices laughed at their capture. Pikachu sighed. Alan frowned. Just great. It's Team Rocket again, he whispered. Just what we need, Marin groaned. Who's that? Michael asked, shocked by what he witnessed. Nasty crooks who steal Pokémon, Brock explained. But they never succeed in stealing any Pokémon when we're around. It's amazing, Ash chimed in happily. Brock and Marin fell anime style with a thud. Alan let out a small smirk. It was true, Team Rocket had never succeeded when the gang was present. Hey, pretty nice work, Meowth complimented. These nets did the job well, Jessie said. The best part is, these nets are electrical, and electric beats water. We should use this to capture water-type Pokémon more often, James explained with a proud smirk. You're right, Meowth and Jessie agreed. Michael had heard enough and ran out from behind the trees. No, you won't, he shouted. If you think I'm letting you get away with this, forget it. Ha, you and what army? Jessie smirked. How about this army? Ash questioned with a small smirk. Hiya. Marin waved. Yo. Brock grinned. Team Rocket was shocked to see them again. You again. Meowth shouted in annoyance. Luxray, the lion Pokémon growled at Meowth, who yelped. James noticed two Pokémon in Alan's and Ash's arms. Hey! Check it out, he pointed. New Pokémon I've never seen before. Jessie smirked. Excellent, we'll capture them as well, she said. Along with the Squirtless. Ash and Alan glared at them. Like in Arceus name you are, they both said. Luxray growled at Team Rocket, while Vulpix and Zorua also growled, trying to protect their parents. Let the Squirtless go. Brock exclaimed. Sorry. Not happening, poor pet. Go, Ekans. Jessie called out her Pokémon. Ekansis, it hissed. You said it. Go, coughing. James called out his Pokémon. Marin was about to fight back when Michael stopped them. Wait. Leave this to me. The others nodded. Go, Psyduck and Sandshrew. Michael called out his Pokémon into battle. Psyduck, the yellow duck-like Pokémon appeared. Sandshrew, the ground mouse Pokémon appeared. Ash scanned the yellow duck-like Pokémon. Psyduck, the duck Pokémon. The pre-evolved form of Golduck. When Psyduck's headache gets severe, it starts to exhibit odd powers. Ekans, use Poison Sting. Jessie commanded. Use Sludge, coughing, James ordered. Ekans fired needles from its mouth, while coughing released a mud-like blob. Psyduck, use Water Gun, and Sandshrew, use Swift. Michael countered. As Michael battled against Team Rocket's Pokémon, the Squirtless watched intently. 3 Squirtless with round sunglasses looked at Michael, remembering his attempt to rescue them, which brought tears to their eyes. This human is so nice, they thought. Brock noticed the tears. Hey, look, he pointed out. The gang looked at the Squirtle squad, realizing 3 Squirtless were in tears. Oh, they finally understood what Michael is trying to do, Ash said. That's great, Marin added. Psyduck, use Psychic and freeze them. Michael ordered. Pika, Ash looked at her. Partner. Pika. Pikachu nodded and jumped off her shoulder. Paipaikekea. Choo. She launched a thunderbolt attack at Team Rocket, who were frozen for a moment thanks to Psyduck. They cried as they were overwhelmed. Michael smiled. Toss them away, he commanded. Psyduck tossed Team Rocket and their Pokémon into the sky. Team Rocket is blasting off again. Team Rocket exclaimed in the distance. Sandshrew, cut the net with Swift. Michael pointed toward the trapped Squirtle squad. Sandshrew. The ground mouse Pokémon launched stars at the net, cutting it free. Squirtle. Yay! The Squirtle squad smiled as they were liberated. The 3 Squirtless that had been watching Michael approached him. Squirtle Skoo. Thank you, they said. Michael knelt down. I take it you 3 remember me, huh? He asked. Squirtle, the 3 Squirtless nodded. Listen, Squirtless, I know what your trainers did was wrong, but I will never betray you or leave you, Michael said. Come with me, and let's become strong together and forever. He held out his arms to them. The 3 Squirtless hesitated for a moment, then removed their sunglasses, revealing teary red eyes, and jumped into their new trainer's arms happily. I've finally caught you. Michael laughed. The gang smiled. That's great, Brock said. Yeah, Ash looked at the leader of the Squirtle squad. Would you like to come with me and become strong? She asked. After seeing his friends with other humans, the leader decided it was time for the Squirtle squad to disband and join humans again. Squirtle, the leader nodded, taking off his glasses. Hey, do you want to come with me? Marin asked, directing her question to another Squirtle. Squirtle, the Squirtle nodded. In the end, everything worked out. Michael, Ash, and Marin captured the Squirtle squad. After helping Michael and the Squirtless escape from Team Rocket, they bid farewell to Michael and Officer Jenny. Now, our heroes headed off in the direction of Vermilion City as their journey continued. Our heroes were walking through the forest, reminiscing about their journey so far. As they continued along the path, they emerged from the trees and onto the beach. Oh, the beach! Marin cheered, running onto the sand, with Chasepin chasing after her. Brock joyfully ran across the sand, while Ash smiled, noting how long it had been since they last encountered a beach. Vulpix jumped from her mother's arms and began to run around, curious about something emerging from the water. Ash spotted a small orange crab-like Pokémon approaching them. It's a Krabby, Brock said, sweat dropping as he noted its small size. Ash scanned the Pokémon with her Pokédex, which confirmed its identity. Marin looked at the Krabby, then back at the Pokédex. But like Brock said, it's kind of small. The Krabby, not pleased with their comments, approached Marin and Brock and shot bubbles at their faces, causing them to fall over. Are you okay, Marin, Brock? Chasepin asked, concerned. Zorua laughed at their predicament, while Pikachu sighed in exasperation. Marin sat up, assuring everyone she was fine, and Brock questioned why the Krabby had reacted that way. Alan pointed out that the Krabby likely didn't appreciate their remarks about its size. Ash nodded in agreement, and Vulpix chimed in with her own acknowledgement. The Krabby snapped its claws, affirming their assumption. Marin and Brock quickly apologized. Krabby then turned its attention to Ash, who instinctively took out a Pokeball and held it out. The Krabby tapped the ball with its claws and was promptly sucked inside, disappearing to Professor Oak's lab. Well. Marin sighed. Unexpected? Alan suggested. If that works, Ash mused, to which Alan agreed. Marin suddenly spotted something in the distance. Hey, look over there. It's a lighthouse, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Brock confirmed her observation, and Ash wondered if it was Bill's lighthouse. Alan recalled hearing that name from his grandfather. Let's go. Marin urged. As they approached the lighthouse, everyone was breathing except for Alan and Ash, who had stronger stamina. Marin leaned against a tall door adorned with Pokémon carvings, while Brock admired it in awe. Alan recognized a Pokémon on the door. Omanite, an extinct Pokémon, he muttered. Ash pressed the doorbell, and a male voice asked who was there. Ash explained that they were travelers seeking a place to rest for the night, and Brock requested to use the kitchen to prepare a meal. The male voice agreed, adding that he would appreciate a meal for himself as well, as his cook was on vacation. Upon entering the lighthouse, the gang was reminded of a research lab, filled with books, computers, and papers scattered everywhere. Ash asked if she could use the phone, and the male voice granted permission. She called Professor Oak, who was busy cooking. Ah, Ashley. How are you, my dear girl? Professor Oak greeted her. Ash responded that she was well and inquired about her Pokémon. Professor Oak assured her they were doing great, especially the ones she received from Damien Daisuke, who had been cruel to them. He mentioned that they were training well. That's good news, Ash smiled. Professor Oak then shared that Gary had caught 45 Pokémon, which surprised Ash. He also reminded her that if Vulpix wanted to evolve, she would need to go to the Alola region with an ice stone. Ash took out a notebook to jot down the information. After finishing the call, Ash remarked on how it seemed they always contacted Professor Oak during mealtime, prompting laughter from Pikachu and Ash. Marin looked around the room, noting the absence of the person they had been hearing. Alan agreed, mentioning that he had heard a person named Bill was supposed to live there. Just then, the male voice announced, "You're right, and I'm right here." Everyone looked up the stairs, astonished to see what appeared to be a Kabuto. Brock gasped in disbelief, recognizing it as an extinct Pokémon. Marin and Chasepin were equally surprised. Ash sensed a human presence and questioned whether it was real. Alan confirmed it wasn't, and the voice explained that he was actually a human stuck in a costume and requested someone to press a button on his chest. Alan approached and pressed the button, causing the Kabuto costume to fall away, revealing a short man with sea green hair and dark green eyes, dressed in a dark red suit. "Thank goodness. I've been stuck in that costume for hours," he said. "I'm Bill, the owner of this lighthouse." Ash recalled hearing about Bill, a specialist in Pokémon field research. Bill confirmed that he knew about them from Professor Oak, who often spoke of their adventures. "Wow, I've never seen an Alola Vulpix before in person," he said, gazing at the white Vulpix in astonishment. The Vulpix tilted her head cutely, looking back at him. Bill chuckled at how adorable she was. "Excuse me, Bill, what's the costume for?" Marin asked. "I'm a Pokémon field researcher, like Ash and Alan mentioned. I like to dress up as a Pokémon to observe them in their natural habitats without scaring them away," Bill explained. "That makes sense and is a good idea," Brock added. "Amazing," Marin said, impressed. "Thank you," Bill smiled. After dinner, which Brock prepared, a meal of bacon double cheeseburgers with side dishes of salad for everyone and Pokémon food with extra poke puff that Ash whipped up for the Pokémon, the group gathered around a screen filled with various Pokémon, listening quietly. "I've seen every Pokémon in the Kanto region, and there are 150 different species," Bill said. "Wow, you've seen that many?" Marin gasped. "That's interesting and amazing." "Indeed. It's very interesting." Bill smiled. Just then, he heard small footsteps coming up the stairs. "Oh. Looks like the little ones decided to come and see my guests." "Little ones?" Marin questioned. "Eevee." 3 Eevee appeared from the stairs, 2 brown ones and one with a dark silvery color, indicating it wasn't a shiny. "Vulpix, hello," Vulpix smiled and walked over to them. "Vulpix. Wanna play?" The 3 Eevee smiled and nodded, and they all started to play together with the other Pokémon. "Ah, more Eevee," Marin cooed. "And an odd-colored one." "Yes, it's darker than a shiny Eevee," Bill stated. "Reminds me," Ash called out her Eevee. "Eevee." Eevee tilted her head. "Over there," Ash pointed toward the group of playing Pokémon. "Eevee." Ash's Eevee yipped happily and joined in the fun. Ash scanned the evolution Pokémon, something she hadn't done during the earlier commotion. Bill was astounded. "Oh my, this is a surprise. The little ones rarely go near strangers or Pokémon they don't know," he said. "So they are shy?" Brock asked. "Very. They rarely come near me or my Pokémon, but they do eat the food I give them, including their friends," Bill explained. "Friends?" Marin questioned, noticing the lack of other Pokémon. Ash looked back at the stairs. "Maybe them," she suggested, pointing toward the stairs. Everyone turned to look, and they saw all the evolved forms of Eevee, mixed with shiny. "Whoa!" Marin exclaimed. "All of them are evolved forms of Eevee," Brock said, astonished. "And 3 of them are shiny." "Yeah, it's pretty cool how all the evolutions are together," Ash said, scanning them one by one. Bill began to share information about each evolution, explaining their unique traits and how they evolve. Ash listened intently, occasionally expressing her surprise at the new details. "So even I can learn something new," Bill said, amused by the extra information. Ash looked around. "One is missing from the group," she said, glancing at Alan. "An evolution from the Kalos region." Alan smiled at Ash. "Sylveon," he said. "Too bad. I always wanted to see one, or I might train mine into a Sylveon if that's what Eevee wants," Ash said, amused. Marin looked at Ash's Eevee, wondering what evolution she would choose. "Hey, Ashne-chan. What evolution are you going to evolve yours into?" Marin asked. Ash looked at Marin, then at the group of evolutions, and finally at her Eevee. I don't know, to be honest. They all look amazing in their forms, but that's for my EV to decide, she answered. The dark silvery EV approached Ash. Eevee. Can you help me? She asked. Ash blinked and bent down to look at the dark silvery EV. Help you with what? She questioned. Eevee. Fairy-type moves, I want to evolve into a Sylveon, Eevee replied. Oh, sure, Ash smiled, picking up the dark silvery EV. What's up? Alan asked. This EV wants to evolve into a Sylveon but doesn't know any fairy-type moves. So I'm going to teach her 2 moves, Ash explained. Bill nodded. There is a training room you can use, he pointed to a door. I don't use it much. Okay, thank you. Alan, can you watch Vulpix and Eevee for a while? Ash asked. Alan nodded. Sure, he replied. Thanks. Ash began to walk toward the door. Call me if you need anything. Vulpix and Eevee stayed out of trouble. Vulpix answered, and Eevee nodded in agreement. With Ash, her Pokémon, and Eevee, they continued working on helping Eevee learn some fairy-type moves. After an hour of dedicated training, Eevee successfully learned 2 fairy-type moves, Charm and Baby Doll Eyes. Well, that's it, Ash smiled. Congrats on string them. Pikachu. Congratulations, little one. Pikachu complimented. Eevee. The dark silver Eevee froze and began to glow, growing bigger as her body transformed. A long feeler wrapped itself around Ash's wrist. Ash looked at the feeler around her wrist. She's evolving into Sylveon. Pikachu nodded in agreement. As the glow faded, Ash and Pikachu's eyes widened in surprise. Sylveon. The newly evolved Sylveon smiled. Sylveon. But. Ash paused, scanning the newly evolved Pokémon. Ash placed her Pokédex away, still feeling the feelers wrapped around her wrist. You must have had a strong bond with me for you to evolve, she said. Sylveon, that's right, Sylveon nodded. Both Ash and Pikachu exchanged glances. We should get the others to take a look, Ash suggested, affectionately rubbing Sylveon's head. Sylveon closed her eyes with a smile, enjoying the affection. Let's go, Sylveon. We should head back now, Ash said. I want everyone to see how amazing you look. Sylveon smiled and walked beside her. After a little over an hour, they heard the doorknob turn. Ash stepped out, with something intertwining around her wrist. Oh, Ashley! Brock exclaimed. You're done. Bill looked at Ash in shock, thinking, that was fast. Ash nodded, yeah. Though. She glanced behind her. Pikachu encouraged. What's wrong, Ashne-chan? Marin asked. Well. When Eevee evolved, her color was already unique, so this Sylveon is also a unique color, Ash explained as she stepped aside to show them. Sylveon, hello, the Pokémon, known as the intertwining Pokémon, was not the typical pink or blue, she was a appealing shade of purple. Chasebin. How in Arceus's name? Chasebin questioned. Pikachu shook her head. Pikachu. Don't ask, even we don't know. Okay, Chasebin nodded. How? Marin asked. It must be Eevee's unique color to begin with, Alan theorized. It likely changed when Eevee evolved into this newly colored Sylveon. Incredible, Bill said, looking at Sylveon in awe. I've never seen anything like this. He began to take notes. The other evolutions approached their new friend and greeted her, starting a conversation. I wonder what they're talking about. Marin pondered. Ash shrugged. I don't know, she admitted, unable to hear them from where she stood. Ash and Alan began discussing the newly colored Sylveon, taking notes in case Sylveon had different traits compared to other Sylveons. Bill was showing Brock his discoveries about Pokémon, and Brock was amazed. Ash's Eevee noticed something shiny on a table in the room. She walked towards it and began to sniff, then looked up and touched a turquoise stone with an 8-pointed star inside. Eevee! Ash exclaimed as she saw her Eevee starting to evolve. Bill, Alan, Marin, and Brock, along with all the Pokémon, turned towards the glowing Pokémon. Everyone watched in amazement as Eevee evolved into something completely different. As the light faded, the newly evolved Pokémon appeared, a quadruped, mammalian creature covered in white fur with hints of light silver and gray on her chest and feet. Her eyes were a mix of light steel blue. She had long white fox-like ears with gray inside, and a pair of 3 different feathers on each side, resembling wings, white, silver, and gray. 4 large feathers that looked like tails, white, light gray, silver, and gray, completed her appearance. Brez? Breezian? What? What happened? The newly evolved Pokémon asked. Pikachu. Breezian. Pikachu echoed her name. Eevee. Ash hesitated. The Pokémon looked up and smiled at Ash. Brez Breezian Brez, she yipped. Ash concluded, Breezian. Looks like a flying type to me. How is the real question? Brock wondered. It must have been the stone on the table, Ash said. Stone? What stone? Marin asked. Bill looked at the table and found the stone. It's the Dawn Stone, he said. Dawn Stone. Ash blinked. I wonder. Breezian, did you touch the stone on this table when you were an Eevee? She pointed toward the stone. Breezian blinked and nodded. Brez. Yeah. Alan sighed. Well, we got our answer. Ashley's Eevee must have touched it, which caused her to evolve into Breezian. What else is going to happen? First, a dark silver Eevee, second, she evolved into a uniquely colored Sylveon, and now a newly discovered evolution from touching a Dawn Stone. Ash marveled at how much had happened in one night. Brock chuckled, who knows? Ash approached Breezian to gather information for Professor Oak. She noted down the details in her notebook, which she always carried. Name, Breezian. Type, flying type. Species, breeze feather Pokémon. Height, 1 meter. Weight, 20.0 kilograms. Abilities, levitate unburden, hidden. Note, evolved using a Dawn Stone. Alan looked at Ash's notes, relieved that Bill had the equipment to measure the Pokémon's height and weight. Once they finished, they discovered that Breezian could control wind currents, as she blew a gentle breath into the air, creating a small mini tornado. Ash was excited to see what her new evolution could do, but first, she needed to know what attacks Breezian knew, given her flying type classification. After 20 minutes, the excitement of the newly discovered evolution began to settle. Ash returned Breezian to her Pokeball. Suddenly, all the evolutions, including the 2 EVs, nodded and started to gather around Ash, surrounding her. Ash blinked in surprise. Yes. Pikachu. Pikachu jumped down and spoke to Sylveon, who replied back. Pika. Sylveon moved her feelers, grabbing a Pokeball from Ash's pocket and nodding towards it, then to the rest of the evolutions. You don't think? Marin began. If it's Ashne-chan, I'm not really surprised. They all want to go with you, Ash, Brock said. Is it alright? Ash asked. Bill nodded. It's alright. This Pokémon was already here when I arrived at the lighthouse, he answered. Go ahead, Alan said. Ash nodded and took out 7 more Pokeball. Each evolution and Eevee touched the Pokeball and was teleported to Professor Oak's lab. Nice, Marin grinned. Catching all evolutions in one day. Spin. Chespy smiled. Pika Pikachu, Pikachu gave a peace sign. Vulpix smiled and jumped into her mother's arms. That reminds me. I have something to show you all, Bill started. It's about time too. Time? Brock questioned. I have a secret to tell you all, Bill said. What is it? Marin asked. Chespin. Chesby tilted his head. Follow me, Bill said, and he started to walk. The gang followed Bill in silence. They continued until they reached the top of the lighthouse, which was dark and foggy. There is one Pokémon I'm anxious to meet. I don't know what it is, but it's alone, Bill said. Doesn't it have any friends or family? Ash asked. Bill shook his head. No, it has been alone at sea for a long time. It's a one-of-a-kind Pokémon. Alan raised an eyebrow. You sure? It could be an undiscovered Pokémon or just look different from other species, like in their color and size. Ash nodded. That's true. Lucario and his sister both have different eye colors from their species. My Pidgeot is twice the size of an ordinary Pidgeot, and now counting my Sylveon because of her color, she explained. Bill and Brock looked at them in surprise, then smiled. That's true, Brock said. Bill took out a device from the lighthouse. What's that? Marin pointed at the gadget. This is a device I use to record Pokémon sounds, Bill explained. He pressed a button, and the device began to play a roaring melody. I heard this from the Pokémon 9 days ago. It said, I want to be your friend and I want to meet you. I played the melody back to it, saying, I want to meet you too, and I also want to be your friend. Last night, it replied, saying, let's be friends. Do you think it will come tonight? Brock asked. Bill shook his head. I don't know, but I would be happy if it does. What are you going to do when it comes? Marin asked. Just meeting it and studying it is enough for me, Bill smiled. I also want to be friends with it forever after. The gang smiled. A roar echoed from the distance of the sea. It's the Pokémon. Bill smiled happily. It's here. A giant silhouette of a mysterious Pokémon appeared, walking towards the lighthouse, starting to roar softly. Cheese. That's. Chesby began. One, Marin added. Pikachu. Enormous. Pikachu chimed in. Vulpix Vul, Pokémon, yep, Vulpix finished. The gang and Bill turned to look towards the ocean, where the fog was thicker. Bill played the roaring melody from his device again to communicate with the mysterious Pokémon. The Pokémon roared in response to the device's sound. It continued to walk until it reached the lighthouse. I might as well try, Ash thought, pulling out her Pokénav Plus and pointing it towards the giant silhouette. A familiar dragon silhouette appeared on the screen. Ash, check this out, she said, pulling Alan's jacket. Alan looked closely. This is. The image became clearer, showing the color of the Pokémon. Pokémon identified, Dragonite, the dragon Pokémon. Type, dragon, the female mechanical voice announced. So, it was a Dragonite, Alan said. Ash put away her Pokénav Plus and pulled out her Pokédex, scanning the giant Dragonite. Dragonite, the dragon Pokémon. This extremely rare and highly intelligent type is able to fly faster than any known Pokémon. Note, this Dragonite is known as a giant Pokémon. Both kids looked at the giant Pokémon in awe. A giant Pokémon. So cool, they exclaimed. The Pokémon identified as Dragonite showed itself to the group and lowered its head towards Bill. I see, so you are a Dragonite, Bill said, rubbing its head. Let's be friends forever. Dragonite roared in response, happiness radiating from its loud roar. The gang was happy for Bill to finally meet the giant Pokémon. The next day, in the early morning, Bill and Dragonite were saying their goodbyes to the gang. Thanks for letting us spend the night here, Bill. We appreciate it very much, Brock said. It was no trouble at all. Besides, I cannot thank you all enough for being here with me last night when I finally met Dragonite, Bill smiled. Dragonite cooed in response, happy to meet its new friend. It's fine, Alan said. We're glad to help, Ash added. Yeah, hope you and Marin started. Dragonite's friendship lasts forever, she finished. That's right, Brock agreed. Vermilion City is not far from here, Bill pointed down the path. Take care of your new evolution, Ash, with Breezian. Of course, Ash replied. We better get going then. It's a pleasure to meet you, Bill and Dragonite, Alan said. The gang began walking away, waving goodbye. Bill and Dragonite waved goodbye, knowing one day they would meet their new friends again. And so, with the mysterious Pokémon that wanted friends and Ash getting new Pokémon of her own, our heroes were finally on their way to Vermilion City, where Ash would earn her next gym badge. Thank you for the support. I appreciate every view. Good night, morning, evening. I will post more tomorrow and in the coming days, so stay tuned. I might also create another part of this story once this one concludes. For fans of Naruto and Haikyuu, check out my other works, there's plenty to enjoy. See you soon. After 2 weeks of traveling and training, the heroes finally arrived at Vermilion City, where Ash would earn her next gym badge. The gang looked at the sign in front of them that read, Vermilion City. Wahoo! After 2 weeks of traveling, we finally made it. Marin cheered, raising both hands in the air. At least our Pokémon were able to train well during those days, Ash said. Her Pokémon, Chimchar, had evolved into Monferno, and Gothita had evolved into Gothorita. Vulpix. Vulpix nuzzled against her mother's leg. Professor Oak had also called them, excitedly studying all the evolutions, particularly fascinated by Sylveon's unique coloring. He expressed disappointment that he couldn't study Ash's Breezian yet, but hoped for the future. I guess, Marin said, noting that her Oddish had evolved into Gloom. Alan smiled slightly, having seen his Bagon evolve into Shelgon. Haha, Brock chuckled weakly. Let's get going to the Pokémon Center. The rest of the gang nodded in agreement. The gang arrived at the Pokémon Center. After handing their Pokémon to Nurse Joy, they decided to split up. Ash, Alan, and Brock headed to the Pokemart to stock up on supplies while Marin stayed inside the Pokémon Center. Later, they gathered in the cafeteria, enjoying lunch and discussing the Vermilion Gym. So, have you decided on what Pokémon to use yet? Brock asked. Ash nodded. Yeah, but I want to check something first. Brock raised an eyebrow, curious about her plans, but was interrupted by a panicked voice. Help! Please help! A young boy shouted as he rushed into the Pokémon Center, carrying an injured Rattata. Nurse Joy, my Rattata needs help, he cried. Nurse Joy rushed over, looking worried. Oh no, not another one. Chansey, bring the stretcher immediately. Chansey. Chansey hurried over with the stretcher, which the trainer quickly placed his Rattata onto. Chansey rushed the Rattata into the emergency room. This is the 15th Pokémon this month, Nurse Joy sighed, and they are all from Vermilion Gym. She headed towards the operating room. The gang exchanged surprised glances. What? Marin gasped. 15 Pokémon defeated already? Just this month. I wonder how many Pokémon have been critically injured from battles at Vermilion Gym, Brock pondered. They looked at the other injured Pokémon in the center, Oddish, Sandshrew, Caterpie, Butterfree, Pidgey, and another Rattata that had just been brought in. I don't mean to be rude, but why use a flying type against an electric type gym? Ash wondered aloud. I don't think the person did their research, Alan replied. Marin agreed. Brock thought to himself that Ash's flying type could handle the electric attacks. I wonder. Ash said, deep in thought. What's up, Ashne-chan? Marin asked. Ash shook her head. I'm going to ask the trainers who battled against Lieutenant Surge. She walked towards the trainers whose Pokémon were in the Pokémon Center. As Ash had planned, she asked the trainers about their battles against the Vermilion Gym leader, Lieutenant Surge. Well, Lieutenant Surge is very strong, Rattata's trainer began. Pidgey's trainer nodded in agreement. Yeah, and his Raichu is no joke. So you're up against a Raichu, huh? Brock said. Ash nodded. Yeah. What attacks did Raichu use, she asked. Well, it used Thunderbolt, Body Slam, Mega Kick, and Mega Punch, Sandshore's trainer answered. Huh, Marin blinked. Alan raised an eyebrow. Didn't it use any speed attacks like Quick Attack or Agility, he asked. Odisha's trainer shook her head. No, not once. Odd, Marin commented. Ash nodded, thanking the trainers for their help. As the gang picked up their Pokémon from Nurse Joy, they exited the Pokémon Center. Could be. Ash looked at Pikachu. Hey, Pikachu, up for another gym battle, she asked her partner. Pikachu's ears twitched. Pikapi, she nodded. Good, Raichu is your next opponent, and if my theory is correct, Raichu is going down, Ash smirked confidently. Brock gulped. I don't know if I feel sorry for Raichu or not, he said. Alan shook his head. Ash found a major flaw with Lieutenant Surge's Raichu, and it's its weakness, he explained. Marin looked at her brother, surprised. Seriously, she asked, then turned to Ash. You really did? Yeah, I did. You'll have to watch to find out, Ash replied cheerfully. They continued walking until they reached a tall building adorned with large yellow lightning bolts. Ash opened the doors. I'm here for a gym battle, she announced, handing Vulpix over to Alan for safekeeping. It was dark inside until a voice cut through the silence. Ah, more victims for the Pokémon Center, a female voice said. Two figures emerged, a man and a woman, both resembling army soldiers. Follow us, they instructed. The gang followed them to the battlefield. This is where you'll battle our gym leader, the woman announced. Lieutenant Surge, sir. A trainer wishes to battle you, sir, the man shouted, mimicking a soldier. Another one, huh? A rough male voice responded. The lights turned on, revealing a tall, muscular man with spiky hair, looking every bit the army leader, with a Raichu beside him. Ash scanned Raichu, noting its impressive stats. Marin and Brock winced at the voltage it could generate. Ouch. So, who's my opponent this time? Lieutenant Surge asked with a smirk. Ash raised her hand. Yo, me, she replied casually, showing no fear. Lieutenant Surge looked Ash and Pikachu over, smirking. So, I'm battling against two babies, he said confidently. The gang gasped in surprise. Ash felt a tick mark appear on her forehead. Oi! Who are you calling babies? She exclaimed, annoyed. Simple, Lieutenant Surge said, pointing at them. You too. A little girl with an unevolved Pikachu. Both trainer and Pokémon twitched, glaring at him in annoyance. Vulpix also glared, not appreciating the insult directed at her family. You know what? I evolved my Pikachu into Raichu as soon as I caught him, Lieutenant Surge stated. Alan's eyes widened slightly as he processed this information. Ash smiled a confident smile, and the gang could sense the determination radiating from her. Surge and his group couldn't tell what was happening. You know what, you're annoying me like someone I dislike, Ash said with a smile, her tone revealing her irritation. Brock and Marin gasped, surprised by Ash's words. Alan found it entertaining, it was rare to see Ash get under someone's skin. Pika, Pikapi Pika Pikachu Pika, Pikachu chimed in, jumping to the ground beside her trainer. She's right, you're annoying me with that smug smile. Lieutenant Surge's Raichu glared at Pikachu, sparks flying from its cheeks. Rai, it said, clearly irritated. Cheese chase spin, Chespy remarked, sweat dropping in response to the tension. Lieutenant Surge twitched and challenged, oh, what are you going to do about it, little girl? Easy. Has anyone told you to never underestimate anyone or any Pokémon by their appearance? Ash replied, her smile turning into a smirk. Let's battle and then we'll see who's the baby after this. Pikachu, let's go. Pikachu exclaimed, ready for action. Lieutenant Surge laughed heartily, wahahaha. You're a brave one. I haven't had a good laugh in a while. You're on, kid. Raichu smirked, Raichu. Bring it on, little girl. Both trainers readied themselves for battle, standing opposite each other while their friends watched from behind Ash. This will be a one-on-one gym battle between Lieutenant Surge, the Vermilion City gym leader, and Ash Ketchum from Pallet Town. The first to defeat their opponent's Pokémon wins, the announcer declared. Are you ready? Ash and Lieutenant Surge nodded in unison. Yeah. Let the match begin, the announcer shouted. Pikachu, let's go. Ash called. Pika. Pikachu responded, entering the battlefield with enthusiasm. Lieutenant Surge commanded, Raichu, front and center. Rai. Raichu sparked its cheeks, ready to battle. Let's get this battle over with. Raichu, Thunderbolt. Lieutenant Surge shouted. Raichu. Raichu unleashed a bolt of electricity towards Pikachu. Quick attack. Ash countered. Pika. Pikachu dodged the thunderbolt and tackled Raichu. Rai. Raichu cried out in pain from the impact. Raichu. Use thunderbolt again. Lieutenant Surge commanded. Pikachu dodged once more with quick attack. Use mega kick. Raichu leaped, aiming to kick Pikachu. Pikachu jumped aside, grinning cheekily. Pikachu. You missed. Mega punch and then body slam. Lieutenant Surge ordered. Ash smiled, it's time. Go, Pikachu. Pikachu Pikapi. Leave it to me. Pikachu began to evade the attacks. Vulpix tilted her head in confusion. Vul. I don't get it. Why is Ash having Pikachu dodge instead of fighting back? Marin asked, puzzled. That's the idea, Alan replied. Idea? Marin questioned, frowning. Just watch, Alan said. As the battle continued, Pikachu expertly dodged Raichu's attacks, leaving Raichu sweating and exhausted. Pikachu Pika. Tired already? Pikachu teased. How can that be? Lieutenant Surge shouted in disbelief. It's simple. You evolved your Raichu too fast, Ash explained. Raichu can only learn speed attacks when it's still a Pikachu. That's why your Raichu is so slow, you evolved it before teaching it speed attacks like quick attack and agility. Brock gasped in realization. That's why. Incredible. Wow. So Raichu's weakness is speed? Marin asked, still confused. Correct. Raichu is slow, and that's his weakness in movement, Alan clarified. The announcer and the spectators were silent, surprised that Raichu's problem was speed. Ha 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 ha. You're quite the trainer. I've met trainers like you, but this ends now, Lieutenant Surge smirked. Don't think you can win. Bring it. Ash challenged, Pikachu standing ready. Raichu. Thunderbolt, full power. Lieutenant Surge shouted. Raichu took a deep breath, rrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr Ash shouted. Pikachu raised her tail into the air as the thunderbolt struck it, creating a massive explosion. It's over. Lieutenant Surge smirked. I wonder about that, Ash replied confidently. As the smoke cleared, Pikachu stood unharmed, much to Lieutenant Surge's shock. How? He exclaimed. Impossible, the spectators gasped in disbelief. No Pokémon should be able to withstand that powerful thunderbolt attack, the announcer stated, astonished. Pikachu Pikapi. Thanks for the recharge, Pikachu said, shaking off the electricity. Raichu, on the other hand, was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. How can it be? Lieutenant Surge shouted. It's easy. Pikachu has the ability Lightning Rod, just like your Raichu, Ash explained. Ah, the spectators gasped. Raichu, Thunderbolt again. Lieutenant Surge commanded, sweat beading on his forehead. Raichu. Raichu's cheeks sparked, but nothing happened. What's wrong, Raichu? I said use Thunderbolt. Lieutenant Surge yelled. Raichu tried again, but again nothing happened, leaving them both confused. Ash smiled, crossing her arms. That won't happen. You told your Raichu to use Thunderbolt at full power, which he did, so no matter how many times you tell him to use Thunderbolt or other electric attacks, nothing will come out because he used it all. Lieutenant Surge and Raichu gasped, realizing they hadn't expected this. Pikachu, agility then Iron Tail. Ash ordered. Pika. Pikachu vanished and reappeared in front of Raichu, slamming her metallic tail into his stomach. Rai. Raichu cried out, sliding backward, breathing heavily. Vulpix looked at the field. Vulpix. Destroyed, she said. Cheese. Yeah, Chespy nodded. Marin looked at Raichu, who was clearly exhausted. How come Raichu looks tired, she asked. It's like Ash said, Lieutenant Surge evolved his Pikachu into a Raichu too early and didn't train him to use speedy attacks or build endurance when he was still in his second evolution stage, which is why he's already exhausted, Olan explained. He's also out of shape, not to mention this might be the first time Raichu has fought this long when he's used to one-hit elimination attacks, Brock added. So he's tired out already, Marin concluded. Surge didn't train it properly, Marin asked, wanting to confirm her understanding. That's a possibility, Brock replied. Okay, Marin nodded. End this with a thunderbolt, Ash instructed. Raichu, get out of here. Lieutenant Surge shouted frantically. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed a low-power thunderbolt at the exhausted Raichu. Raichu, too tired to dodge, was hit and cried out before fainting. Raichu's unable to battle. Pikachu wins, the announcer declared. Yada. Ash cheered. Pika Pikapi. Pikachu celebrated alongside her. Woohoo! Marin exclaimed, jumping up and down. Ash Nachon won. Alright. Marin waved her arms in the air, and the Pokémon cheered happily. The group approached Ash, who picked up Pikachu, while Vulpix jumped into Marin's arms, congratulating her on the victory. Raichu. Are you okay? Lieutenant Surge asked, concern in his voice. Raichu opened his eyes and nodded, just tired, he said softly. Lieutenant Surge chuckled heartily and walked towards the group. Congratulations, Ashley. You gave me a wonderful battle, I haven't had one in a while. He extended his hand towards Ash. Ash laughed and shook his hand. You're welcome, and I enjoyed the battle too, just without the baby insults. Well, trainers need to be brave from time to time, Lieutenant Surge replied. The kid's sweat dropped, thinking he made that up just now. I guess, Ash said, also feeling a bit awkward. Lieutenant Surge took something from his pocket and handed it to Ash. Opening his hand revealed a yellow and orange, 8-pointed star-shaped badge. This is the Thunder Badge. You deserve this. Ash smiled and accepted the badge. Thanks a lot. Alright, we got the Thunder Badge. She posed proudly. Pikachu. Badge 3. Pikachu gave a peace sign. Vulpix. Vulpix cheered. Everyone clapped for them. As the group remained in Vermilion City, they visited the Vermilion Harbor, admiring the ships. Wow, Marin said, spotting a huge white ship. Hey, check that out. The gang turned to look at the impressive vessel. That's the Saint Anne, it's the largest ship in Kanto, Brock read from a book. Wow, it would be nice to travel on that, Marin remarked. It would, but we don't have the money for it, Ash replied. A ship that famous is quite expensive, you know, Alan added. Marin dropped her head in defeat, knowing her older sibling was right. Let's move on, Brock suggested. As they walked away, party poppers went off in front of them. Congratulations, 2 voices cheered. You guys are so lucky, you get to go on a super delicious sea cruise. A sea cruise, the gang blinked, confused. Pika. Pikachu looked puzzled. One girl with dark orange hair appeared in front of them. Well, you know, we have these incredible super cool tickets for you. She held out a green ticket. Cool, the girl with short gold hair exclaimed. These tickets are for the biggest party ever on the Saint Anne cruise liner, the dark orange-haired girl continued. The famous Saint Anne? Brock questioned. Cool, the gold-haired girl repeated. The coolest ship on the sea, the dark orange-haired girl added. Oh. Marin mouthed, intrigued. Everyone is going to be there, and it's going to be the coolest party. And the party is for Pokémon trainers only. Cool. Step this way, the dark orange-haired girl instructed. Hee, the gold-haired girl giggled. It would be a rattle party, all the Pokémon trainers would be there. Okay. Ash said, feeling unsure. Here are your tickets, the dark orange-haired girl said, holding them out to Ash. It would be nice, but we don't have the money, Brock stated. Oh, you don't understand, they're totally free. Huh, the gang questioned, surprised. They're totally free, the dark orange-haired girl repeated slowly. Why exactly are they free? Alan asked. You see, anyone who is a Pokémon trainer is really cool, so we decided to give them to you since you're Pokémon trainers. Cool. Here, just take them. The girl placed the tickets in Ash's hand. Bye. Both girls dashed away in an instant. Well, let's use them, they gave them to us. It would be a waste not to, Ash suggested to the gang. Yeah, they agreed. But still. Ash glanced in the direction the girls had run off, thinking something felt off about them. Pikachu patted her head. Pikapi. You okay? Alan looked back. Ashley? Ash shook her head. Nothing. The gang made their way to the harbor and soon found the Saint Anne. Wow, I can't wait to see what kind of events are aboard, Ash grinned excitedly. I know, what Pokémon and food. Marin added happily. Okay, Brock laughed. The gang walked aboard the Saint Anne cruise ship. Unbeknownst to the gang, the ship was a trap set by Team Rocket, and the two ladies were actually Jessie and James in disguise. They quickly removed their disguises. Who would have thought that would be so easy? Jessie said. And who would have thought I would make a pretty woman? James joked. Quiet, you two, Meowth interjected. The boss wants to talk to us. A screen appeared, showing the boss of Team Rocket, a middle-aged man in an orange suit. His face was obscured, but his longing to capture powerful Pokémon and control the world was clear. Is everything ready? The boss of Team Rocket asked. Yes, sir. Jessie answered. We have hundreds of Pokémon trainers aboard the Saint Anne. Excellent, the boss replied. My men have gone aboard, and when the time is right, we will capture all of those trainers' Pokémon. The screen went dark. Time to get to work, Meowth said. Jessie and James nodded in agreement. Amazing, this ship is really packed, Marin remarked. You're right, it's like a Pokémon paradise, Brock added. Inside the ship, trainers and Pokémon filled the space, with booths offering food, accessories, clothes, games, and even Pokémon battles happening. Ash observed the battles and noticed many Pokémon not from Kanto. This must be an international ship because I'm seeing lots of Pokémon from other regions, she noted. You're right, Alan agreed. How about we look around and meet back in an hour at one table for some food? Brock suggested. Sounds like a great idea, Ash replied. You behave, Marin, Alan added. Marin pouted. I will. Let's split up, Ash said. We'll see you in an hour, Brock, Alan said. Brock nodded. Okay. Welcome. Welcome. To Pokémon Balloon Darts, the man announced. Try your luck at getting a flying-type Pokémon to take care of. The balloons were arranged in various colors, green, red, blue, purple, gray, and black. Marin looked intrigued and asked, Excuse me, how do you play this? The man smiled and explained, It's quite easy. All you have to do is hit all 5 balloons of the same color. You have 3 tries. If you hit all 5, you get a random flying type Pokémon. If you hit 4, you get a flying type Pokémon egg, and anything below that earns you a prize. He pointed to a display case filled with Pokémon keychains, necklaces, bracelets, and sweatbands. Marin examined the colorful balloons and remarked, "Wow, it sounds easy but looks difficult." "I see. I'd like to try," Marin said confidently. "Of course," the man replied, handing her 8 darts. "Good luck." Marin focused on the balloons and threw her first dart, popping a blue balloon with a satisfying pop. She threw another and hit another blue balloon, followed by a third. The store man whistled in surprise, "Wow, kid, not bad." Marin threw another dart, but this time it missed. "Oh man. No worries, kid. You have 4 more tries," the store man assured her. Marin aimed at another blue balloon and threw it, hitting it with another pop. "Yes," she cheered. With 1 dart left, she threw it and hit the last blue balloon. "All right," she exclaimed, pumping her fist in the air. "Yada! I did it." The store man clapped, impressed. He retrieved a Pokeball from a hidden display and handed it to Marin. "Well, here you go. An unknown flying-type Pokémon. Hope you like it, kid." Marin smiled as she took the Pokeball. "Thank you, sir." Chase bin. Chesby chimed happily. Marin placed her new Pokémon safely away and ran off to explore the next game. Scene break. Meanwhile, Ash and Alan were browsing the stores, looking for something interesting. Ash, feeling bored, approached a ticket booth and tried her luck at a scratch ticket game, hoping to win a set of EV Evolution toys. To her surprise, she won on her first try. Alan chuckled, "You're that bored?" "Yes. We've been walking around for 10 minutes. Isn't there anything interesting?" Ash replied, placing the toys into her bag. Suddenly, a snotty voice called out, "Hey! You two." Ash and Alan turned to see a girl and a boy around 10 years old. The girl had long yellow hair and brown eyes, wearing a blue dress, while the boy had short spiky blue hair and black eyes, dressed in a plain blue shirt and black shorts. "Yes." Ash responded. "Up for a battle?" the boy asked. "A tag battle?" Alan raised an eyebrow. "Sure." "Okay," the girl smiled at him, but Ash and Alan exchanged uneasy glances. As the 4 trainers moved to a designated field on the cruise, Ash asked, "So, before we start, who are you two exactly?" The girl replied arrogantly, "Name's Angel, remember it." She tossed a Pokeball into the air. "Come on out, Nidoqueen." "Ethan," the boy said, tossing his Pokeball as well. "Nidoking, let's beat them." "Nido," both Pokémon cried out, ready to battle. Alan scanned both Pokémon with his Pokédex. Nidoqueen, the drill Pokémon. Nidoqueen has thick skin covering its entire body, protecting it from whatever techniques are used against it. Nidoking, the drill Pokémon. Nidoking swings its large tail about to create distance, then charges in with the full force of its body behind it. Ash facepalmed, muttering to herself, "I definitely have a magnet to attract arrogant trainers." Alan chuckled. "Let's go. Electabuzz, go." He released his electric Pokémon. "Electabuzz," it shouted, ready for battle. Ash pouted and took out a Pokeball. "No funny business, Alan. Show them your strength, Galade." She tossed the Pokeball into the air, and her blade Pokémon emerged. "Galade," it said, readying its arms in a fighting stance. "Wait." Angel interrupted, holding her hand out and smirking. "How about a bet?" "A bet?" Ash questioned, feeling uneasy. Ethan grinned. "Yes, if we win." "You'll go out with us," Angel finished, wearing a smug expression. Ash and Alan exchanged incredulous looks. "You're kidding," they both said in disbelief. Pikachu facepalmed. "Pikachu. Unbelievable." "No, we're not," Ethan insisted, looking at Ash. "So do we have a deal?" Ash cringed at the boy's expression. Part of her wanted to punch him, while another part just wanted to win the battle. She was only 10 years old, after all. Alan felt uncomfortable too, as Angel kept looking at him in a way that made him uneasy. They both wanted to hit their heads against a wall but held back. The oldest Sycamore glanced at Ash. "Any ideas?" "Yes." "Take them down quickly," Ash replied bluntly. "They're annoying me with that look." Alan smirked. "True. We accept." "Great, let's start." "Nidoqueen, use Body Slam." Angel ordered. "Nidoking, use Poison Sting." Ethan commanded. Nidoqueen ran and jumped into the air, while Nidoking released thin purple needles towards the electric and blade Pokémon. "Electabuzz, use Protect," Alan instructed. Electabuzz stood in front of Vincent and created a green orb, shielding them from the poisonous needles. "Gallade, use Agility and then Psycho Cut on Nidoqueen." Ash commanded. Gallade stepped to the side and vanished, only to reappear behind the female drill Pokémon, delivering a swift cut. "Nido." Nidoqueen cried out in pain and fell to the ground with a loud crash. "Next." Gallade immediately jumped towards Nidoking and struck his back, causing the male drill Pokémon to collapse. "Nido." Nidoking cried out in distress. Both Angel and Ethan gasped, "No, Nidoqueen." "Nidoking," they exclaimed. "Electabuzz, use Ice Punch on Nidoking," Alan said. Electabuzz charged forward, his fist coated in icy blue energy, and punched the male drill Pokémon in the stomach. "Gallade, Psyshock on Nidoqueen," Ash instructed. Gallade released a multicolored beam that hit the female drill Pokémon directly. Both drill Pokémon cried out in pain, unable to withstand any more attacks, and collapsed onto the ground with a thud. "Oh," Ash said, surprised. "Did we overdo it?" she asked her partner. Alan looked at her, "To be honest, no. Our lives were at risk," he replied. Pikachu nodded in agreement, "Pika." "True. I am impossible." Angel screeched. Ash covered her ears, along with Pikachu, while Alan looked at them with a bored expression. "They took out both our Pokémon with 2 direct attacks," Ethan murmured in disbelief. Both Ketchum and Sycamore thanked their Pokémon before returning them. "We win." "So no date," Ash stated. "Also, we're leaving." She grabbed Alan's hand and dragged him off towards a game booth, needing to release some steam. Angel and Ethan remained silent. Pikachu. They're lost in thought. Pikachu observed. "Can't blame them," Ash said. Alan said nothing, relieved that it was over and they were leaving. Meanwhile, Brock was browsing Pokémon breeder products and supplies. He found some great items, including a Pokémon first aid kit and a complete set of Pokémon grooming brushes. Brock spotted a booth that involved answering breeder questions, with an incredible prize, a portable rejuvenator machine. This device, used by Nurse Joy, restores a Pokémon's energy and cures status conditions, though it cannot fix serious physical injuries. Brock entered the contest and won, answering questions about his experience as a breeder. He glanced at the time and decided to search a bit more before meeting up with the others. Back with Ash and Alan, they were not enjoying their time. Their Pokémon battles mostly revolved around being asked out on dates. Ash cursed the creativity in her head, which she had learned from who knows where. She used Pikachu for an OMK, one-move knockout, attack, wishing she could use Charizard, but Charizard was at Professor Oak's lab training with her other Pokémon. Last time, our heroes were aboard the Saint Anne, which turned out to be a trap set up by Team Rocket. However, with the help of all the Pokémon trainers on board, they managed to make a comeback and take down the Team Rocket grunts. Gaining new Pokémon, the gang continued their journey. As they made their way toward Ash's third gym battle, they stumbled upon an appealing tropical beach area known as Porta Vista. Marin was in awe of the view, exclaiming happily, "Wow, look at that. It's the beach." Brock commented that it had been a while since they had seen such lovely beaches, and Alan smiled in agreement. "Let's go," Ash said, prompting Marin to cheer in excitement. Upon arriving, Brock and Marin quickly changed into their swimsuits and jumped into the ocean, splashing and playing together. Brock wore blue swimming trunks, while Marin sported a dark green one-piece swimsuit with leaf patterns. Alan emerged in dark blue swimming trunks with light blue outlines, paired with a zipped-up dark blue hoodie. Ash felt a mix of discomfort and comfort in her outfit. Alan glanced at Ash for a moment, thinking to himself how appealing she was becoming, but quickly scolded himself for his thoughts. Meanwhile, Ash was struggling with her own feelings about Alan, trying to maintain control over her emotions. "The water feels great." Marin grinned, floating lazily on a donut-shaped float. Chesby stayed on shore, playing around and watching his trainers. Ash decided it was a good time to train her Milotic and Gyarados, and Alan joined her, wanting to train his Magikarp. They asked Brock to look after Alan's sister, and he agreed without hesitation. After 2 hours of training, both Milotic and Gyarados evolved into their final forms. Ash's Milotic had a unique appearance, with a white body, red eyes, and long silvery white fins. Gyarados also had a distinctive look, with an aqua blue body and white spots. Alan's shiny Magikarp evolved into a shiny Gyarados. "Congratulations, you two," Ash said with a smile, putting her Pokédex away. Both Pokémon expressed their happiness at their evolutions, and Ash and Alan returned them to their Pokeballs before heading back to join the others. Suddenly, a high-pitched voice called out, "Well, hello, handsome." Alan froze, recognizing the voice as that of a girl around Brock's age, with long dark pink wavy hair and blue eyes, wearing a red bikini. "I'm Bella. How about you and I go on a date?" she asked, clinging to his arm and batting her eyelashes. Ash narrowed her eyes at the girl. "Sorry, I'm not interested," Alan replied firmly. Bella was taken aback, unable to believe that someone had rejected her. "Why not?" she asked, still clinging to him. "Like I said, I'm not interested. Besides, I'm with someone," Alan stated, glancing at Ash. A blush crept onto Ash's face as she realized she was the one Alan was referring to. Bella persisted, "How about you dump that little girl and come to a real woman like me?" Alan looked at her incredulously. "I have no interest in someone who is so persistent and annoying. Can you please let go of my arm?" Bella was outraged, demanding an apology. Ash interjected, "You came out of nowhere and started clinging to him. He doesn't even know you. Stay out of this." Bella snapped. "I'm just stating the truth," Ash replied coolly. "You should respect personal space." Alan decided to clarify, "I'm 14. Bella's shock was evident, she had assumed he was older. Ash, having had enough, glared at Bella. "Get lost. Alan doesn't have time for someone who throws herself at him. He has enough to deal with." Bella glared back but eventually huffed and walked away. Alan sighed, running a hand through his hair, wondering why these situations always seem to find him. Ash rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Great. We just can't catch a break from this craziness." "Let's go," Alan said, taking Ash's hand as they walked away together. As they approached Brock and Marin, they spotted them with a damaged speedboat. What did they do, was the thought that crossed Alan's mind. "We're so in trouble." Marin groaned, panicking internally. "You're right about that," Ash said as she walked up behind them. The two gulped nervously as they turned around, startled to see Ash and Alan. "Big brother," they exclaimed. Alan raised an eyebrow, looking at the boat. "What exactly happened to that boat?" he asked. They explained that they had been curious about the boat and accidentally hit the start button, causing it to take off and startle them. Brock managed to take control of the boat, but it unexpectedly crashed into something unseen, causing damage. Ash and Alan sighed in dismay. My boat, an old man's voice shouted from behind them. They turned to see an elderly man in a Hawaiian shirt and straw hat rushing over to inspect his boat. Oh no! Just look at that. It has a dent, the old man lamented, scrutinizing the damage. Excuse me, sir, is this your boat? Ash asked, pointing. Of course it's my boat. And I don't remember giving anyone permission to ride on it, he exclaimed unhappily. Ash nodded, understanding the man's frustration. She turned to Brock and Marin, who both gulped nervously. We're sorry, they said, bowing to the old man. Alan stepped forward. I'm sorry for the trouble, Mr. Mo, the old man replied. Mr. Mo, perhaps we could work for you to pay you back for the boat. Would that be okay? Ash suggested. Mo was taken aback by their politeness but nodded. That sounds reasonable. I know just the job for all of you. The group exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what kind of job Mo had in mind. Scene break. Mo led them to his restaurant, which was completely empty. You see, a woman named Brutella is always stealing my customers away. If this continues, I might have to shut down, he explained sadly. The gang understood and decided to help Mo by using their Pokémon. Ash asked Pikachu and Squirtle to hand out advertising flyers while the rest of the Pokémon assisted with waitressing. Within minutes, customers began to arrive, drawn in by the Pokémon and the charm of Ash and Alan. The boys admired Ash's confidence, while Marin's humor delighted everyone. Marin helped serve drinks alongside Tora and Usagi, while girls fawned over Alan's personality. Brock's gentlemanly demeanor also caught attention. Chadit entertained customers by repeating greetings, and Mo smiled happily as he cooked noodles, grateful for the extra help. Hi, Ash, a familiar voice called out. Ash turned to see Misty, the Cerulean gym leader. Misty. It's been a while. Ash greeted her warmly. Misty smiled back. Yeah. I'm on a little vacation thanks to my sisters, she explained, taking a drink from Alan. That's great. I heard the Cerulean gym is thriving since you returned, Ash said. It is, Misty confirmed. As the gang continued to work, a sneaky little creature disrupted everything, causing customers to leave Mo's restaurant for Bratella's, leaving the old man disheartened. Misty frowned, sensing something was off. Those weren't just accidents, she said. You're right, Brock agreed. Well, an old woman's voice interrupted. Brutella. Mo exclaimed. Team Rocket. Marin added. The gang grimaced at Bratella's childish appearance, with her pigtails and bright pink dress. You won't need a reservation to get into this restaurant anymore, Brutella taunted, looking around. If things keep up like this, you'll be out of business, Mo. Mo stood up, angered. What do you care? I wouldn't care if this place went under. But you better figure out how to pay me back for the money you owe me, and fast, Brutella replied dismissively. Mo gritted his teeth. You'll get your money. I want it tomorrow. If you don't pay me back every penny, I'll take that boat of yours instead, she threatened before turning to leave. Mo was shocked. No, please. Take anything you want but not that boat, he pleaded. The gang could see how much the boat meant to Mo. Alan, needing to vent his frustration, interrupted Brutella. For someone who looks like a sad excuse for a woman, you have an incredibly annoying voice. And honestly, wearing pigtails at your age? Aren't you embarrassed? He glared at her. Misty and Ash stifled laughs, while the others joined in, finding Brutella's style amusingly outdated. I suggest you go back to whatever hole you crawled out of, Alan added, narrowing his eyes. Brutella flinched but ignored his insults. Humph, she huffed, walking away with Team Rocket in tow. Mo stared at Alan, impressed. Incredible. Alan shrugged. I was at my limit. She deserved it. Wow, now that's an amazing comeback, young man, a woman's voice chimed in, making Ash smile. Standing at the entrance was Cynthia, Ash's aunt. Aunt! Ash exclaimed, rushing to hug her. It's so nice to see you. How's your journey been? Are you having fun? Cynthia asked. Yep. I'm having so much fun. Ash replied enthusiastically. Aunt, I thought you were busy with work. Ash asked, puzzled. Cynthia giggled. Everyone insisted I take a break, and Lance called to say you'd be here in Porta Vista, so it was the perfect time to relax. Ash nodded, realizing Uncle Lance would know their whereabouts. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Does that mean he knows about the Saint and incident? Oh no. Don't forget about me, a male voice called out. It was Professor Oak. Professor Oak. Ash and Alan greeted in unison. Chapter end. The heroes arrived at Hutberport, eagerly waiting for a ferry to take them to the mainland. However, an unexpected visitor brought a warning to the group. Brock groaned, wondering when the next boat would arrive. Ash informed him that it usually took a while, so they might be waiting for some time. Marin encouraged them to stay calm, noting they had only been there for a few minutes. Brock, however, felt that was already too long. As they waited, Alan gazed out at the ocean and noticed a construction building on the water. Pikachu's ears perked up as it spotted something in the water. Pikapi, it exclaimed, drawing Ash's attention. Light pointed towards the water, and the gang soon saw a Horsia, a seahorse-like Pokémon, but it looked injured with purple bruises around its eyes. Brock questioned the presence of a Horsia in the area, while Ash quickly scanned it with her Pokédex, confirming its identity. Marin insisted they needed to help it. Suddenly, Horsia sprayed ink into the water, forming an image that warned of danger. Before they could react, an explosion echoed in the distance. The gang turned to see a boat engulfed in flames, with sailors jumping overboard to escape. Ash and Brock shouted in alarm, realizing they needed to act quickly. Alan called out his Piplup, which unexpectedly evolved into Prinplup. Ash summoned her Vaporeon and Milotic for assistance, while Brock ran off to find a boat. The Pokémon swam towards the sailors, helping them stay above water as Marin waved them over. The rescued sailors expressed their fear of something that had attacked them, mentioning tentacles that seemed to paralyze them. Ash recalled Horsia's warning and wondered if Tentacool and Tentacruel were involved. After saving the sailors, the gang took them to the Pokémon Center. They spent the rest of the day sightseeing in the city, admiring the tall buildings and shopping spots. Suddenly, a voice called out to them, and they turned to see a woman who resembled a wealthy version of a familiar old hag. Marin gasped and pointed, but Alan quickly covered her mouth. The woman introduced herself as Naztina and requested their help in dealing with the tentacle that were interfering with her plans to build an exclusive hotel for wealthy tourists. She offered them a reward of 10,000, but Ash was incredulous, questioning how exterminating water Pokémon could be considered generous. Naztina reacted angrily to Ash's defiance, but the gang found humor in her reaction. Ash passionately defended the tentacle, asserting their right to their home. Despite Nastina's insistence, the group firmly refused her request, walking away without a backward glance. Unbeknownst to them, Team Rocket overheard the conversation, excited about the potential reward for getting rid of the tentacle. As they left, Ash reflected on the similarities between Naztina and the old hag they had encountered before, while Pikachu and Chespy shared their own thoughts on the situation. He shivered, feeling a chill run down his spine. Marin echoed his sentiment, describing the situation as more like a nightmare. The Pokémon beside them nodded in agreement. Ash frowned as she recalled their earlier encounter. You know that Horsia we met? I think he was warning us that the tentacle are attacking the construction site, she said. That makes sense. I have a feeling that soon Tentacruel is going to attack back, Alan added, a sense of dread creeping in. Why do we have a feeling that this is going to come true? Brock questioned, just as a voice crackled over the intercom. Attention all citizens. I'm offering $10,000 to anyone who can get rid of those tentacle. Isn't Naztina generous? Announced a wrinkly old woman. Ash heard voices approaching. Oh no, she muttered as a group of trainers came into view. Pikachu, use Thunder Shock on the ground to stop them. Ash commanded. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed an electric attack, halting the trainers in their tracks. So where are you all going? Alan asked, already knowing the answer. Where else? Towards the ocean to get rid of the tentacle, one trainer shouted. Seriously? Marin exclaimed in disbelief. You're actually going to get rid of those Pokémon? Brock asked, equally shocked. That's right, a snotty trainer replied. No one's exterminating any tentacle, Ash growled. Yeah. You and what army? A taunting trainer shot back. Ash's Pokeball shook, and her Pokémon emerged. Charizard roared fiercely, Gyarados followed suit, and Lucario glared menacingly at the trainers. The trainers gulped, taking a step back. Facing three fully evolved Pokémon, especially with Mega Stones visible, was intimidating. Wow! Marin said, amazed. They must have sensed Ash's anger and reacted, Brock noted. Meanwhile, Team Rocket was busy spraying their super-secret stun sauce onto the water Pokémon, hoping to sell them at the fish market for a profit. Meowth laughed, with all these water Pokémon, we'll be swimming in dough. Why settle for $10,000 when we can get more just by selling these tentacle? Jessie smiled. James, however, was silent, shaking nervously. What's the matter with you, James? Jessie asked. You might want to take a look around us, he replied, turning pale. Jessie and Meowth turned to find themselves surrounded by thousands of angry tentacle. Where did they come from? Jessie yelled. Not only that, James continued, sweating, they don't seem too happy with us either. Of course not. Meowth shouted. Suddenly, one of the tentacle blasted the stun sauce with a ray attack, destroying their boat. The sauce landed on one tentacle, causing it to evolve into a massive Tentacruel. The giant Tentacruel spoke through Meowth, enough. No more. No more letting these humans have their way with our home. This is the last time. Every trainer watched in shock as the giant Tentacruel began to demolish the construction site. Marin gasped, oh man. Unbelievable. Brock exclaimed. That tentacle has evolved into a giant Pokémon. Ash glared at the trainers who had intended to help Naztina exterminate the water Pokémon. Congratulations on angering the tentacle and now a giant Tentacruel, she said sarcastically. All of Ash's Pokémon growled in anger, causing the trainers to flinch under her gaze. What would you do if your home was destroyed by others? You'd defend and fight back. Ash exclaimed. That's exactly what the tentacle and now a furious Tentacruel are doing, defending their home. The trainers fell silent, realizing Ash was right, the Pokémon were protecting their territory. Alan stepped forward, okay, we need to get out of here and fast. High ground, now. Ash returned her 3 Pokémon, and everyone split up to find higher ground. The Tentacruel commanded the tentacle to destroy the city, seeking justice for their invaded home. Everyone ran away in fear as the tentacle and giant Tentacruel wreaked havoc, tearing down buildings. Oh man, Brock said, staring at the destruction. They snapped after having their homes invaded too many times, Alan remarked. Ash quickly scanned the tentacle and Tentacruel. Suddenly, they spotted the Tentacruel approaching their direction. Marin yelped, that's really huge. Enormous is more like it. Ash added. Bet Professor Oak would love to witness this, Ash said with a sheepish smile. It's not really a good time to mention that, Brock sighed. We should really get out of here, Alan urged. Light caught sight of something blue jumping toward the tentacruel. Pikapi. It's Horsia. Where? Ash asked, spotting the seahorse. Oh no! Marin exclaimed. What is he doing? Horsia approached the tentacruel, speaking up, Stop, these humans have nothing to do with destroying our home. The tentacruel paused, raising a tentacle to strike the seahorse. Charizard, use Dragon Claw to deflect it. Ash commanded, tossing a Pokeball. Charizard flew in, striking the tentacle and surprising the tentacruel. Charizard, she roared, gently returning Horsia to Ash. Thanks, Ash smiled, returning Charizard to her Pokeball. I don't know if you're brave or reckless. Horsia looked down, apologizing, sorry, I just wanted to talk to it. I know, Ash reassured him, petting his head. Brock pointed to a building, this way. Quick, follow me. The group followed Brock into a building, climbing to the top. Alan noticed something in one of the tentacruel's tentacles. It's Meowth from Team Rocket. Say what? The gang exclaimed. Tentacruel must be using him to communicate with the people of the city, Brock stated. The gang saw Tentacruel turn towards them, humans. You destroyed our home, and now we'll destroy yours, it shouted. You know, where's a loudspeaker when you need one? Tentacruel. Ash called out, gaining its attention. HRM, Ashnechan. Marin said. Ash might have an idea, let's listen, Brock suggested. Listen. I understand that you are angry because of what humans did to your home. Ash explained. They now realize their mistake. We promise you this, it won't happen again. We'll leave your home alone. Tentacruel stared at the young trainer, noticing the sincerity in his eyes. It held up Meowth. Very well, human. We'll let you off, but if this happens again, we will not hesitate to retaliate, it warned. Ash nodded. We understand. Tentacruel grunted and tossed Meowth toward an amusement park, causing destruction. Tentacruel. We are leaving, it ordered. Everyone in the city sighed in relief, making a mental note to avoid building anything near the destroyed area, as it was the home of Tentacle and Tentacruel. Ash sighed in relief. Glad that's over, she said. Alan nodded. Hoping now the people in this city will understand. Let's hope, Brock agreed. Yeah, Marin added. Suddenly, the door slammed open, revealing Naztina in a military uniform, carrying a large bazooka. She pointed it at Tentacle and Tentacruel. The gang stared in shock. Oh man! A bazooka? Marin exclaimed. Has she lost it? Leave them alone. Brock shouted. Shut up. Naztina growled, aiming the bazooka at Tentacruel. Ash pinched the edge of her nose. She's getting on my nerves. Pikachu, Thunder Wave, she ordered. The electric mouse Pokémon complied without hesitation. Pikachu. Pikachu unleashed a powerful shock. Ahah! Naztina screamed in pain, dropping the bazooka and collapsing to the floor, twitching from the thunder wave effect. Alan grunted. She had it coming. She only cares for herself, he remarked. Horsia jumped from Ash's arm and hopped over to the fallen woman. Horsia horse. Mean old hag, it splattered ink on Nestina's face. Marin laughed. Great job, Horsia. Brock nodded in approval. Ash giggled and picked up Horsia. Now, let's get down from here, she said. Break scene. After Naztina was arrested, the gang learned from Officer Jenny that she was Brutella's cousin. That explained the unflattering hairstyle and her attempts to look younger. It seemed that trouble ran in the family, as both Brutella and Naztina had tried to destroy things to get what they wanted. With the events involving Tentacle and Tentacruel behind them, they were finally able to board the ferry to the mainland. Ash also welcomed a new Pokémon, Horsia, who decided to join her on the journey. Today, our heroes were traveling by ferry to Maiden's Peak, where a festival was taking place. Ash leaned on the ferry rail, lost in thought about the saffron gym. Alan approached him, asking what was wrong. Ash looked up, revealing that she was contemplating the gym leader of Saffron, feeling a mix of apprehension and curiosity. Brock joined them, suggesting they listen to some intriguing rumors he had heard about Sabrina, the Saffron gym leader, known for her psychic abilities and a reputation that made some trainers wary of visiting Saffron City. Ash frowned at the thought. Just then, Marin excitedly pointed out that they had arrived at Maiden's Peak. The gang disembarked and discovered the excitement of the festival, which welcomed passengers from Porta Vista. A festival sounds great, Ash said with a smile, while Marin eagerly suggested they check it out. As they explored, Brock noticed someone on the dock, a young woman with long lavender hair, dressed in white. Pikachu blinked in surprise, but when they looked again, she had vanished. Brock and Pikachu exchanged puzzled glances. At the festival, the gang was having a wonderful time. Marin led her older companions to various booths, reveling in the festivities. They decided to visit the Shrine of the Maiden, intrigued by its significance. Upon arrival, they gazed at the shrine's treasure, a painting of the maiden. Brock and Pikachu were taken aback, it was the same girl they had seen at the dock. A man began to recount the story of the maiden, who had waited for her beloved soldier to return from war, never losing hope even after he was presumed dead. Marin felt a wave of sadness for the maiden, who had waited her entire life, only to become part of the cliff upon her passing. As the festival continued, the gang learned that the next night would feature a special event where candles on paper lanterns would be released into the ocean to guide lost spirits. Later that evening, the gang rested in their tent near the Pokémon Center, preparing for the festival night. Ash helped Marin choose kimono outfits for the occasion, having crafted some for Alan and Brock as well. They gathered in the living area, enjoying snacks and reflecting on the maiden's story. Marin expressed her sorrow for the maiden's unfulfilled love, prompting Ash to recall something important. She rummaged through a bookshelf and retrieved a small wooden box and an old journal. Marin was curious about the items, and Alan examined the journal, though the words were faded. Inside the box, Ash discovered an ancient ring with a purple stone. She recalled Professor Oak's tale about a man named Yamato from Pallet Town, who had survived the war and written about his experiences, including his love for the maiden. Brock inquired if the original parchments still existed, but Ash explained that they had long deteriorated, though the story was preserved in books. Marin asked if the journal mentioned the maiden's lover, to which Ash confirmed that he had been killed in the war, and before his death, he entrusted Yamato with the ring to deliver to her. Curious, Marin asked why Ash had the ring instead of the maiden. Ash explained that after returning home, Yamato fell ill and passed away, leaving his story and the ring unknown to his family. She had kept it with her since Professor Oak had suggested one of them might deliver it to the maiden. As the night approached, the gang prepared for the festival's special event, eager to honor the maiden's story and the spirits of the past. Gary was hesitant, feeling scared about the task ahead, so Ash offered to return the ring. Marin, with a serious expression, pointed out the situation. Alan closed the journal he had been reading, intrigued. "So, you're giving the ring to the maiden tonight?" he asked. Ash nodded, explaining that the ring had been away from her for 2,000 years, and it wouldn't be fair to keep it from her any longer. "We should grab some flashlights or torches," Marin suggested. The group agreed and gathered their supplies before setting off into the moonlit night. As they made their way to Maiden's Peak, carrying their torches, they stopped at the cliff where the statue of the maiden stood. "Wow, after 2,000 years, the statue is still appealing," Marin remarked. Ash held the ring, threading a string through it with the intention of placing it around the maiden's neck. Just then, she heard a voice say, "I've been waiting for you." Marin shivered at the sound. The gang watched in awe as the statue shimmered, and the ghost of the maiden appeared. Brock gasped, recognizing her. "It's her," he said. "She's the ghost of Maiden's Peak," Alan pointed out. Marin shouted, "Not funny," as Alan ducked, apologizing. The ghostly maiden approached Brock, repeating, "I've been waiting for you." Alan sighed, explaining, "Sorry, but Brock here isn't your lover. He died in the war 2,000 years ago." The ghost continued to repeat her words, seemingly not listening. Marin's sweat dropped, realizing the situation was getting out of hand. Ash, sensing something was off, decided to use her aura powers and felt another presence. "Something is wrong," she began, but Pikachu interrupted, sensing the same unease. Chesby shook his head, revealing, "She's not a ghost but a Pokémon." Ash's eyes widened as she pulled out her Pokédex and pointed it at the ghostly figure. Ghastly, the gas Pokémon. A Pokémon born from poison gases. It defeats even the largest foes by enveloping them in gas, the device announced. Alan called out, "Show yourself now, Ghastly." The gang watched as the woman transformed into Ghastly, the ghost Pokémon. "What's the big idea?" Ash asked. Ghastly explained that he guarded the stone of Maiden's Peak. "Whoa," the kids exclaimed in shock. Brock noted, "He talks like Meowth." Alan reassured Ghastly, "We're not here to pick a fight or cause trouble." Ash added, "I'm here to return this ring to the maiden. It's from her deceased lover." She showed the ring to Ghastly, explaining its significance. After the festival at Maiden's Peak, the group continued their journey towards Saffron City for Ash's next gym badge. They walked through a misty forest as darkness fell. Marin yawned, expressing her fatigue. Brock agreed, suggesting they find Saffron City soon. Ash checked her PokeNav Plus, reassuring them that they were almost there. Suddenly, laughter echoed from the bushes. Marin was startled, and a small girl emerged, around 6 years old, with long greenish-blue hair, wearing a white dress and hat, and carrying a white ball. Ash and Alan felt uneasy about her presence. Brock approached the girl, asking if she knew the way to Saffron City. The girl laughed again and ran back into the bushes. Marin commented on Brock's attempt to ask for directions, and Alan suggested they follow the path the girl took, hoping it would lead them to Saffron. They followed the path to a cliff and saw Saffron City illuminated with appealing lights. "Wow, it's so appealing," Marin said, admiring the view. Brock chuckled, "I guess seeing that little girl was a sign of luck." Ash and Alan exchanged glances, both having felt something strange about the girl. Ash voiced her thoughts, and Alan agreed, noting how she had appeared and disappeared mysteriously. "Unreal," Ash concluded. After spending the night at the Pokémon Center, the gang made their way to Saffron Gym, which had a distinctive dome shape. "Time for my 4th badge," Ash declared. Pikachu nodded in agreement. Just as Ash was about to open the door, a man with a dark gray beard interrupted her. "Are you going to challenge Sabrina?" he asked, studying Ash intently. Marin defended Ash, questioning the man's attitude. He warned them that Sabrina wouldn't go easy on a newcomer like Ash. "Hey!" Marin shouted, while Brock frowned at the man's condescension. The man insisted they leave and find another gym. Taking a deep breath, Ash glared at him, causing him to feel uneasy. Alan stood up for Ash, stating, "You've picked the wrong trainer to mess with." Ash affirmed her determination, stating she wasn't leaving and was going to battle Sabrina. "I don't appreciate psychic users predicting my future battles," she added confidently. The man, taken aback, finally relented and opened the gym doors for them. Inside, the gang found many people at tables, some attempting to bend spoons while others guessed shapes or numbers on cards without looking. Marin tilted her head in curiosity, asking what they were doing. Alan theorized that they were all psychic types. "What are you kids doing in here?" a voice asked. It was a man in a white lab coat. "Challenging Sabrina," Ash stated bluntly. The man chuckled. "If you're here to challenge the great Sabrina, then you are in big trouble." "Yeah, I've heard that before," Ash retorted. The man laughed at her words. "You're an interesting kid. Very well, I'll lead you to the great Sabrina." The group followed the man as he led them to the battlefield, which resembled an underground temple. Marin looked around nervously. "This place is scary," she said. "If it's a psychic gym, I wouldn't be surprised," Brock replied. They watched as the man bowed down onto one knee. "Oh great Sabrina," he said, pointing to Ash. "This girl here wishes to battle you." "This girl here has a name, thank you," Ash thought, slightly annoyed. Two figures appeared behind a curtain. One was a woman with long green hair wearing a red dress with yellow buttons, and the other was a little girl in a white dress holding a pokeball. "Ah, it's that little girl. The one we met in the forest," Marin exclaimed. "She's not human," Ash concluded. The woman's eyes turned blue, and she lifted the man into the air before dropping him to the floor. The group winced, except for Alan and Ash. The man immediately got up and ran away in panic. The gang felt sorry for him. It was mean how Sabrina treated her own assistant like that. Pikachu said. Ash looked at Sabrina. "Sabrina, I'm Ashley Ketchum of Pallet Town, and I wish to challenge you to earn the Marsh Badge," she declared. The little girl giggled. "I accept your challenge. But if you lose, you will have to play with me," she smiled. "Play with you, dot." Ash blinked, trailing off. "Why do I have a bad feeling about this play thing?" she thought. "Okay." The woman spoke up. "This will be a one-on-one Pokémon battle," she announced, floating to the top of the stadium. "Chase Bin." Chesby gasped. "Whoa. Now that's something you don't see every day," Marin said. "It isn't," Brock replied. "Sabrina is a powerful psychic, just like the rumors said," Alan warned. "Ashley better be careful in this match." Brock nodded in agreement. Ash was amused. She could make objects float herself, but she preferred making her crystal marbles float. Now the gym battle was ready to begin. The little girl released her Pokeball, which floated onto the field. "Come on out, Abra," Sabrina said. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Abra, the Psy Pokémon. It sleeps for 18 hours a day. Even when awake, it teleports itself while remaining seated. I have 3 options. Espeon, Umbreon, Absol. Ash thought. "Espeon, I choose you," she decided. Espeon. Espeon yipped as she appeared on the field. "Interesting. Psychic versus psychic," Sabrina smirked. The little girl smiled in delight. "This is going to be fun," she chirped. "Espeon, be careful. This may be a difficult battle," Ash warned. Espeon ESP. Espeon smiled confidently. As the match was about to start, Abra began to glow and change shape. "Interesting," Sabrina said. "Ah," the little girl gasped. "It's evolving," Brock stated. "This is going to be even more difficult," Alan said. "Ah, Arceus." Ash facepalmed. Everyone watched as Abra evolved into Kadabra. Ash scanned the newly evolved psychic Pokémon. Kadabra, the Psy Pokémon. The evolved form of Abra. It stares at its silver spoon to focus its mind. It emits more alpha waves while doing so. Espeon, Shadow Ball, Ash ordered first. Espeon. Espeon fired a black purplish ball from her mouth, hitting the psychic Pokémon directly. "Use confusion," Sabrina commanded. Kadabra's eyes turned red, ready to attack. Ash thought quickly. Protect. Espeon created a barrier around herself to shield from Kadabra's attack. Follow with Swift. Stars shot out of Espeon's red jewel, hitting Kadabra hard. Recover, Sabrina said. Kadabra glowed a light yellow, healing some of its injuries. "I need to end this quickly, even if recover has a limited number of uses," Ash said. Espeon, Psyche up. Espeon stood still for a moment. "Now use Psybeam." A rainbow-colored beam shot out of Espeon's jewel, striking Kadabra hard. "Follow it up with Iron Tail." Espion. Espion ran, her tail glowing as she slammed it into Kadabra's stomach. Kadabra! Kadabra cried out. Sabrina's eyes widened, beginning to show emotion. Her eyes, Ash thought. The gang noticed this. Hey, is it just me, or did Sabrina look different? Marin asked. You mean how Sabrina's eyes showed a quick emotion? Then yes, Alan agreed. I agree. At the beginning of the battle, Sabrina's eyes showed nothing, like she was a lifeless person, and now she looks worried, Brock added. It must be Kadabra, Alan explained. Huh. Marin and Brock looked at Alan. Some psychic users can feel Pokémon emotions. If they are strong enough, they can connect with that Pokémon and feel each other's emotions. Sabrina and Kadabra are connected, meaning Sabrina must be feeling Kadabra's pain. Oh. Kadabra was breathing heavily and getting tired, but Espion looked fine, showing no signs of fatigue. I have to compliment you and your Pokémon. You two are the first to give me an interesting battle, Sabrina said, looking at Espion. Your Espion is in excellent condition, after all that battle, she doesn't look tired at all. Yeah. This battle is fun, the little girl giggled. Thank you for the compliment, Ash smiled. Let's end this here and now. Espion, use Hyper Beam, she shouted. Psybeam, Sabrina countered. Both Pokémon released their attacks, which collided with each other. Kadabra was breathing even harder, while Espion maintained her focus. Suddenly, Kadabra collapsed onto the ground in defeat. Ash had won the battle. Ash smiled. Espion, we won, she cheered. Espion. Espion yipped and ran toward her trainer. Thanks for your hard work, Ash smiled, bending down to give her son Pokémon a hug. Espion. The son Pokémon smiled and liked her trainer's face affectionately. ESP. Meanwhile, Sabrina walked over to Kadabra. You made us lose, the little girl shouted. You're a meanie. Sabrina gently picked up Kadabra, concern evident in her eyes as color began to return to them. The little girl looked at Sabrina, but then suddenly vanished, revealing she had been an illusion all along. Ash twitched and pulled out a red and blue crystal marble, letting it go. It floated and flew towards the entrance of the gym, hitting someone. OW, a voice yelped. What in the world? Hey, that voice, Brock gasped. A man walked out of the shadows, looking at the gym leader. Sabrina, he said gently. Daddy? Sabrina replied, tears starting to build in her eyes. The man ran toward Sabrina and hugged her tightly. Sabrina. Daddy, she cried out, returning the hug. Daddy, the gang exclaimed, except for Alan and Ash. Yeah, Ash said. He was here the whole time, watching the battle. She used her powers to make the marbles float back to her. I thought I sensed someone watching, Alan said. It was him. My baby girl is back. Mr. Natsum exclaimed. Yes, she is, another voice called out. That's. Sabrina gasped. Everyone turned to see a woman with brown hair. Sabrina. Honey, she cried out joyfully. Mommy. Sabrina shouted. Dear. Mr. Natsum added. Both Sabrina and Mr. Natsum hugged Mrs. Natsum, all of them shedding tears of happiness. Break scene. Everyone exited the gym, the gang standing in front of the Natsum family. You see, when Sabrina was born, she had psychic powers. But as she grew older, her powers became so strong that they started to control her, Mr. Natsum explained. When that happened, she showed no emotions and used her powers to hurt people. Mrs. Natsum smiled. But thanks to you, Ashley, our baby girl is free, she said. Ash blinked. Huh. I didn't do anything except battle her. Ah, but your battle set her free. Defeating Kadabra helped Sabrina regain her emotions since they are connected, Mr. Natsum explained. Also, I must say you have strong psychic abilities. That's true, Sabrina smiled. Thanks, I rarely use them, Ash said, showing her 3 red crystal marbles floating around her casually. This is the first time I've used them in a while. She stopped them and placed them back in her pocket. Brock nodded. That's true. The last time was when we were searching for something we lost. Oh, you have the ability to search, Mrs. Natsum said, amazed. Ashne-chan can also look for people. Just give her a map, and she'll find them, Marin chirped. That's not all, she can communicate with anyone who has her special red crystal marbles made from her powers. It's like a walkie-talkie without any static, Marin added. We all have one, so it's easier to keep in contact when we're split up or separated, Alan said. Wow, the Natsum family said, impressed. They had never seen anyone with such abilities. Sabrina smiled and walked over to Ash. First, thank you for the great match. She held out a golden badge shaped like 2 circles. I now present you with the Marsh badge. Wah! Thank you, Ash said, taking it. Look, Pikachu, we got our next badge. Pikachu. Badge 4. Pikachu exclaimed. Yeah. Everyone clapped for Ash. It's time for us to go, Brock said. The Natsum family smiled. Wait, Sabrina stopped them and handed Ash something else. It's my poke gear number, and here, I made something quickly out of my powers. Ash looked at it, it was similar to her red and blue crystal marbles, but this one was purple with a psychic symbol inside. Hey, that looks like Ashne-chan's crystal marbles, Marin said. It is. I can communicate with you through that if there's any trouble with the poke gear, Sabrina said. Good luck on the rest of your journey. Ash placed it in her pocket. Yeah. Bye, the gang waved. Goodbye, the Natsum family waved back. Break scene. And so, after saving Sabrina from her own psychic powers and earning the Marsh badge, the gang bid farewell to the Natsum family and continued their journey. Chapter end. After earning the Marsh badge, our heroes traveled towards Lavender Town. Why do you want to stop at Lavender Town? Brock asked. Well, I wanted to say hello to an old friend who lives here, Ash replied. Hey, isn't Lavender Town where ghost Pokémon are found? Brock asked. Alan nodded. Yeah, it is. Marin froze. Ghost. When the gang reached Lavender Town, it seemed a bit spooky, especially with the quiet sounds and a deep mist rolling in. Hey, Ashne-chan, does Lavender Town usually look like this? Marin asked, spooked by the fog. To be honest, it does get quite misty here. I've been here a couple of times with our Aunt Cynthia, but usually, the mist only rolls in at night, Ash answered. Something doesn't feel right. Break scene. Ash led Alan, Marin, and Brock to her friend's house. Ash's old friend was a boy named Ken, 4 years older than her. He had dark brown hair and dark green eyes, wearing a simple dark red shirt with black shorts and black sneakers. Hiya, Ken. Ash greeted. Well, if it isn't Ketchum, and I see Pikachu as well, Ken replied, hugging Ash. Pika. Hello. Pikachu smiled. Ash introduced Alan, Marin, and Brock to Ken. Nice to meet you all, Ken said. Hey Ken, what's with all the mist outside? Isn't it a bit too early for the mist to start rolling in? Ash asked. Ken sighed. You're right, it is early since the mist usually rolls in when it's almost night. But I think I know what's going on. He got up and headed to the door. Follow me, I'll show you. The gang got up and followed Ken. Break scene. As they followed Ken, he led them to a tower that looked imposing. Ah, this is Lavender Tower, if I remember correctly, most ghost Pokémon live here, Ash said. Yes, and this is the source of where the mist is coming from, Ken revealed. What? Why is that? Alan asked, curious. Ken sighed. I'll tell you. The truth is, a ghost seems to be haunting the place, he replied. A ghost? Marin yelped, sensing the seriousness in his voice. Oh man, Brock added. Please explain. Why? Ash almost begged, feeling uneasy. If it was a ghost Pokémon, she could handle that, but a real ghost was another matter. Ken chuckled lightly, knowing Ash's fear of ghosts. You see, a few months ago, some Team Rocket grunts came here to take all the Pokémon from this tower, he explained. Did they manage to succeed? Brock asked. The good news is they didn't, Ken answered, his expression turning somber. But the bad news is that they actually harmed 2 Pokémon. What? The group exclaimed, horrified. Which Pokémon did they harm? Alan inquired. It was a pair of Chandelure, Ken replied. They sacrificed their lives to drive away the Team Rocket grunts. A Chandelure? Ash questioned, pulling out her Pokédex to look it up. Chandelure, the luring Pokémon. Chandelure uses its dancing flames to hypnotize opponents. When a Lampent is given a dusk stone, it can evolve into a Chandelure. Ash paled. Chandelure were the final evolved form of Litwick, and the information about Litwick made her uneasy. Oi, Ash Nachan. You okay? Marin asked, noticing her sister's change in color. I'm fine. I'll tell you later, Ash replied, shaking off her worries. Okay, but please tell me they're in jail, Marin hoped. Ken nodded. Don't worry, they are. But ever since that incident, the spirits of the Chandelure still haunt the tower, along with Ghastly, Haunter, and Jengar. Ash looked back at the tower, pulling out a red crystal marble. Using a bit of psychic energy, she gazed through it and saw a silhouette of a Pokémon. Huh? What was that? She thought, blinking. Saw anything? Ken asked, aware of Ash's psychic abilities. Well. A silhouette of a Pokémon, but I have a feeling that it might be the reason the Chandelure are still here, Ash answered. I see. That means we need to check out the tower at night, Alan suggested. I agree, since ghost Pokémon only reveal themselves at night, Ken added. I'll stay back, Brock offered. No offense, but this isn't my thing. Marin quickly agreed. I agree, I'll stay too. Okay, Ash said. When night arrived, Ash, Alan, and Ken headed towards Lavender Tower. A full moon illuminated the misty surroundings, making it difficult to see where they were walking. Alan and Ken carefully opened the front door of Lavender Tower, with Ash following closely behind. Inside was dark and quiet, with no one in sight. Ken turned to Alan and Ash. Okay, since Lavender Tower is very big, I suggest we split up. Ash looked at him, concerned. Ken, you know I can't stand this place, right? Yes. And you know that I'm being brave coming here to investigate, right? Yes. Then. Why are you making us split up? Ash exclaimed. Ken smirked playfully. Don't worry. Alan will be with you. Huh? Ken walked ahead. Alan, I'm leaving Mew in your care. I also have your crystal, so you can contact me through there. Sure, Alan nodded. Ash's mouth dropped in disbelief. Ken. Unbelievable. Alan chuckled. Come on, let's start searching. He began walking toward the stairs. Ash sighed and grabbed onto Alan's jacket. I hate this place. They split up to search different floors. Ash and Alan checked the 5th, 6th, and 7th floors, while Ken explored the 1st through 4th floors. Ash called out Charmander to help provide light, and Charmander used its tail as a torch. As Ash and Alan continued their search, they found nothing unusual, just a collection of covered furniture, dust, and cobwebs. This is getting very strange, Alan remarked, glancing around. There isn't a single ghost Pokémon. Pikachu tilted its head in confusion. Now that you mention it, ghost Pokémon should be appearing everywhere when we entered this tower, Ash said, searching for information on the ghost-type Pokémon that should inhabit the area. Ghastly, the gas Pokémon. A Pokémon born from poison gases. It defeats even the largest foes by enveloping them in gas. Haunter, the gas Pokémon. The evolved form of Ghastly. It likes to lurk in the dark and tap shoulders with a gaseous hand. Its touch causes endless shuddering. Gengar, the shadow Pokémon. The final evolved form of Ghastly. The leer that floats in darkness belongs to a Gengar delighting in casting curses on people. And we haven't seen a single one of them, Alan said, determined. We should continue. When they reached the 7th floor, they heard a loud miming and crying. Ash paled. This must be it, Alan said, opening the door to the 7th floor. In the middle of the room was a small candle-like Pokémon crying over an old, rusty chandelier. A lit wick, and it's crying over. Alan's eyes widened as he understood the situation. Of course. Those chandelier that were harmed by Team Rocket were the parents of this little Litwick. Oh. Ash looked at it sadly. Pika. Pikachu's ears drooped in sympathy. Charmander also lowered its head in sadness. Ash scanned the candle Pokémon. Litwick, the candle Pokémon. Litwick appears to help guide people by illuminating dark areas, but in reality, it leads them into the ghost world, feeding off their life energy to fuel the flames on its head. Stepping forward, Ash approached Litwick, who glared at her with tears in its eyes. Shoo. It's okay, Litwick. I'm not going to hurt you, she spoke softly. Those chandelier are your parents, aren't they? Litwick nodded sadly. It's okay, I know how you feel. I lost mine too, Ash said gently. Alan shook his head, realizing that even though Ash was scared, her compassion for Pokémon always came first. Ash rubbed Litwick's cheek. Everything is going to be okay, she smiled. Litwick stared at Ash, remembering the warmth of its parents' love, and jumped into her arms, crying even more. Surprised, Ash chuckled and hugged it tightly. Alan noticed 3 shadows appearing. So you're the ones messing around with the town mist, he said, recognizing the figures. Ghastly. Haunter. And Gengar. Each ghost-type Pokémon appeared, smiling and nodding. You must have been protecting that young Litwick ever since its parent died, huh? Ash observed. The 3 ghost types smiled and nodded again. Ash got off the floor, holding Litwick in her arms. So that means Litwick's parents are still here, but they are currently hunting the place. That's right, Ghastly spoke. Litwick's parents, the Chandelures, are still around in spirit, Haunter added. They are worried about their son and didn't want to leave him alone and helpless, Gengar explained. Ash translated for Alan. It makes sense. A parent never wants to leave their child alone, so the Chandelures stay behind to protect their son from harm. I'll contact Ken and tell him to meet us on the 1st floor, Ash said, starting to communicate through her red crystal marble. Okay. I'll meet you on the 1st floor, Ken replied. So, Ash, Alan, and the ghost Pokémon went downstairs to the 1st floor, meeting up with their friend. Ah, that makes more sense why the Chandelures are still here. Protecting their son from harm, Ken said. Litwick. Litwick felt really relaxed in Ash's arms. So how are we going to help Litwick's parents? Ash asked. I don't know, but first we need to find them and ask them, Ken replied. Great, but first we need to find them, Alan said. We'll help, Ghastly, Haunter, and Gengar chimed in. Okay, Ash felt a chill down her spine. The Chandelures are here. What? Both boys said, confused. A deep, thick mist appeared, surrounding them. 2 Chandelures emerged in front of them, glowing with an ethereal light. Litwick. Litwick jumped out of Ash's arms and hopped toward his parents. The Chandelures smiled at him, then turned to Ash and bowed. They must be thanking you, Ken said. Huh? Ash tilted her head, confused. For taking care of their son. After all, Litwick did kinda become attached to you, Alan explained. Oh, you're both welcome, Ash smiled. Thank you, and will now entrust you with our son, the female Chandelure spoke. What? Ash couldn't believe that the Chandelures were entrusting her with their son. She translated to Ken and Alan. I'm not surprised by that, Alan said. Ken nodded, same here. You must battle us. The only way to free our spirits is to defeat both of us in a Pokémon battle, the male Chandelure explained. Oh, Ash translated to Ken and Alan once again. Alright, we'll do it. Let's go. Ken said. Let's put them to rest, Ash agreed. The battle was underway, with Ash and Ken on one side and the Chandelure couple on the other. Alan, Light, Charmander, and the three ghost Pokémon watched from the sidelines with Litwick. Poliwag, Ken called out his tadpole Pokémon. Poliwag, it replied. Eevee, I need your help, Ash called out her evolution Pokémon, who had a dual stone around its neck. Eevee, it said, ready for action. Poliwag, use Bubble, Ken commanded. Eevee, Shadow Ball, Ash instructed. Poliwag blew bubbles from its mouth, and Eevee launched two dark orbs at both Chandelures. Chandelure. Both Chandelure Pokémon cried out as the attack hit them. Great, let's keep going. Water Gun. Ken encouraged. Eevee, use Shadow Ball again. Ash called. Both Chandelures dodged the attack and launched Energy Ball attacks. Oh man, Poliwag, dodge. Ken urged, knowing his Pokémon was weak against Grass-type moves. Iron Tail to deflect it. Ash countered. Poliwag managed to jump out of the way, while Eevee's tail glowed and slammed the energy ball back. This mist is getting thicker, Alan noted. They better hurry. We need to end this now, Ken declared. You're right. Eevee, let's go. Ash encouraged. Eevee. Its body began to glow with the dusk stone around its neck. Eevee began to evolve, but the shape didn't match any known evolution. Mistion, it said. Huh? Everyone exclaimed. Mistion. Mistion fired a dark wave at the Chandelures. Chandelure. Both Chandelures screeched in pain. Litwick. Litwick shouted, upset that his parents were being hurt, but knowing it needed to be done for their own good. Dark Pulse, Alan said, analyzing the new Pokémon. Must be a ghost and water type. Ken snapped back to the battle, Poliwag, Beam Bubble. Poliwag. Poliwag launched thousands of bubbles toward the male Chandelure. Mistion, use Shadow Claw. Ash commanded. Mistion dashed toward the female Chandelure and struck it with its Shadow Claw attack. Chandelure. Both cried out in pain, beginning to fade away. Ken and Ash had won, they defeated the Chandelures. Alright. Ken and Ash high-fived each other. We did it, they cheered. Poliwag. Ken's Poliwag smiled, jumping up and down. Mistion. Mistion yipped happily. It's over. Litwick's parents are finally at peace, Alan said, walking over to them. Litwick. Litwick began to cry and jumped into Ash's arms. Ash, you have a new family now, Ash comforted. Litwick. Litwick nodded. What about this Pokémon? Mistion. Ken looked at Ash for an answer. Ash smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of her head. I kind of gave a dusk stone for Eevee to hold on to, I just followed my instinct. She took off the dusk stone still around Mistion's neck. So Eevee holding a dusk stone can evolve into Mistion? Ken questioned. Mistion asked. Alan shook his head. I don't think that's all. When the mist started to deepen, Eevee evolved while holding a dusk stone. You must be in a certain environment for Eevee to evolve into Mistion, he theorized. Mistion nodded, Mistion. Ash giggled, looks like he agrees with that theory. The three ghost types floated over to Ash, Alan, and Ken. Well, you three, Ken said to the ghost Pokémon, Lavender Tower is all yours again. The three ghost Pokémon started to snicker and then laughed loudly. Pika. Okay. Pikachu said. Ash twitched. I don't like the look or laugh you're all making. Alan sighed, knowing they were up to something mischievous. Ghastly, Haunter, and Jengar looked at each other, grinning, and each held up a pokeball. Pikachu sniffed the pokeball for a second. Pika. Pikapi Pika. Yuna. There are your pokeball, she exclaimed, pointing at them. Say what? Ash held Litwick in one arm, then checked her pockets, finding 3 missing. She usually kept at least 5 extra pokeball in her pocket while the spares went into her bag. They're mine. Hold it. Bye. See you soon, the ghost Pokémon called as they floated away. All 3 ghost Pokémon grinned widely and tapped each other before teleporting off to Professor Oak's lab. Everyone, except for Ash, who was sulking, stared in disbelief at the spot where the Pokémon had been. Ken suddenly burst into laughter, exclaiming, "You now have 3 great ghost-type Pokémon, Mew. And you weren't even trying to catch them." He laughed so hard he almost choked. Oh boy, Alan sighed, chuckling at the scene. Oh man. Ash shouted, feeling a mix of frustration and surprise. You're laughing too much, Ken, someone chimed in. When Ash, Alan, and Ken returned to Ken's house, they recounted their adventure in Lavender Tower to Brock and Marin. Marin's jaw dropped, she wished she could have one of those Pokémon too. Brock laughed, though not as much as Ken, but he understood the excitement. Ah, how cute. So Litwick's parents entrusted Ash with their son? Marin asked. Alan nodded, pretty much. Ashley was able to calm him down, and he jumped into her arms first. That's good. At least Chandelure doesn't have to worry anymore, peace in heaven forever, Brock added. Well, Ash, Litwick is your second child. Vulpix is your first. What's the word? Marin pondered. Poke parent, Brock suggested. Marin snapped her fingers, that's it. A poke parent. Ash blushed, yes I am. Suddenly, 5 lights began glowing from their bags. Oh no. The egg. Marin exclaimed. They're all hatching. Brock shouted. We were kind of joking about poke parent, Marin said. The group rushed to their bags and took out their Pokémon eggs. Amazing, they are hatching at the same time, Ash said, watching in awe as the eggs cracked open, revealing the shapes of the Pokémon inside. One by one, the Pokémon emerged. Mela. Ash gasped, petting his newly hatched Pokémon. Daruma. Alan chuckled at his Pokémon. Apom. Brock smiled at his new friend. Ursa Teddiursa. Marin squealed with delight. Alan, Ash called out. Yeah. Alan replied. Look. Alan's eyes widened in surprise. A Meloetta, he exclaimed. Ash scanned the newborn Pokémon. Meloetta, the melody Pokémon, was known for inspiring many works of art with her appealing music and dance. She could change forms using the move Relic song. What? Ken said, noticing Meloetta sitting on Ash's shoulder. A legendary Pokémon. Mela. Meloetta smiled, and Ash decided to name her Utau. Funny, Marin said, watching the Pokémon interact. Purloin, the devious Pokémon, fools people into letting their guard down so it can steal their possessions, Ken noted. Purloin rubbed its head against Ash's legs. Apom, the long-tail Pokémon, can climb and hang from branches using its powerful tail, Brock added with a grin. My siblings will love her. Aw. You're just adorable. Marin hugged the little bear Pokémon gently, careful not to squeeze too hard since he was still a newborn. Ursa. Teddiursa smiled and hugged Marin. The gang loved their Pokémon and introduced each other to the newly hatched companions. After spending the night at Ken's house, the gang bid farewell to their friend and left Lavender Town, heading toward Ash's next gym battle. As they traveled, they found themselves walking along a path beside a sheer cliff. It was the time of year when Butterfree celebrated their season of love. Ash released his Butterfree, hoping it would find a mate. However, they were not alone, a Pokémon poacher was nearby, planning to capture and sell Butterfree. Ash's Butterfree had never been bothered until Ash encouraged him to give it a try. After wandering for a while, Ash's Butterfree saw two male Butterfree ganging up on a pink Butterfree, who was clearly uninterested. When the males attempted to attack, Ash's Butterfree intervened to defend her. After successfully fending off the attackers, Ash's Butterfree spoke with the pink Butterfree for a while before saying goodbye and returning to Ash. The pink Butterfree, having developed feelings for him, wanted to meet his trainer. Leading her to Ash and the others, they were all surprised to see the pink Butterfree. The pink Butterfree blushed and fidgeted with her paws. Just as everything seemed perfect, a net suddenly captured all the Butterfree. More nets tried to ensnare Ash and the pink Butterfree, but Ash's Butterfree used Steel Wing to cut through the net in time. The poacher revealed himself as someone who captured and sold Butterfree. Luckily, Marin was calling Officer Jenny to explain the situation while the poacher was distracted. The gang fought back with their Pokémon, and soon all the Butterfree were freed from the nets. They worked together to hold the poacher down with string shot. When Officer Jenny arrived, she thanked them, explaining that this poacher was someone she had been trying to catch for a long time, especially during the Butterfree mating season. Ash's Butterfree didn't want to leave his trainer, and the pink Butterfree felt the same way. After some discussion, they decided to mate at Professor Oak's lab. Ash agreed and sent his Butterfree back to the lab, warning Professor Oak to give them some space for a few days. Professor Oak was thrilled to see a pink Butterfree and agreed to wait until their mating days were over. He was still studying Mistion and gathering information on the Pokémon. On their way to Celadon City, the gang decided to take a short break. They weren't alone. A Mankey suddenly appeared and sniffed the rice ball in Marin's hand, snatching it away and eating it. Marin pouted, not wanting to admit that her food had been stolen by a mischievous Pokémon. However, she soon thought the Mankey was cute. When it was time to leave, Mankey didn't want Marin to go and took her favorite hat instead. Marin was shocked. That hat had been her favorite for a long time. As Mankey played with her hat, the rest of the gang watched, curious about how the situation would unfold. Marin felt strange without her hat and wanted it back. She called out Braviary for help. Brock commented that it was a good choice since fighting types were at a disadvantage against flying types. The two Pokémon began to battle, and soon Mankey either gave up or was defeated, returning Marin's hat. It seemed Mankey wanted to join Marin, which was why it had taken her hat, and she decided to catch the playful Pokémon. Now, the heroes arrived in Celadon City for Ash's 5th gym badge and were taking a break. Brock and Marin caught a whiff of something pleasant in the air, while Ash and Alan exchanged amused glances. "What's up with you two?" Ash asked. Brock and Marin continued to sniff the air, drawn to a lovely fragrance nearby. "Perfume," Brock noted. "And lovely ones too." Marin agreed, "It smells wonderful. Can we check it out?" Pikachu chimed in, "Pikapi Pikachu Pika. A perfume store must be nearby." Ash shrugged, "Sure." Marin beamed, "Yeah." The gang headed toward the perfume store, where the scent was strongest. Marin took a moment to appreciate the fragrance. "Wow, it's lovely and strong," she said. Ash smiled, "That's right." Brock rushed inside eagerly, and Alan chuckled, watching Ash. "Aren't you going in?" Ash frowned, "To be honest, I have nothing against perfume. I just don't understand why girls are so crazy about it. Everyone has their preferences, I guess. Marin knows more about this stuff than I do." She continued, "My aunt explained it to me before, but I still don't get it." Alan smiled, "Didn't you mention that your aunt's birthday is coming up?" Ash's eyes widened, "Ah. Maybe we can get her something from the perfume store," Ash suggested. Alan nodded in agreement. As they entered the store, they saw Marin trying different perfumes while Brock carefully examined the options, hoping to find the perfect gift for his mother. Ash looked at the various perfumes, feeling a bit lost. "I should get some help. I'm completely clueless about this," she admitted. A voice spoke from behind them, "Maybe I can help you." Ash jumped slightly and instinctively grabbed Alan's shirt. They turned to see a woman with green eyes wearing a traditional kimono. "Oh, sorry about that," the woman giggled. "I didn't mean to sneak up on you. I'm the manager of the store." Ash, still holding on to Alan, replied, "Actually, yes. My aunt's birthday is coming up, and we're looking for the right perfume for her." "And I have no idea about perfumes," Ash added. "Even though my aunt explained it all to me, I still don't understand." The woman giggled again, finding it refreshing to meet someone so genuine. She could see Ash's natural beauty and noted how well she and Alan complemented each other. "I'll be glad to help. First question, what does your aunt like?" the manager asked. "Well, she loves to cook," Ash said, daydreaming about her aunt's delicious meals. "And gardening. She spends a lot of time tending to her garden." The woman smiled, "I see. Then you'll need a perfume with garden scents." She led Ash and Alan to the garden scent section. "I'll spray a few for you to smell, and you can see if any are right for your aunt." Alan stepped back, not wanting to smell like a garden. One by one, Ash sniffed the perfumes, and after several sprays, she found one that smelled delightful, reminiscent of her aunt's garden. "This one!" Ash exclaimed happily. "The wildflower garden. It smells really lovely," she added. The woman smiled and took an extra bottle to the front counter. "Thank you," Ash said, leaving the store with Alan. Outside, Ash quickly filled out a form to send the perfume to her aunt. "Hope she likes it," Ash said. "Let's head to Celadon Gym," Ash suggested. "It's not far from here," Alan replied, wondering where Brock and Marin had gone, relieved that his sister was with Brock. When Ash and Alan arrived at Celadon Gym, they noticed the dome-shaped building filled with flowers and trees. "Wow, it's like a greenhouse," Ash remarked. "It's a grass-type gym, so you're right about the greenhouse," Alan said. Ash approached the reception desk. "Excuse me, I'd like to challenge the gym leader for a badge," she said. The receptionist smiled at Ash, "Of course. I'll take you all to Erica now," the lady said. "Thank you," Ash nodded. They followed her as she led them to the gym leader's location. Along the way, they admired the appealing flowers and trees, along with various Pokémon like Oddish, Gloom, Vileplume, Bellsprout, Weepinbell, Victreebel, Execute, Executor, Tangela, and even Bulbasaur, Ivysaur, and Venusaur. "Check it out!" Ash exclaimed, gazing at all the grass-type Pokémon. When they arrived, Ash and Alan spotted Brock and Marin with the ladies from the perfume store. "Erica, this young girl wishes to battle you," the reception lady announced. The blue-haired woman, dressed in a green and white dress, turned around and welcomed them. "Yes, I'm Erica, the gym leader of Celadon Gym. I take it you're here to challenge me?" "Yes, I am. I'm Ashley, by the way." "Well, Ashley, as the gym leader, I accept your challenge," Erica replied. As Ash and Erica took their positions on the battlefield, everyone, Erica's assistants, Brock, Alan, Marin, and the Pokémon, watched from the sidelines. This will be a 3-on-3 gym battle between Erica, the Celadon City gym leader, and Ashley Ketchum from Pallet Town. Erica's assistant announced. "Whoever knocks out all 3 Pokémon on either side is the winner." The gym leader Erica will call out her Pokémon first. "Let the battle begin." "Okay, Tangela, go." Erica called, releasing a blue Pokémon covered in thick vines. "Tangela," it said. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Tangela, the vine Pokémon. Its body is wrapped in vines. The rest of its form is hidden beneath these vines. Better be careful. "Charmander, I need your help." Ash called out her lizard Pokémon. "Charmander," it replied, ready to battle. "Even though you are using a fire type, Ash, don't think that you have won yet," Erica warned. "Tangela, use Vine WHP. Quick attack to dodge, then use Flamethrower." Ash commanded. Char. Charmander dodged the WHP with speed and, getting close enough, fired a blazing blast of fire. Tangela, it cried out as it was hit. Tangela is unable to battle. The match goes to Charmander, the referee announced. Char. Charmander smiled. All right. Ash cheered. 2 more. Tangela, return. You did your best, Erica said. Weepinbell, I choose you. Ash scanned the flycatcher Pokémon. Weepinbell, the flycatcher Pokémon. Weepinbell looks like a plant and covers opponents with a poisonous powder to catch them. Can you keep going? Ash asked Charmander. Charmander. Of course. Alright, I'm keeping you in, Ash said. Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf. Erica commanded. Bell. Weepinbell spun around, releasing a flurry of leaves. Flamethrower, burn them down. Ash countered. Charmander fired a flamethrower towards the incoming leaves, incinerating them. Quick, use Metal Claw. Ash ordered. The lizard Pokémon charged at Weepinbell with his claw glowing, delivering a powerful attack. Weepinbell, it cried out before fainting. Oh no. Weepinbell, return now, Erica said, recalling her fainted Pokémon. On the sidelines, the ladies watched, impressed by Ash's performance. Sweet. Ash Nachon only needs to defeat one more Pokémon, Marin grinned. And she wins. Go. Wow, she's a great trainer, one lady commented. I know, another lady agreed. She also took down 2 of Lady Erica's Pokémon with just Charmander, a third lady said, amazed. Alan smiled slightly. I must say, Ashley, you are an impressive trainer. But this gym battle isn't over yet, Erica said passionately. Go, Gloom. Gloom, it said. Ash and Charmander exchanged worried glances. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Gloom, the weed Pokémon. The evolved form of Oddish. It gives off a powerful aroma that can cause those who smell it to faint from 2 miles away. Charmander, let's finish this quickly. Use Ember. Ash commanded. Charmander fired an Ember attack at Gloom, but the weed Pokémon dodged it. Gloom, quick, use Petal Dance. Erica ordered. Gloom. A spiraling whirl of petals shot out from Gloom and twirled toward Charmander. Fire spin and into Flamethrower, pinpoint. Ash instructed. Charmander countered the petal dance with fire spin, dissipating the petals, and then launched a thin burst of fire directly at Gloom. Gloom, it cried out in pain before fainting. Gloom. Ash jumped up, catching Charmander as it leaped into her arms. We did it. Pikachu smiled, Pika. Charmander beamed. Ash thanked Charmander and returned it to its Pokeball for a rest. Is Gloom okay? She asked Erica, who was checking on the fainted Pokémon. Erica smiled reassuringly. Oh, don't worry. Gloom will be alright. She stood up. The rest of the group walked toward them. Ashley, you gave me an excellent battle. You're a great trainer, Erica complimented. And so, I give you the Rainbow Badge, proof of your victory here at Celadon Gym. She held out the badge. Ash took the badge, smiling. Thank you very much, Erica. She turned to Pikachu. Check it out, Pikachu, it's Pikapi. Badge 5. Pikachu exclaimed. Way to go, Brock said. Yeah, now you need 3 more, Alan added. Ash nodded, and everyone clapped and congratulated her. After receiving the Rainbow Badge from Erica, it was time to move on. Bidding farewell to Erica and her assistants, they left Celadon City. Our heroes were walking down a street called Scissor Street, and only Brock knew the reason for their visit. Brock was scanning the area, looking left and right. Marin asked, is there somewhere you want to visit, Brock? He continued to search the street, while Chesby sighed, thinking he wasn't paying attention. Wait a second, wasn't Scissor Street also called Breeder's Lane? Ash inquired. Yeah, this place is Brock's specialty, Alan replied. Makes sense, Marin added. Where is it? Brock wondered aloud. As they walked, Brock explained, some of the best breeders have shops here. There are also many great makeup places and fashion salons just for Pokémon. Oh, Ash said, intrigued. Pikachu shook her head, indicating it wasn't her thing. Marin, however, found something that made her squeal, how cute. She pointed at a poster from a salon. Cheese. How? Chesby exclaimed, looking at the poster. The group paused to read the announcement from the salon. You won't believe how appealing a Pokémon can be. Step in and see for yourselves. Let us dazzle you with the latest fashion at Salon Roquet. Did he just say Salon Roquet? Brock questioned. Why does that sound familiar? Ash added. Whoa, is that supposed to be a Pokémon or a Christmas tree? Brock wondered, shielding his eyes from the poster. In the Salon Roquet, 2 workers were busy with a Raichu and a Dodrio. The female worker was applying makeup and jewelry to Raichu, while the male worker styled the hair of the 3-headed bird Pokémon. We made your Pokémon a pretty mon, they announced. The Pokémon, however, looked unhappy with their new looks, feeling ridiculous in makeup. Then, the gang noticed the Dodrio and Raichu emerging from the salon with their dramatic makeovers. Vulpix. Unreal. Vulpix exclaimed, preferring her natural appearance. Arf. I feel sick. Zura barked, turning away. Pikapi Pikachu. Those poor Pokémon, Pikachu said sympathetically. Ash suddenly felt unwell, expressing, I don't feel so well. Alan nodded in agreement. Marin was about to speak when Brock interrupted, excitedly running toward a small section. I've been looking all over for this place. The entrance of the salon featured a picture of a Vulpix, and they stepped inside. Hi, can I help you? A woman's voice greeted them as the doorbell jingled. Unbeknownst to them, the reason the name Salon Roquet sounded familiar was that it was run by Team Rocket, who was making money by styling Pokémon for their customers. This is going great, Meowth said with a grin. The gang looked ahead and saw a woman with long teal hair and brown eyes. Just relax, release all your tensions, she instructed as she massaged a Chansey, which sparkled and shone. Wow, Ash said, impressed. The woman finished, saying, now you have more energy. Chansey looked at itself in the mirror, stretching happily. Its trainer arrived, delighted, oh, don't you look gorgeous. The trainer praised and thanked Susie for her work, paying her before leaving with their Pokémon. Can I help you? Susie asked. Well, we were looking around, but I would like one of my Pokémon to have a massage, Ash replied. Susie smiled, of course, just tell me when you'd like it to be massaged. Marin noticed something that caught her eye. Hey, look. A Vulpix, but it's different, she said. That's a Kanto Vulpix, Marin, Alan explained. Ashley's is an Alola Vulpix, remember? Yeah, Marin said with a sheepish smile. As the group continued traveling, they arrived at a place called Gringy City. They quickly realized that Gringy City was not pleasant, the air was thick with pollution, and the water was a dark color. I really don't like this place. It's filthy and smells terrible, Ash stated bluntly. Marin nodded in agreement. Yeah, there are only factories around, and no people. Brock, reading information about Gringy City, frowned. Listen to this, it says Gringy City was once bustling with activity, but it overexpanded its factories and power plants, leading to its near abandonment and the pollution of the nearby sea. We should find the Pokémon Center quickly, I don't think it's safe out here, Alan suggested. The group nodded in agreement and hurried to the Pokémon Center. It was late when they reached the Pokémon Center, and Nurse Joy was not pleased with their late arrival. They quickly booked a room and headed to their accommodations. Ash lay on the bed with Pikachu resting on her stomach. "For once, I'm glad to be inside instead of outside," she said. "You're right, the air here is really bad," Alan replied. "And the sights aren't good either," Marin added. Fortunately, Chesby was tired before they arrived in Grainy City. "I suggest we leave as soon as daylight hits," Alan proposed. "I'm with you," Brock agreed. As they were getting ready, the lights suddenly went out. "Oh come on, a blackout now?" Ash groaned. "This is strange," Brock remarked. "Let's go see Nurse Joy," Alan suggested. The group went to find out what had happened and saw Nurse Joy looking worried. They quickly discovered that some Pokémon in incubators were in trouble due to the power outage. "If the power doesn't come back soon, all those Pokémon might be in danger," Nurse Joy said anxiously. "This is bad, we need to fix this fast," Ash said. "Nurse Joy, we'll find out what the problem is." "Thank you," Nurse Joy replied gratefully. The gang left the Pokémon Center immediately to investigate the power outage, heading to Officer Jenny's office. "Officer Jenny, we have a problem," Brock said. "The Pokémon Center has lost power, and if it doesn't come back soon, the Pokémon there are in trouble." "That's the issue, I've been trying to contact the power plant since the blackout, but no one is answering," Officer Jenny informed them. "Do you know where the power plant is located?" Alan asked. Officer Jenny pointed towards the factory area. "It's over there, you can't miss it. It's the biggest building." "Thank you," Ash said. The gang ran off to the power plant. It didn't take long to find the power plant. Just as Officer Jenny said, it was the largest building in Grainy City, with big chimneys emitting thick smoke. "Why do I have the feeling that this is where most of the pollution is coming from?" Ash wondered. Marin noticed a stream and grimaced. That's disgusting. "The water is even worse here," she said. "We should hurry," Brock urged. As they entered the building, they didn't notice a purple sludge living in the stream. Inside the power plant, it was very dark, making it hard to see anything. Luckily, Alan and Brock had brought flashlights. "Okay, what are we going to do?" Marin asked, looking around. "Simple, we find the main power room," Ash began. "And if there are people working to restore the power," Alan added. "Pikachu." Pikachu pointed, indicating something. "Huh?" Ash blinked and saw a Magnemite in front of her. "It's a Magnemite," Brock said. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Magnemite, the magnet Pokémon. It can float through the air and emits thunder wave through its magnet-shaped units located on its sides. "What's a Magnemite doing here?" Marin asked. "Don't know," Ash shrugged. "Hey, Magnemite, do you know what's going on?" Magnemite stared at Ash, then suddenly froze and flew off in a hurry. "I was just asking," Ash pouted. "What happened? More like it." Alan said. Pikachu sniffed the air and immediately covered her nose. "Pikachu," she exclaimed. "Smells bad?" Ash blinked, then the stench hit her nose. "Arg, yep." The rest of the gang covered their noses as well. "What's that smell?" Marin asked. Alan looked behind them and saw the purple sludge. "Our answer is here," he said. "Huh," the gang turned around. Oh man. They saw it too. Grimer, the purple sludge-like Pokémon said. There were many Grimer behind them. "These guys must be the reason the Magnemite left," Brock said, holding his nose. Ash scanned the group of Grimer. Grimer, the sludge Pokémon. It was born when sludge in a dirty stream was exposed to the moon's X-rays. It appears among filth. Appears among filth? This city, the pollution. It makes sense, Brock said. The pollution in this city must be attracting the Grimer, Alan said. And if there are Grimer, then. The gang took a step back, the stench growing stronger, and they remained silent. Marin took a deep breath. Ash paled, realizing what might happen. Oh no, Marin. Wait, she started. They smell absolutely horrible. Marin yelled. A minute. Ash finished, but it was too late, the damage was done. The Grimer made angry faces. Grimer. A large purple blob of sludge dropped down behind the group of Grimer. Mook, it said. There's a Mook among them as well, Alan noted. Oh boy, Ash said, scanning the large Pokémon. Mook, the sludge Pokémon. The evolved form of Grimer. A toxic fluid seeps from its body, harming plants and trees in contact. The smell is even worse, Brock said. The gang took more steps back, preparing to run. Mook. Attack. Mook ordered, pointing at the gang. Grimer. Charge, the Grimer shouted as they charged forward. Run. Ash shouted, grabbing Marin's hand. The gang immediately fled, with Marin feeling regretful. I'm sorry. I couldn't take the smell much longer, she shouted. Never mind. Keep running. Brock replied. The gang continued to run until Ash and Marin collided with two men. Oof, they exclaimed, falling backward. Alan caught Ash, and Brock caught Marin just in time before they hit the ground. Both men were wearing blue jumpsuits, indicating they worked at the power plant factory. Hey, what are you kids doing here? One of them asked. Getting far away from the Grimer. Run now. Marin yelled. The two men spotted the Grimer. Ah! The Grimer, they shouted, and ran off. Hey, wait! Ash called out. The gang immediately chased after them, following them into the main power room. Brock quickly shut the door and locked it, standing in front of it alongside Alan. Why is there a blackout? It's causing trouble at the Pokémon Center, Ash asked. Both workers grimaced and introduced themselves as Dee and Philip. It's because of the Grimer, Dee explained. They've plugged up the water intake, and our power generators won't spin without water. Bang! Bang! Guys! This door won't hold them. Brock shouted, gripping the door with Alan. You're all Pokémon trainers, right? Philip asked. The gang nodded. Use your Pokémon to fight them, Philip suggested. If you do that, the Grimer may run away, and the generator may work again, Dee added. Brock and Alan stepped away from the door, knowing it was about to be broken down. The door burst open, revealing Grimer and Mook. Grimer. Mook. Let's do this, Ash said. Pika. Pikachu stood ready. Then an air vent above in the main power room opened, and out came Magnemite. Are you here to help us? Ash asked. Magnemite, it nodded. More Magnemite and the evolved form, Magneton, appeared as well. Ash scanned the evolved form. Magneton, the magnet Pokémon. The evolved form of Magnemite. Its heavy gravitational power allows it to float, and it can emit powerful magnetic electric fields. Magnemite. Magneton. All the Magnemite and Magneton fired a powerful thunder shock at the Grimer. The Magnemite and Magneton continued their electric attacks at the Grimer, blocking the water intake. Grimer. The Grimer fled the area. The water flowed through, and the generator started to spin. The lights in the main power room came back on. Dee and Philip were delighted and immediately set to work on the machines. The gang cheered that the power was restored. Mook. Mook roared at them. We still have one more, Alan said. Pikachu, Bolt Tackle, Ash ordered. Pika. Pika 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 Pikachu. Pikachu tackled Mook with her electricity-covered body, sending the sludge Pokémon away. All right. Marin cheered. We did it. Brock exclaimed. After they defeated the Grimer and Mook, the wild Magnemites and Magnetons returned to their original places in the power plant, except for one Magnemite that Ash recognized. "What's wrong?" he asked. The Magnemite floated around Ash. "Magnemite. You want to come with me?" Ash inquired. Magnemite nodded. "Okay." Ash took out a Pokeball and tapped the magnet Pokémon, capturing it. The next morning, the gang spoke to Officer Jenny and Nurse Joy about the city before they left. "You see, the Grimer and Mook were in the stream because the water is filthy and dirty," Ash explained. "It's totally polluted," Marin added. "I know, Ash. We'll do everything we can until the water is clean again," Officer Jenny assured them. "But if you clean up the air and water around here, the city will be good as new, just like before," Alan said. Once again, Brock added. "And no Grimer and Mook." "Of course we will," Nurse Joy smiled. "We promise." "Bye, Nurse Joy." "Bye, Officer Jenny." Marin said. "Goodbye." Nurse Joy and Officer Jenny bid them farewell. Our heroes left Gringy City after helping to defeat the Grimer and Mook with a big assist from the Magnemite and Magneton. Right now, the gang was traveling through a mountain forest. Brock mentioned that once they passed the mountains, they should find Fuchsia City. Ash, excited, noted that it was where he could get his 6th badge. As they continued walking along the road, an explosion suddenly occurred, shaking the ground. Marin managed to keep her balance and gasped in shock, asking what had happened. Brock admitted he didn't know, but Alan pointed out that it came from the other side of the hill. Ash suggested they check it out, and the gang ran to the top of the hill, where they were surprised to find that the explosion was caused by trucks being destroyed by landslides and odd pit holes in the ground. Brock remarked on the mess, while Marin expressed her concern about the situation. An angry voice interrupted them, coming from a man in construction worker clothes, who shouted that it was because of the Diglett. Marin asked who he was, and the man explained that the Diglett were interrupting their construction work. He and his team were trying to build a dam, but the Diglett kept getting in the way. Suddenly, they heard vehicle sounds approaching, and soon cars, trucks, and buses came up the road. The worker expressed relief that help had arrived. Marin frowned, feeling uneasy about the situation. Ash, too, was hesitant to attack the Diglett, believing they must have a reason for their behavior. Marin then spotted a familiar car and groaned, while Pikachu commented on the situation. Out of the red convertible car emerged a very familiar trainer, along with cheerleaders. Marin recognized him as Gary, and Brock expressed his displeasure at seeing him again. Alan narrowed his eyes, recalling their last encounter at Porta Vista. Ash was surprised to see Gary, who greeted her in a superior tone, boasting that he had already obtained his 6th badge. Ash rolled her eyes at Gary's arrogance, while Chasepin commented on Gary's unchanged attitude. Gary dismissed Chasepin as weak, which angered Marin. Ash calmly confronted Gary, making it clear that while she could handle insults directed at herself, she would not tolerate anyone insulting Pokémon they didn't know. The worker explained that they needed to get rid of the Diglett, claiming they caused nothing but trouble. Gary corrected him, stating that Diglett were ground-type Pokémon. The gang watched the scene unfold, with Marin rolling her eyes at the familiar antics. Ash chimed in, mentioning Alolan Diglett, which were ground and steel-type and even had hair. The worker, frustrated, insisted he just wanted the Diglett gone. Gary attempted to call out his Pokémon, but to everyone's confusion, they kept returning to their Pokeballs. The same happened with the other trainers' Pokémon, who refused to come out. The Diglett even returned the Pokeballs to their owners, leaving everyone puzzled. Amused by the situation, Ash remarked on how interesting it was, while Marin found the Diglett's behavior endearing. Brock and Alan agreed, finding the whole scenario amusing. The worker looked at the gang, noticing that 3 Pokémon were already out of their Pokeballs. "Why isn't anyone doing anything?" he shouted, frustration evident in his voice. Every trainer turned to the group. Ash raised an eyebrow and stated bluntly, "I'm not attacking them, and our Pokémon refuse to attack." The group nodded in agreement, echoing, "There's nothing we can do about it." Somebody just get rid of them already, he yelled. After several failed attempts, Gary gave up and drove away in his red convertible, followed by his cheerleaders. The other trainers decided to leave as well, noticing their Pokémon were reluctant to come out. The workman, growing increasingly angry, pulled out a sledgehammer and shouted, "You Diglett!" He swung at the Diglett, but it easily dodged the blow. The group exchanged glances, sweat beading on their foreheads as they watched the workman struggle. As morning broke, the group decided to relax in the hot spring baths at a nearby inn. "Ah, this feels nice," Marin said, sighing contentedly. Alan pondered aloud, "Hey, don't you think it's strange that those Diglett are destroying the construction site?" Ash perked up at that. "Now that you mention it, it is," she agreed. Brock chimed in, "Do you think the Diglett have a reason for doing all this?" Alan nodded, recalling a previous incident. "Yes, remember the tentacle and tentacruel?" The group nodded in understanding. "Oh." Marin realized. "That makes more sense. Pokémon don't attack if they feel their home is being threatened," Brock added. After dealing with the Diglett and Doug trio, the group continued their search for the Fuchsia Gym, but finding it proved to be quite a challenge. "Alright, this is totally ridiculous," Marin exclaimed, throwing her arms in the air in frustration. "Trees and more trees. Why did they build a gym in the middle of nowhere? Who knows? There might be a reason why it's hidden," Ash replied. Brock suggested, "Maybe we should take a small break," pointing out a small waterfall nearby. Ash and Alan nodded in agreement. While looking through her PokeNav Plus, Ash muttered, "The gym is near here." Marin asked, "Ash, what Pokémon are you going to use?" Without looking up, Ash replied, "Nidorino, Nidorina, and Meowstic." Brock nodded approvingly, "Those are great choices." After their break, the group set off once more to find the Fuchsia Gym. Just when it seemed hopeless, Ash pointed excitedly. "Really? It's nearby?" "Yes, according to the PokeNav," she confirmed, pointing straight at a mansion. "It's here." "Wow, it looks like an old mansion from one of those classic movies," Marin commented. Alan warned, "We should be careful, there's no telling what might happen." Brock agreed, and Marin nodded. As they entered what appeared to be the Fuchsia Gym, they were unaware that they were being watched by a bug-type Pokémon hidden in a tree. "Venonat," it whispered quietly. As the group walked down a corridor, Marin leaned against a wall and suddenly fell through it. "Marin," they exclaimed, realizing one of their friends was missing. "Chase Bin." Chesby called out. Brock tapped the wall lightly. "This is a secret door," he stated. "When you touch this wall, it opens." The wall swung open, revealing Marin on the other side, frowning on the ground. "Why does this stuff happen to me?" she asked herself. Brock chimed in, "Maybe because it's funny." Marin shot him a playful glare while Ash giggled. Alan sighed in relief, "This place is definitely not normal if there's a secret door." Brock nodded, "We better be extra careful." Just then, a Pokémon voice called out, "Venonat." In front of them stood a Venonat. Ash scanned the Pokémon, noting its unique characteristics. "What's a Venonat doing here?" Marin wondered. The Venonat turned and ran off. "It ran away," Marin said. Ash sighed, "We should continue, but be careful," like Brock and Alan said. The group nodded and pressed on. As they walked through another corridor, Ash suddenly stopped and looked at the floor, paling. "Stop," she shouted. The group halted in their tracks. "What?" Marin gasped as she saw what lay before them. A Pokémon resembling a large Pokeball lay on the ground. "Voltorb," it exclaimed. "A Voltorb." Brock echoed in shock. Ash scanned the dangerous Pokémon. "It looks just like a Pokeball, but it can electrocute or explode on touch," she warned. Marin gasped, "Explode on touch." Alan pointed out a path away from it. "This way," he said. "Okay, what is wrong with this place?" First a secret door, and now a Voltorb trap, Marin complained. Suddenly, they heard the familiar voice of the Venonat again. It's you, Marin pointed out. The Venonat turned and ran away. Venonat, it called out. Brock stepped forward, but then, smash. OW, he exclaimed, rubbing his face. The group gasped, Brock. Ash asked, you okay? Yeah, what did I hit? He replied. Alan felt something with his hand. It's an invisible wall this time, he said with a sigh. Marin moved backward and felt something else. No way. It's another one, she exclaimed. Chesby touched the invisible wall, expressing disbelief. What's up with this weird place? Marin frowned. Ash shook her head and leaned against a wall when suddenly, whoa. She and Pikachu fell through another wall. Ashley. Ash Ne-chan, the group called out. Pika. Pikachu cried out. Ash found herself on the other side of the wall, feeling exasperated. This is seriously getting old, she thought. Pikachu's ears perked up as it noticed sharp stars flying toward them. Pika, it shouted, its tail glowing as it deflected each star. Pikachu Pikapi. What's the big idea? Ashley, the group called as they rushed through the secret door. A female laughter echoed through the corridor. Was that laughter? Marin asked, looking around. Ash nodded, yeah. Suddenly, a woman with long green hair tied in a high ponytail and dressed in a bright pink ninja outfit appeared before them. I am Aya, a ninja of this mansion, she announced. Huh? Ash blinked in surprise. A ninja? Isn't that color a bit bright? Marin asked, tilting her head. Aya frowned and turned away. I don't think so. So tell me, did you enjoy my little star treatment? She asked, holding up a ninja star. Nope, Ash replied bluntly. Pika. No. Pikachu growled, concerned for her partner's safety. Venonat was hiding behind Aya's leg. Ah, that's the Venonat we've been seeing, Marin pointed out. Yes, this Venonat informed me that some people entered the mansion, Aya stated. I wish to battle one of you. Huh? Alan responded, surprised. That's it, Ash said, nodding. I'll battle you. As Ash and Aya prepared for a Pokémon battle, Alan, Marin, Brock, and the Pokémon stood to the side, watching intently. One Pokémon for each of us. Choose yours now, Aya announced. Nidorino, show them your strength. Ash called out, releasing her female Nidorino. Nido. Nidorino exclaimed, ready to fight. And I choose Venonat, Aya said, sending out her bug-type Pokémon. Venonat, it said, prepared for battle. Nidorino, use Poison Fang. Ash ordered. Nidorino's fangs glowed purple as she charged at Venonat, but Venonat dodged the attack. Venonat, use Spun Spore. Aya commanded, releasing golden-brown spores towards Nidorino. Use Dig to dodge, then Super Fang. Ash countered. Nidorino dug into the ground, avoiding the spun spore, and emerged behind Venonat, using Super Fang to bite down hard. Venonat cried out in distress. Use Psybeam. Aya shouted. Venonat unleashed a multicolored beam from its eyes. Oh no, Marin gasped. Thunderbolt to counter. Ash ordered quickly. Nido-Oran. Nidorino fired an electric attack against the Psybeam. Great, use Poison Sting. Ash commanded. Nidorino shot purple darts from her mouth at Venonat, hitting it directly. Oh no, Venonat. Aya exclaimed, worried as she noticed her Pokémon starting to look unwell. Yes. Marin cheered. Brock nodded, Venonat has been poisoned by the Poison Sting attack. Nidorino began to glow and her body changed shape, evolving into Nidorina. Ash scanned Nidorina's new form. Nidorina, the Poison Pin Pokémon. The evolved form of Nidoran female. Aya held out a Pokeball. Return Venonat, she said, acknowledging her defeat. Good job, Ash praised. Suddenly, a Voltorb rolled towards them in the center of the hall. Voltorb. Ah! It's that Voltorb! Marin exclaimed. Heads up! Alan warned. Voltorb glowed and then exploded, filling the room with smoke. Everyone except Aya coughed from the explosion. A silhouette appeared in the smoke. Who? Alan thought, trying to see through the haze. You still have a lot to learn, Aya, a male voice said from the smoke. As the smoke cleared, a man with spiky black hair and a blue ninja uniform appeared, a long red scarf wrapped around his neck. Aya knelt down and bowed. Honor brother, I have failed, she said sadly. Ash blinked twice. Who are you? She asked. I am Koga, the gym leader of Fuchsia Gym, he introduced himself. Oh, I was right, Ash said. Marin nodded. Looks like it. But was the traps really necessary? Brock agreed. Well, I'm Ashley Ketchum and I wish to challenge you, Ash declared. Koga smirked. I sense a real fighting spirit from you. If you defeat me, you will earn the Soul Badge, he explained. This will be a 2-on-2 Pokémon battle, Koga announced the rules. Alright. Nidoran, I choose you. Ash called, sending out her male Nidoran. Nidu. Nidoran struck his horn in the air, ready to fight. Then I shall start with Venonat, Koga said, releasing his bug-type Pokémon. Another one? Ash questioned. Koga smirked. Not quite. Venonat began to glow and evolved into a moth-like Pokémon. Venomoth, it announced. Oh come on, Ash said, scanning the new Pokémon. Venomoth, the poison moth Pokémon. The evolved form of Venonat, she read. Be careful, Ash, Alan warned. Yeah, Brock agreed. Venomoth, use Spun Spore. Koga commanded. Venomoth flapped its wings, releasing golden powder towards Nidoran. No. Nidoran, use Dig, then Sludge Bomb. Ash countered. Nidoran quickly dug into the ground and emerged from another spot, launching blobs of brown sludge at Venomoth, hitting it directly and causing it to fall. Nidoran, he growled, glowing as he evolved into Nidorino. Ash smiled, excited about the 2 evolutions in one day. Interesting. 2 evolutions in one battle, Koga remarked. But we shall continue. Nidorino, use. Suddenly, a loud explosion interrupted them. What now? Marin questioned. A familiar laughter echoed through the air. It's Team Rocket again, Marin groaned. Team Rocket appeared, reciting their usual motto, with Arbok and Weezing ready for action. Let's join forces to fight them, Koga suggested. Koga had Venomoth ready, Ash had Nidorino, and Aya called out her Venonat, which had been healed and was fit to battle. James smirked. We had a feeling you'd do that, so we came prepared, he said, firing a sticky substance that trapped the Pokémon, except for Nidorino, who dodged. Ah! Koga and Aya gasped in shock. What? Team Rocket exclaimed. Chespy stood protectively in front of its partners. Koga stepped forward. I know what to do. He pulled a cord from the ceiling, causing multiple Voltorb to appear. Voltorb, they chorused. Ah, who cares? James shouted, firing the sticky substance at the Voltorb. Nice. Jesse complimented. Now to grab those 4. They all growled at Team Rocket. Ash tossed out a Pokémon to help them. Meow. Meowstic said, appearing on the scene. Meowth had heart-shaped eyes. Well, Meowth, he exclaimed. James and Jesse twitched, hitting Meowth in frustration. Much. Meowth cried, holding his head. Meowstic huffed, already having a mate in Alan's male Meowstic. Ash raised an eyebrow, noticing Team Rocket's distraction. Meowstic, disable, she commanded. Meowstic used disable, freezing Team Rocket and their Pokémon in place. Hey, what's going on? Jesse shouted, unable to move. I can't move. James exclaimed. And me either. Meowth added. Meowstic followed up with a confusion and psychic attack, sending Team Rocket flying away. Boom! Blast! No fair! Jessie shouted as they disappeared. We were so close. James exclaimed, frustration evident in his voice. This is your fault, Meowth, he shouted again. Meowth, the Pokémon replied, shocked by the accusation. Team Rocket is blasting off again, they all shouted in unison. They never learn, Alan sighed, tiredly. Brock nodded in agreement, you said it. Meowstic, can you help us get rid of this sticky stuff? Ash asked. Meowstic shook her head, meow, no problem. She said, her eyes glowing as the sticky substance on Venomoth and Venonat began to disappear, including the Voltorb. Wow, Marin said in awe. We should continue our battle, Ash said, returning Nidorian to its Pokeball. Koga nodded, agreed. And so, Ash and Koga resumed their gym battle. I choose Meowstic for this round, Ash declared. Meow, Meowstic smiled, stepping forward. And I shall go with Golbat, Koga said, releasing a large bat-like Pokémon. Golbat, it said, flapping its wings in the air. Ash scanned the bat Pokémon. Golbat, the bat Pokémon. The evolved form of Zubat. Its sharp fangs puncture the toughest of hides. Golbat, use wing attack, Koga ordered. Golbat dove down, ready to strike. Use psychic to stop it and slam it, Ash commanded. Meowstic's eyes glowed, halting Golbat in mid-air before slamming it hard into the ground. Marin winced, ouch. Now use Psybeam, Ash instructed. Meowstic fired a multicolored beam. Dodge and use cross poison, Koga countered. Golbat took flight, dodging the Psybeam, and its wing glowed purple as it charged in. Protect. Meowstic turned around and raised a shield, deflecting the poison attack. Psybeam once more. She fired another multicolored beam, hitting Golbat directly. Golbat fainted from the attack, collapsing to the ground with swirling eyes. Marin clapped in delight, yay, she cheered. The Pokémon all called out happily. Koga sighed and returned Golbat to its Pokeball. He approached Ash, who was talking to the others. Ashley, he began. Ash turned around. Not only did you beat me, but you also saved my Voltorb from those thieves, Koga continued. Therefore, it is an honor to give you the Soul Badge. He unrolled a scroll revealing the Fuchsia Gym Badge. It is yours. Ash bowed slightly before taking the badge from the scroll. Alright, we got the Soul Badge, she cheered. Pikachu gave a peace sign, Pikapi Pie. Badge 6, it noted. Everyone congratulated Ash on her victory. After receiving Ash's 6th gym badge, the group arrived at a field surrounded by fences, filled with various Pokémon. Wow, look at all those Pokémon, Marin said. Looks like a ranch, Alan commented. That's what I thought as well, Ash agreed. Suddenly, they felt the ground shaking. Do any of you feel that? Ash asked. Yeah, Marin nodded. Earthquake, she wondered. I don't think so, Alan said, spotting a group of brown bull-like Pokémon running. It could be from them, he pointed out. Ash scanned the herd of Pokémon. Tauros, the wild bull Pokémon. Once it takes aim at its foe, it makes a headlong charge. Whoa, Marin said. Growl, a familiar Pokémon barked from behind them. The gang turned around and spotted a Growlithe. Hey, it's a Growlithe, Marin smiled. Ash pointed her Pokédex towards the puppy Pokémon. Growlithe, the puppy Pokémon. While loyal to its MSTR, the Growlithe will drive away enemies by barking and biting. Where's its trainer? Marin wondered. Right here, a female voice replied. They saw a girl with blue hair in a low ponytail and blue eyes, riding on a fire horse Pokémon. It's a Ponyta, Brock said. Ash turned her Pokédex towards the fire horse Pokémon. Ponyta, the fire horse Pokémon. As a newborn, it can barely stand. However, through galloping, its legs become tougher and faster. Excuse me, but can you tell us where we are exactly? Ash asked politely. Sure, you're at a Pokémon ranch, we preserve and raise wild Pokémon here, the girl answered. Marin turned to her brother, you were right, she said. So, are those toros yours? Ash asked. The girl nodded, yes. I'm Lara Laramie, and my family runs this ranch, she said. Nice to meet you, Lara, Ash smiled. The gang introduced themselves and their Pokémon. Lara smiled back, nice to meet you all. Lara showed the gang around the fields of the ranch, which held different Pokémon. Breeders love Pokémon from the Laramie Ranch because they are raised in the wild and are a little stronger than other Pokémon, Brock explained. Lara smiled and dismounted her Ponyta. I'm really glad that some folks know about the hard work we do, she said. We're proud of the way we raise our Pokémon here. This place is amazing, Ash said. I know. We're having a big party here tonight. Why don't you all come as my guests? Lara offered. A party. Brock smiled. That sounds great, Marin cheered. Pika Pikapi, Pikachu cheered. And if you stay here at the ranch tonight, you'll be able to see the big Pokémon race tomorrow, Lara added. Ash blinked, a Pokémon race? We race one another to find out who has the best Pokémon. Anyone who wins the big Pokémon race becomes an honorary member of the Laramie clan, Lara explained. The ground began to shake again. Huh? Lara blinked and turned around. The toros again? Marin asked. No, that sound can only be. Lara trailed off as a flock of bird-like Pokémon with 3 heads ran past them at high speed. Fast! Marin exclaimed. Those are Dodrio, Alan said, recognizing the Pokémon. The gang saw a boy with purple hair in a low ponytail riding the 3-headed bird Pokémon. Howdy, Lara, the boy greeted. Dario, Lara replied casually. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Dodrio, the triple bird Pokémon. It can run faster than it can fly. Dario smirked at Lara. I thought I'd let you know that Dodrio and I are going to win the Pokémon race tomorrow, he said proudly. Don't be so sure, Dario, Lara frowned. It takes more than speed to win the race, she retorted. Just get ready to lose, Lara, Dario said before taking off. Pikapi Pika. What a JRK. Pikachu remarked. Chia pin cheese. Reminds you of anyone? Chesby added suddenly. Pie. Pikachu Pika. Ah. That arrogant brat. Pikachu groaned. Ash and Marin held back a laugh. Who was that guy? Alan asked. That's Dario, a Dodrio trainer, Lara explained. He loves to show off his Pokémon speed, Lara replied. That night, Lara brought the gang to the festival, filled with food stalls and other attractions. A stall salesman wished her good luck in the race the next day, and Lara smiled in response. A lady complimented her Ponyta, and Lara graciously thanked her. Encouraging shouts came from the crowd, and Ash enjoyed a giant chocolate treat, sharing it with Chesby and Pikachu, while also giving some to Marin. Wow, she's really popular, Marin remarked. Yeah, Brock agreed, she and Ponyta must be great contenders in that race. Just then, a familiar voice called out to Lara. It was Dario, who informed her that her toros were acting up back at the ranch. Lara gasped and whistled for her Ponyta, quickly mounting it and riding off. Alan glanced back and noticed a small smirk from the Dodrio trainer, feeling uneasy about it. When they arrived at the ranch, Lara's toros were playfully butting heads, creating quite a ruckus. Ash heard the commotion and wondered what was happening. Lara, shocked, instructed her Growlithe to help settle them down. Growlithe jumped over the fence and barked, quickly calming the toros. What was that all about? Brock asked, concerned. I don't like the look of this, Alan replied. Suddenly, Lara noticed something out of the corner of her eye. A bright flash startled Ponyta, causing Lara to fall off and injure her arm. Lara. Marin gasped as Lara winced in pain. Don't move that arm, Brock warned. Ash rushed to calm Ponyta, gently pulling on the reins until the fire horse settled down. Marin wondered what could have caused the scare, while Alan pondered what Pokémon could have spooked Ponyta. In the shadows, Team Rocket was behind the incident. Meowth praised their work, while Jesse and James expressed their excitement about their plan. Dario had made a deal with Team Rocket to ensure his victory in the race, promising them a reward in return. Back at Lara's house, her arm was in a sling as she gazed out the window, feeling disheartened. "With my arm like this, I can't grip Ponyta's reins and won't be able to race tomorrow," she said regretfully. Ponyta looked down sadly. "Too bad for the Laramie clan," Ash sighed. Suddenly, Lara's expression brightened. She turned to Ash, who was leaning casually against Alan. "Ash, you can ride Ponyta for me." Ash blinked in surprise. "Me? I can't do it." Knowing Ponyta's flames, it would be dangerous for anyone else, she replied. After crossing the grassland, the group found themselves in a Pokémon reserve area. Marin looked around in wonder, while Ash explained that catching wild Pokémon was forbidden there. Alan noted the importance of finding the ranger station, as the rangers were protective of the area. A voice interrupted them, and they turned to see Officer Jenny, who was pleased that they understood the rules. She invited them to follow her to the ranger station. At the station, a large map displayed the area. Ranger Jenny explained how it helped monitor for poachers. Just then, a boy named Tomo entered, holding a grow light. He was shy but greeted the gang. Ranger Jenny shared Tomo's backstory, revealing that she had cared for him after a tragic helicopter accident involving his parents. The gang listened intently, feeling sympathy for Tomo's situation. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the map, indicating the presence of poachers. Ranger Jenny sprang into action, ready to confront the threat. "Wait," Marin called out. "Can we come?" "We want to help you," Ash said. Ranger Jenny nodded. "Of course, hop in." She gestured for them to enter the jeep. Ranger Jenny, Tomo, and the gang climbed in to investigate the commotion. The red dot on the map indicated the presence of an evil organization in the Kanto region, Team Rocket. They were in the Pokémon reserve area, planning to capture all the Kangaskhan. A group of Kangaskhan was gathered together, making them an easy target. "If we capture all of those Kangaskhan, we'll get a big promotion from the boss," James said, eyeing the herd. "Hurry, we must act quickly," Jesse urged. Meowth smirked. "Everything is all set." When Ranger Jenny, Tomo, and the gang arrived at the location, they were amazed to see some rare Pokémon. "Incredible," Brock said. "It's a herd of Kangaskhan." Ash pulled out her Pokédex and scanned the Pokémon. Kangaskhan, the parent Pokémon. The Kangaskhan is a rare Pokémon that raises its children in its pouch. They will defend their young fiercely if they feel threatened. "You see, the Kangaskhan are the reason why poachers keep coming here," Ranger Jenny explained, looking around for any signs of trouble. "Right now, everything seems to be all right." Suddenly, a loud bang echoed in the sky. The Kangaskhan herd panicked. Pikachu spotted something. "Pika Pikapi," she pointed, indicating Team Rocket. "Not those three again," Marin said, face-palming. "Ranger Jenny, can't we do something?" Brock asked. "I don't think that's a good idea," Alan interjected. "The Kangaskhan are already in a panic." Ranger Jenny nodded. "That's right. If I go after Team Rocket in my jeep, the Kangaskhan may start charging." Another loud bang was heard, causing the Kangaskhan to panic even more. They began to charge. "Oh," Ash said. "Hold on." Ranger Jenny exclaimed, starting the jeep and accelerating to avoid the stampede just in time. Chase Bin exclaimed in surprise as they saw all the Kangaskhan caught in a net. They were about to help when they heard a loud noise coming from the trees. Tomo looked toward the trees. "Sounds like she's coming," he said. "I agree," Ranger Jenny nodded. "Who's she?" Marin questioned. Their question was answered when they saw another Kangaskhan, larger than the others, heading toward the captured ones, with Team Rocket's red jeep in front of them. Holy Arceus. That's some fighting spirit, Ash sensed. Will that Kangaskhan be alright? Brock asked. She will. There is nothing to worry about. That Kangaskhan is a real fighter, Ranger Jenny replied. When the Kangaskhan saw her kin captured in a net, her expression turned furious. Jessie smirked. We'll just capture this one first. She tossed a pokeball at the untrapped Kangaskhan. The Kangaskhan saw the pokeball coming and punched it away. Her right fist glowed white as she struck Team Rocket's jeep, sending the pokeballs flying. That's a dynamic punch, Alan noted. The Kangaskhan quickly bit through the net, freeing the other Kangaskhan. Ah-oh. Team Rocket paled as they found themselves surrounded. All the Kangaskhan charged in with a powerful punch, sending Team Rocket flying away. The larger Kangaskhan sighed in relief and returned to roaming the area. Back at the ranger station, the gang was amazed by what they had witnessed. Man, that Kangaskhan sure packed a powerful punch, Brock complimented. Totally, Marin agreed. I'll say. To be honest, I've never seen anything like that from a Kangaskhan, Alan said. Has that Kangaskhan always been like that? Ash asked, curious. Yes, she has. Even as a baby, she was a fighter, Ranger Jenny replied. Is her child a fighter as well? Marin asked, wondering if the baby would be the same. Well. I haven't seen her child fight yet, but she is very independent for a baby, Ranger Jenny chuckled. She's never afraid to leave her mother's pouch or meet new Pokémon. Sounds like a curious and adventurous child, Ash said. Ranger Jenny giggled, that's right. Just then, they heard a squeak coming from outside the station. When they looked, they saw a baby Kangaskhan. Aw, how cute. Marin gushed. What's a baby Kangaskhan doing here, away from her mother? Ash asked. That's the child of the Kangaskhan that fights. This little one is the one I was talking about. She likes to wander around the area, Ranger Jenny explained. Ash nodded, then felt something tugging at her boot. She looked down to see the baby Kangaskhan raising her arms. Instinctively, Ash bent down and picked her up, eliciting laughter from the baby. Dawee. Marin cooed. I'll say it again. She's so cute. Ash nodded in agreement, hugging the baby Kangaskhan who giggled happily. Ranger Jenny and Tomo were amazed, they had never seen a baby Kangaskhan bond with a human before. Amazing, that's a first, Tomo stated. Indeed, Ranger Jenny agreed. Suddenly, a red dot appeared on the radar map again. Alan raised an eyebrow. Looks like Team Rocket is back. Brock nodded. True, those guys don't know how to give up. Let's go, Ranger Jenny said. The gang quickly got into the jeep again, and Ash took the baby Kangaskhan with her, hoping her mother might be nearby. When they arrived, they found Team Rocket had built a giant robotic Kangaskhan to attack the real ones. Alan narrowed his eyes at the machine. Those look like tranquilizers. Team Rocket must have made them to put the Kangaskhan to sleep, he said, noticing the Kangaskhan that had already fallen asleep. Strong dose for them as well. That's it. Ash growled, gently passing the baby Kangaskhan to Alan before stepping out of the jeep with determination. Marin sweat a bit. Oh boy. There's trouble ahead, she said with an awkward laugh. This is not the usual Ash, Brock stated bluntly. This was an angry Ash, who you should never mess with. Ash called out to her Gyarados, seeking help. The Aqua Gyarados roared as she appeared on the field, sensing her trainer's anger. Team Rocket froze and turned to look at the source of the sound, their faces paling at the sight of the Gyarados. Gyarados, Aqua Tail. Ash commanded. Thalassa roared as her tail unleashed a powerful torrent of water towards the robotic Kangaskhan, causing it to stumble. Aw! Team Rocket screamed as the robotic Kangaskhan fell to the side. Hyper Beam. Ash ordered. Gyarados roared once more, gathering energy inside her mouth as an orange glow began to form. Ah-oh. Team Rocket paled and frantically tried to get the robotic Kangaskhan to move, but it was no use. "Come on, James!" Meowth shouted, panicking. "Get this thing moving!" Jessie screeched, struggling with the controls. "I'm trying my best!" James exclaimed, pressing buttons in desperation. The Gyarados released the energy of the Hyper Beam, striking Team Rocket's machine and causing it to explode. "Team Rocket is blasting off again!" Team Rocket shouted as they were sent flying. Ash sighed, "Great job," she praised her Pokémon. Gyarados smiled in response. Alan had his Metong use Psychic to remove all the sleeping darts from the Kangaskhan, ensuring it was safe and awake once more. Ranger Jenny expressed her gratitude, "Thank you, Ash. Now all these Kangaskhan are safe." Ash shook her head, "It's fine." The larger Kangaskhan, known for its fighting spirit, began to roar. Ash jolted a bit, while Gyarados curled protectively around her. The Kangaskhan pointed at Ash and Gyarados. "I see," Alan smiled. "See what?" Marin asked. "That Kangaskhan wants to battle Ash's Gyarados," Brock explained. "That's right," Alan confirmed. Ash blinked, "Oh. Is that right?" The Kangaskhan nodded and roared again. Gyarados responded with a roar of her own, accepting the challenge. "The battle is on," Marin announced. As everyone, including the Kangaskhan herd, gathered to watch, Ash gave Gyarados permission to battle on her own. She stood to the side, holding a baby Kangaskhan in her arms. The battle commenced when Zorua barked loudly, signaling the start. The Kangaskhan charged at Gyarados with a glowing fist. Gyarados leaned back, dodging the dynamic punch, then charged forward with a glowing tail. The Kangaskhan saw the iron tail coming and countered with her focus punch. Both attacks collided, creating a strong shockwave that made them glare at each other. Marin held her hat in awe. "Whoa! What a shockwave," Brock remarked, impressed. Ash nodded, "Kangaskhan isn't going down without a fight." "True. That Kangaskhan is quite a fighter, she'll be a great teacher in the future," Alan complimented. Ash considered this, thinking it wasn't a bad idea. Some of her Pokémon would appreciate a new sparring partner, especially Lucario. The baby Kangaskhan squealed, cheering for her mother, hoping to grow strong like her. Ranger Jenny and Tomo watched the battle in amazement. Both Pokémon roared and growled at each other, but Kangaskhan was breathing heavily, showing signs of exhaustion. She had used many fighting-type moves: Dynamic Punch, Focus Punch, Fire Punch, and Focus Blast. Gyarados countered with her own attacks: Dragon Rage, Dragon Pulse, Iron Tail, and Ice Fang. Gyarados growled as she launched a Hydro Pump attack, hitting the parent Pokémon directly and sending her sliding back. Kangaskhan struggled to fight back but soon collapsed, signaling the end of the battle with Gyarados as the victor. The baby Kangaskhan jumped out of Ash's arms and ran towards her mother, checking to see if she was okay. Kangaskhan opened her eyes and smiled at her child, reassuring her that she was all right. She then looked towards Gyarados, thanking her for the great battle. Gyarados roared softly in response, acknowledging the great battle they had. Pikapi Pikachu Pika, Pikachu added with a thumbs up, expressing that such a battle was a rare sight. Our heroes arrived at their destination, the Safari Zone, where wild Pokémon could be captured. Ash yawned and changed into more comfortable clothes, realizing that wearing a dress wasn't the best choice for this adventure. "Yahoo! I can't wait to see what Pokémon are here!" Takato exclaimed excitedly. Marin nodded in agreement, hoping to capture something new. Brock smiled slightly, observing the energetic enthusiasm of the younger trainers. "Kids these days are so energetic when it comes to capturing Pokémon," he remarked. Ash and Alan nodded in agreement. As they approached the entrance to the Safari Zone, they heard some voices nearby. One male voice sounded annoyed, asking, "Remind me again why we're here." Another voice replied, lively, come on, you've been cooped up in that building for days. You need some fresh air. In Kanto, the annoyed voice responded. Faulkner, don't be a spoil sport, the lively voice urged. I'm not Flint, I'm just stating the truth. You dragged me away from Sinnoh to Kanto, Faulkner sighed. Oh, come on. Flint whined. The gang spotted two teens around 16, one with an afro of red hair and the other with spiky blonde hair. Those are. Ash started to say. Flint noticed the group and smiled brightly. Yo! Are you all here for the Safari Zone? Brock nodded. We are. Great. I'm Flint, and this is Faulkner. Nice to meet all of you. Flint introduced himself. Faulkner nodded in greeting. Nice to meet you too. I'm Ash, and this is Pikachu, Ash said, gesturing to his partner. Pikachu raised a paw and chirped, Pika. Hey, I'm Takato, Ash's little brother. Takato grinned and waved. This is Zack. Zack barked in response. Hi, I'm Marin, and this is my brother Alan. Marin introduced herself and her brother. Oh, and this is my partner, Chespy. Chespy waved cheerfully. Alan nodded politely. I'm Brock. So, what are two famous people from Sinnoh doing here in Kanto? Ash asked curiously. Flint winced. You recognize us? He questioned. Ash raised an eyebrow. Yes, after all, you're both famous for being the youngest elite trainers in Sinnoh. Marin blinked in surprise. What? Flint is a member of the Sinnoh Elite Four, and Faulkner is the Sunnyshore's gym leader, the strongest gym leader in Sinnoh, Alan explained. Takato's eyes sparkled with excitement. So cool, he exclaimed. Brock nodded. I knew I recognized those names from somewhere. Oh man, we were hoping you wouldn't, Flint groaned. Ash smiled reassuringly. Don't worry about it. You're still you, and I'm going to treat you as equals, if you don't mind. Of course not. Flint grinned. Finally. Marin's sweat dropped, observing Flint's enthusiasm. He kind of acts like an older version of you, Takato. Takato beamed. I know. Isn't it awesome? Oh boy, Marin muttered, face-palming. Back to the question at hand. What are you two doing here in Kanto? Brock asked, steering the conversation back on track. Flint grinned. I figured my pal Faulkner here needed something new and some fresh air away from all the technology. The Safari Zone is a great place. Alan raised an eyebrow. I'm sure Sinnoh has a Safari Zone too. They do, but Flint, the hyper one, didn't want to go to the same place over and over again. Even if it's in our region, it's boring according to him, Faulkner explained, sounding annoyed. Brock chuckled. I can see that. Are we going to go in? Marin asked eagerly. Yeah, Alan replied. As the gang and the two Sinnoh trainers entered the building, Ash approached the counter. Suddenly, she found herself face to face with an intimidating figure. Who are you brats? An old man demanded. Takato and Marin quickly hid behind Alan, while Ash thought to herself, why me? Oi. First, put that away, Flint said firmly. Second, we're all here to enter the Safari Zone. Ash silently signaled to Pikachu, who used its tail to gently knock the object away from her face. The old man looked shocked. Who are you? Ash asked, completely unfazed by the earlier confrontation. The old man huffed. I'm Kaiser, the warden of the Safari Zone. Imagine if it was Officer Jenny he pointed that at, Takato whispered, and Kaiser paled at the thought. Faulkner grunted, finding the situation amusing. Okay, next time don't do that, Ash glared. Some people might take it personally. True. Can we please get the things we need to enter the Safari Zone? Brock asked. Kaiser grunted and gathered a box filled with green pokeballs and a fishing rod. Boy, Ash, you sure are brave, Flint remarked dryly. Ash blinked, looking at Flint in confusion. Huh? You were face to face with that and acted completely normal. Oh no, I wasn't. I was just annoyed, Ash smiled. Flint's sweat dropped at her response. Here, Kaiser said, sliding the box over. All right. Takato and Marin beamed, eager to get started. Faulkner and Alan examined the pictures hanging on the wall, one of which caught their interest, a man with a Dratini that had a distinctive scar on its horn, shaped like an X. A Dratini, Faulkner said, observing the Pokémon. It looks quite old, Alan added. Kaiser. Where did I hear that name? Ash pondered. Reminds me of Ash's Dratini, Brock remarked. What, you have a Dratini? Faulkner asked, surprised, as Dratini were rare Pokémon. Yes, Ash replied. Suddenly, a gun was pointed at Ash by Kaiser. Where did you get the Dratini? He demanded. Flint groaned, ugh, not again with the gun. Ash frowned, I got Dratini from the Saint and ship, she was one of the prizes, she explained. Kaiser frowned but nodded, walking away while taking the picture with him. He seems very defensive about Dratini, Marin observed. He must have his reasons, Takato replied. Kaiser stared at the photograph of him and Dratini, thinking, Dratini. You won't be disturbed ever again. Ah, I remember now, Ash snapped her fingers. Professor Oak told me about him before. 30 years ago, the one who discovered the legendary Dratini was Kaiser himself. Oh, Alan said, intrigued. But then trainers who heard the rumor started intruding into the Safari Zone, capturing every Pokémon they could find, Ash continued. That can't be good, Faulkner remarked. Ash nodded, it isn't. The Safari Zone became a complete wreck because of trainers eager to find Dratini. After that, the rule was established, trainers are only allowed to use 30 Pokeball. Oh man, did anyone find it? Brock asked. No, not one trainer found or captured the Dratini. Unknown to the group, Team Rocket was eavesdropping. Did you hear? A Dratini is somewhere in this Safari Zone. Jesse said, smirking. James smirked as well, of course. This is a major opportunity. If we get this legendary Pokémon, there'll be rewards for all, Meowth added. Well said, but I want more than just that, Jesse declared, pointing towards the Safari Zone field. We'll take all the Pokémon here. James and Meowth nodded in agreement, praising her idea. The group stood in front of the wooden gates as they opened. Once you use all the Safari Ball, you must return here immediately, Kaiser instructed. Okay, the group, except for Faulkner and Alan, replied. They entered the Safari Zone, and Kaiser closed the gate behind them. So what now? Marin asked. We'll split up to search and capture, Ash said. But first, we'll divide the Safari Ball. There are 30 in total and 2 Super Rods, Brock explained. I'll take 1 Safari Ball. I'm not really interested in catching a Pokémon here, but you never know, Faulkner said. Same here, Flint agreed. Okay then. That leaves 28. I'll take 5, Brock said. I'll take 2, Alan added. I'll take 4, including a Super Rod, Takato chimed in. Oh, I'll take 4 as well, but I'll share the Super Rod with Takato, Marin decided. That means Ash takes the rest, Flint said. Ash sweat dropped, wait a second, don't I get a say, she questioned. Brock gave Ash a deadpan look. Knowing you, Ash, you'll catch some interesting and unbelievable Pokémon here, he stated bluntly. Oi. How much luck does she have? Flint asked, amused. A lot, the gang replied, except for Ash. Wow. Faulkner looked at Ash, intrigued. Ash pouted, unamused by the turn of events. Light patted her partner's head in comfort. Pika pika. Let's go and meet back at the entrance once we capture what we can, Ash said, taking off with the remaining Safari Ball and a Super Rod into the bushes. See ya, Takato and Marin said, heading towards a river. Brock and Alan walked off in their direction. So, Faulkner, where to? Flint asked his friend. Faulkner shrugged and walked off. Anywhere. You're on your own, though, he added. Oi. Flint sulked. Why is everyone leaving me alone? As Ash and Light continued to walk and look around, they saw nothing interesting at first. Light spotted something in the tall grass. Pikapi Pikachu. Ash looked where her partner was pointing and gasped, no way, it's a Zorua. Zorua was curiously exploring the area. Ash pulled out a safari ball and quietly moved in closer before quickly tossing it. Rarf. Zorua blinked as the safari ball hit it and it was SCKED inside, caught. Pikachu. Nice one. Light praised. Thanks, buddy. Let's see what else, Ash said, picking up the safari ball. As they continued, Ash caught a Tauros and a female Silcoon, which was odd for the area. She also caught a female Chimcho, a Persian, and while fishing in the lake, a male Horsia. I wonder how the others are doing. Ash thought as she placed the safari ball away. Yes. Takato beamed, having caught a Tauros, a Nidorino, and a male Psyduck. Zack barked happily. Alright, Marin said, pulling up her fishing rod to reveal a Goldeen. She had also caught a Nidorina and a female seal. Chase bin cheese, Chespy smiled. You caught something? Takato asked as he walked back. Yeah, a seal, Marin smiled. Wow. Amazing catch, Takato said. Marin nodded, thanks. Now let's go back. Both kids walked back to the entrance of the zone. And that's it, Alan sighed. How strange for a Kirlia and Eevee to be here. He walked off to search for the others. Sweet, I finally caught a Chansey, and I got two, Brock smiled. These two will definitely love my family. Now just 3 more Pokémon. Brock continued his search and managed to catch a Marowak and her child Cubone, along with a Tauros of his own. Oh come on. Flint shouted, chasing after a Pokémon that was running away. He soon fell into a lake. Oh man. Meanwhile, Team Rocket had captured the Warden and was negotiating with him about the location of the Dratini. I won't tell you. Kaiser growled. Oh ho, Jesse smirked. That's fine, we'll force you to tell us, James said, smirking. Meowth. Meowth pulled out a controller and pressed a button, causing a robot to appear. Kaiser gritted his teeth in confusion. What? Meowth smirked. This. He pressed the button again, and the robot moved forward, capturing Kaiser and starting to tickle him. Kaiser burst into laughter. Okay. I'll tell you. Stop. He finally gave in, pleading for it to stop. Faulkner ran his hand through his hair, looking at the lake in front of him. I need a fishing rod. Faulkner. He turned around to see a girl with indigo black hair. Ashley. Did you catch anything? The Sunnyshore gym leader shook his head. No, I haven't found any Pokémon that I'm interested in. Ashley nodded and handed him a super rod. I don't need it anymore, and it seems you do. Thanks. Faulkner took it and started to fish. Pikachu, Light said, lazily resting on Ashley's head. After a minute, the float was pulled down. Faulkner carefully pulled the rod. Ashley. Another voice called out. Ashley turned to see Alan approaching. Hey, Alan. You're just in time to see what Faulkner has caught. Alan nodded and stood beside Ashley. Faulkner pulled the fishing rod hard, and out came a lantern. Lantern, it said, looking confused. Ashley pulled out her Pokédex and scanned the Pokémon. Lantern, the light Pokémon. The light that emits from its tentacle-like limb shines bright enough to illuminate the bottom of a deep sea. I'm not going to ask about that lantern, Ashley said, putting her Pokédex away. Different region Pokémon were appearing here and there. I don't have a lantern yet, also, it's part electric, perfect, Faulkner thought as he decided to toss a safari ball, capturing it. Oh no. Kaiser groaned as he got up from the floor, sensing something bad was about to happen. I need help. He ran off toward where the kids were. The group met back at the entrance of the zone. How was it? Brock asked. Great, both kids beamed. Flint sulked. I got nothing. Ashley's sweat dropped. I caught some great Pokémon as well. Same here, Alan replied. I got myself a lantern, Faulkner said. Why? Flint groaned. Everyone caught something they wanted but not me. He whined. Everyone, including the Pokémon, sweat dropped. Faulkner rolled his eyes at his friend's attitude. Suddenly, they heard a faint cry for help. Help. The Pokémon's ears twitched. Help. Pika. Light tilted her head and stood on Ashley's head to get a better look. Light? Ashley questioned her Pokémon. Zack sniffed the air and recognized someone familiar running toward them. Help. The group turned to see Kaiser running toward them. Mr. Kaiser. Marin yelped. Kaiser stopped to catch his breath. I need your help, he exclaimed. Huh? What's wrong? Takato asked. It's Team Rocket. They're here in the Safari Zone, and what's worse, they plan on blowing up an area here for the Dratini, Kaiser explained. Blowing it up. The group, except for Faulkner and Alan, widened their eyes in shock. Ashley frowned. Why? You know what? Who cares? Let's go. She said, frustrated. She's right. Mr. Kaiser, can you show us where they are? Alan asked. Kaiser nodded. The Valley of Dragons. Follow me. He took off in the direction he came from, and the group followed behind him. Team Rocket was at the area known as the Valley of Dragons, where the Dratini lived. They smirked. So, this is where the Dratini lives, Jesse said, looking at the lake. Yes, the old man was stubborn, but in the end, he gave up, James said. But thanks to this gadget, we are here at the lake. Meowth held up a device that looked like dynamite. This is Team Rocket's special underwater stun bomb. Jesse and James blinked. The name is the key, James said. What does it do, actually? Jesse asked. Meowth smirked. Easy. When this electric bomb goes off in the water, it will stun all the living Pokémon in the lake and bring them to the surface. He explained, not wiping the smirk off his face. James and Jesse beamed. Oh. Then once all the Pokémon are at the surface, we'll catch them all, Jesse said. Excellent gadget, Meowth, James praised. Thank you, Meowth said proudly. Meowth was about to toss the bomb into the lake when a voice shouted out. Hold it. Twerps. James exclaimed. Don't even think about that. Ashley shouted. They heard the bomb go off, and it was not a pleasant sound. Meowth smirked. Too late, Twerps. He tossed the bomb into the lake. The group looked on in horror. If that explodes, all the Pokémon in the lake will. Kaiser didn't want to finish his words and immediately jumped into the lake. With fond memories of the Safari Zone and meeting two new friends fresh in their minds, our heroes continued on their journey, resting at the Pokémon Center. Ashley had called her mother to keep her updated on her travels. Cynthia was delighted to have some more Pokémon company, and Ashley was happy that everything was alright. The gang was relaxing in the lounge of the Pokémon Center when Nurse Joy approached them. Excuse me, if you would spare some time, would you mind helping me out, please? Nurse Joy asked. The gang responded. What's wrong, Nurse Joy? Ashley asked. Nurse Joy's expression turned sorrowful. I'm worried about the Pokémon in Sunny Town just over the bridge who is very sick, she explained. Sick Pokémon? Marin asked. Yes. Nurse Joy walked to the front desk and showed the gang a medicine bag. I need someone to deliver this medicine to the Pokémon Center in Sunny Town. Normally, Alan would deliver the medicine himself, but today he was too busy to leave the sick Pokémon at the Pokémon Center. Nurse Joy nodded in agreement. We don't mind, but we don't have bicycles to cross the bridge, Ash stated, highlighting the problem. That's right, Brock added. The only way to Sunny Town was by bridge. The first bridge was for cars, the second was for bicycles, and the last was still under construction for pedestrians. No problem, we could lend you our bicycles, Nurse Joy smiled. They're in the parking lot area. Marin jumped up and down with excitement. Alright, we get to cross the bridge, she cheered. Thank you, Nurse Joy. We'll take this medicine and deliver it to the Pokémon Center in Sunny Town, Ash said, placing the medicine into her bag. Thank you, Nurse Joy replied with a smile. Come on, big brother. Go fast. Marin urged, riding on the back of the bike. Marin, if we go too fast, we might hurt ourselves, and I'm not risking that, Alan scolded gently. They were riding a dark blue bike. This is great. Takato shouted, enjoying the ride. That's what you expect, kids, Brock commented, riding a gray bike. You got that right, Ash agreed. And no, Yuki, don't even think about it, she warned her little brother, who was sitting on the back of a purple bike. Takato pouted in response. Pikachu! Light exclaimed, enjoying the breeze as she sat in the basket of the bike. Right, buddy? Pika. Light nodded. As the group rode along the bike path, they were being watched by Team Rocket, who were on a small float boat in the ocean. James paddled while Jessie and Meowth observed the gang through binoculars. They're riding on the bike path across the bridge, Meowth said. Ha, we've got them right where we want them, Jessie replied. Meowth lowered the binoculars and looked at Jessie. You think we have a chance this time? James continued to paddle. Well, it's not like this is new to us, you know. Jessie smiled, placing a hand on her cheek. Well, Meowth, you could almost call it our hometown, right, James? James smiled back. So, we'll have the home team advantage. Oh, I see, Meowth said with a grin. Enjoying the bike ride, the gang soon arrived at a resting spot and grabbed drinks to refresh themselves. Ash, Alan, and Brock each had a bottle of fresh water, while Takato and Marin enjoyed passion fruit juice, and Light had a cup of it as well. This is great exercise, don't you think? Ash asked. Yeah, at the rate we're going, we'll be in Sunny Town in no time, Brock replied. We lucked out with the bikes, Alan said. That's good, Marin added. Ah, Takato said, feeling the cold juice go down his throat. Needed that. Light took gulps, enjoying her drink. After resting for a few more minutes, it was time to continue. Let's go, Alan said. Everyone tossed their empty bottles and cups into the bin. They were about to move when they heard some noises and music approaching. Ha, Ash said, looking toward the road. Yahoo! Kick it up. What in the world? Brock asked. Yeah. Wahoo! Takato pointed at a person holding up a flag. A flag with a symbol on it. Oh, it's a bicycle gang, Brock said. Marin's sweat dropped, stepping nervously behind her brother. A bicycle gang. This is trouble, we should get out of here, Brock suggested. Too late, Alan said as the bicycle gang surrounded them. A biker with spiky red hair and a hint of yellow pulled off his black sunglasses. I don't think I've seen you before, sweetheart. Alan twitched at the comment. Ash wanted to retort but held back. We're not from around here, she said, ignoring the term. Figures. I'm Chopper, the leader of the bike gang, the biker introduced. You're not crossing this bridge without a proper introduction. Ha. Right. Well, I'm Brock, and that's Ash, her little brother Takato, Alan, and his little sister Marin. Brock pointed to each of his friends. Since we introduced ourselves, may we leave now? Chopper chuckled. Afraid not. What? Takato asked. A female biker with long green hair and blue eyes folded her arms. When we say introduction, we mean a Pokémon battle, she explained. A Pokémon battle? Ash echoed. Nei-chan, we don't have time, Takato whispered. We're on a tight schedule here, Brock added. I know, but they won't let us go without a battle, Ash whispered back. I'll battle you, Alan announced. Chopper laughed. Fine by me. Eh? Marin said, surprised. The biker gang and Ash's group stood on either side of the field, ready for battle. Humph, you think you can play with the big boys? Chopper chuckled, holding up a pokeball. I'll send you home crying. Alan ignored the comment. Golem, go. Chopper released a boulder-like Pokémon onto the field. Ash scanned the Pokémon. Golem, the Megaton Pokémon. The evolved form of Graveler. Once a year, it sheds its bedrock shell and grows larger. Gyarados, Alan called out, releasing his shiny Pokémon. The shiny Gyarados roared, appearing on the field. The biker gang took a step back in fear. Ash sweat dropped. Wah, overkill. Pika Pika Pikachu. Go go Gyarados. Light cheered. Brock sweat dropped. Wow. Go Alan. Beat him. Takato cheered. Yeah. Take them down. Marin shouted. Chopper and Golem both felt a surge of fear. Alan stood with his arms crossed, offering a challenge, you first. Chopper shook his head and commanded, Golem, use Euro Ball. Golem spun rapidly, transforming into a glowing metal ball that charged toward Gyarados. The bike gang cheered as Gyarados was hit, but their excitement quickly turned to shock. Wah! Gyarados, unfazed by the attack, glared at the spinning Euro Ball and slammed it with his tail. Golem, it cried out in pain. Golem! Chopper shouted in concern. Hydro Pump, Alan ordered calmly. Gyarados unleashed a powerful stream of water, striking Golem directly. The impact caused Golem to faint instantly. Oh no, Golem, return, Chopper said, lowering his head as he recalled his fallen Pokémon. Good work on taking that Euro Ball directly, Alan praised. You're getting stronger every day. Gyarados gave a satisfied look before returning to its Pokeball. This is pathetic, I'll take it from here, a female biker stepped forward. I'm Tyra, and I'm your next opponent. What? Excuse me, but we're in a hurry, and besides, you said that if one of us beats you, we get to leave, Ash replied. Tyra smirked at Ash, I'll battle you, little girl, unless you're afraid to lose. You know, your friend Chopper said the same thing, and he ended up losing to Alan in one attack, Ash retorted. Tyra growled at the response. Are you battling or not? A female anger, Brock remarked with a nervous smile. Okay, Ash said to herself, determined. I have to end this quickly. We have a sick Pokémon waiting for its medicine. Break scene. The next battle began, with Tyra facing Ash. I choose you, Cloyster. Crash this wimp. Tyra released a giant oyster-like Pokémon. Cloyster, it said, its shell still closed. Ash quickly scanned the Pokémon with her Pokédex. Cloyster, the bivalve Pokémon. The evolved form of Shelder. Its shell is incredibly strong and resistant to attacks. It only opens when it strikes. Yuna put her Pokédex away. Only opens when it attacks, huh? She tossed a Pokeball onto the field. Donner. Jolteon, Ash's electric-type evolution appeared, ready to battle. You may have the advantage, but I will win. Tyra declared with determination. Cloyster, use toxic spikes. Cloyster launched poisonous spikes from its shell towards the electric evolution. Donner, dodge it and use thunder. Ash countered. Donner evaded the spikes with agility and positioned itself in front of Cloyster as its shell opened slightly, unleashing a powerful thunder attack. Cloyster. Cloyster exclaimed in panic as the electric attack hit. CCCLLLOYWSSSTTRR, it cried out. Tyra gasped in disbelief. Cloyster, no, she shouted. Cloyster, it fainted. 2 wins, Marin announced. Sweet. Takato cheered. The bike gang, frustrated by their defeats, began to close in on them when sirens suddenly filled the air. "Looks like the next town wants to rumble," Chopper remarked. They initially thought it was the police, but it turned out to be Team Rocket, arriving on unicycles equipped with a siren machine, reciting their mottos. Team Rocket stopped in front of the bike gang. "Tyra, it's been a while," Jessie said. "Big Jess," Tyra replied, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "You're looking good, Chopper," James added. "Little Jim," Chopper responded, sharing a similar expression with Tyra. "What's this about?" Brock inquired. Jessie and James exchanged amused glances. Meanwhile, as the gang was traveling, they were caught off guard by sudden rain but found shelter in a mansion. They met the owner, a trainer with cadet blue hair and brown eyes named Duplica. Duplica shared that her mansion served as a theater for her impersonation show, called the House of Imite. She introduced them to her Pokémon partner, Ditto. Ditto was a small, light purple blob-like Pokémon capable of transforming into any Pokémon and replicating any psychic object. The gang was fascinated, but they noticed one issue: when Ditto transformed, its face often remained distinctly Ditto-like, rather than matching the Pokémon it was imitating. That wasn't the only problem they had. Team Rocket was listening and had learned about Ditto's transform powers. They wanted to use Ditto to transform into a rare Pokémon to present to their boss as a prize. When Team Rocket succeeded in capturing Ditto, they ordered it to transform into a Dratini. However, they quickly noticed that Ditto's face remained its own, which frustrated them. No matter what they tried, the face stayed the same until Meowth threatened to claw Ditto. Scared, Ditto quickly rearranged its face to resemble Meowth's, which made Team Rocket extremely happy. Unfortunately for Team Rocket, the gang appeared and quickly defeated them. They were surprised to see that Ditto's face matched the Pokémon it transformed into. Duplica was overjoyed to have her Ditto back in her arms, knowing it could transform properly again, allowing her to reopen her theater. The next adventure took them to meet a computer expert named Dr. Akihabara, who had green hair and wore large swirling glasses. He created the Pokeball transfer system and owned a Pokémon made entirely of programming codes called Porygon, a digital Pokémon that existed in cyberspace. Nurse Joy soon arrived to inform Dr. Akihabara that the Pokémon transfer system was malfunctioning. He explained that Team Rocket had recently stolen a prototype Porygon and was using it to steal trainers' Pokémon from inside the computer. Dr. Akihabara sent Ash, Alan, Brock, and Light into the system with his second Porygon to stop Team Rocket, instructing them to stay back due to the danger. Inside the computer, the gang managed to defeat Team Rocket's Porygon and save it, successfully kicking Team Rocket out of the computer system. Their next stop was a forest inhabited by a herd of wild Pikachu. The wild Pikachu came in various sizes and types, and Light was thrilled to see more of her kind in the wild, having been raised from a Pokémon egg. She kept her distance, knowing they might treat her differently. One small Pikachu, curious about Light, called out to her when it spotted her in a tree. Surprised, Light jumped down, and they stared at each other for a moment before the small Pikachu offered its tail in greeting, which Light mimicked. Ash was happy to see Light connecting with her own kind, as they rarely encountered wild Pikachu. Alan noticed that the small Pikachu Light was bonding with was quite young. During their stay, Ash trained his Suicune, which soon evolved into a Beautifly. After spending 2 days in the forest, it was time for the gang to leave. However, the small Pikachu decided to join Light, seeing her as a mother figure. Ash raised an eyebrow but was happy for her Pokémon, knowing she would need to care for the little Pikachu for a while. The little Pikachu, a female, was named Corinne, meaning Little Belle in Japanese, because she took a liking to a blue scarf Ash had given her, which she immediately put around her neck, though it was a bit big. Ash adjusted it for her. They soon discovered that Corinne could use Aura Sphere, her eyes turning blue when she was about to use the attack, suggesting her parents must have had that ability. As they left, the wild Pikachu gathered to wave goodbye to the gang. Currently, the heroes were walking along the path toward their next destination, Cinnabar Island, where Ash could earn her 7th badge. The Pokémon perked up, sensing something nearby. Takato looked at Zack, asking what was wrong, while Marin questioned Chespy. Ash instructed Light to lead the way, with Corinne in her arms. Light nodded and ran to the side of the path, prompting the gang to follow. What they found was unexpected, an EV tied up with food and water. Marin bent down to untie it, wondering why it was tied up. Alan observed the area, noting that the tree provided good shelter for small Pokémon. Ash noticed a red collar around Eevee's neck, which had an address on it. The collar read, Stone Town, 3. Brock explained that Stone Town was known as the Town of Evolution Stones, located at the base of Evolution Mountain. Marin asked if there were evolution stones around, and Brock confirmed that there were. Ash expressed his hope of finding an ice stone for his Vulpix, while Alan suggested that if there weren't any, Ash's best chance would be in the Alola region. Brock checked the map and announced they had arrived at the address, spotting a huge mansion. The gang entered the backyard and noticed a garden party taking place. Poliwhirl evolved into Poliwrath, and a teen with spiky yellow hair congratulated the young lady, who smiled and thanked him. Alan looked on as they noticed various Pokémon like Vileplume, Cloyster, Starmie, and Victreebel in the fountain, with Poliwrath joining them. They also spotted Exeggutor, Raichu, Ninetales, Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon. Corinne, a small Pikachu, whined as she saw a Thunder Stone, making sure to keep her distance. Brock explained that all these Pokémon had evolved from evolution stones. Ash warned Corinne to stay away from the stones, and both Pikachus nodded in agreement. Break scene. In the distance, Team Rocket observed the party from a cliff. James expressed his longing to capture the evolved Pokémon, while Jessie agreed, noting how ripe they looked for the taking. Meowth read from a book that Stone Town had special stones that helped Pokémon evolve. Before reaching their destination, the gang stumbled upon a lively festival filled with food stalls, games, rides, and performances. Marin and Takato eagerly dragged their older siblings onto various rides, while Brock danced with some performers nearby. After a break, they entered a circus tent where they met a magician named Melvin, who was struggling with his tricks. The gang decided to help, with Ash performing to draw in a crowd. They showcased a magic box with symbols of grass, water, and fire, revealing Bulbasaur, Squirtle, and Charmander inside. With the help of Otao, who made things float, the trick was a success, boosting Melvin's confidence. Melvin challenged Ash to a battle with his Exeggutor, which she accepted. The battle between Ash's Charmander and Melvin's Exeggutor lasted a few minutes, with Charmander emerging victorious using a new move, Fire Fang. Charmander then evolved into Charmeleon, remaining loyal to Ash. Break scene. The heroes arrived in Moss Green Village, a quaint little place without its own Pokémon Center. Marin remarked on the village's small size, while Chespy agreed. Brock, rummaging through his bag, announced a problem: he was out of potions, antidotes, and medicines. Ash checked her own supplies and found she had some, but not enough for 3 days. Alan confirmed he faced the same issue. Brock reassured them that the village had a pharmacy where they could restock. Ash suggested they could also take a break to eat, and everyone agreed as they headed toward the village. Break scene. After enjoying a meal and resting at the village inn, they visited the pharmacy. Brock called out to see if anyone was there, and a young woman with green hair styled in 2 high buns welcomed them. Introducing herself as Cassandra, she explained that she ran the pharmacy with her grandmother. After Brock requested potions and medicines, Cassandra's grandmother began to laugh, prompting a moment of silence from the gang. Once they gathered their supplies, Cassandra asked if they were Pokémon trainers, and upon their affirmative response, she invited Ash for a battle. They moved to the back of the pharmacy for the match. Cassandra introduced her Pokémon, Aparas, as Ash scanned it with her Pokédex. Light, Ash's Pikachu, approached the timid Paras, which quickly hid behind Cassandra's legs. Cassandra encouraged her Paras, explaining that she wanted it to evolve into a Parasect but it was too shy to battle. The gang discussed the importance of winning battles for evolution. Marin asked why Cassandra needed Paras to evolve quickly, and she explained that the mushrooms from Parasect would help her create new medicines for Pokémon. Determined to help, Ash called forth Corinne for the battle. Cassandra cheered for her Paras, and the match began. Paras attempted a stun spore attack, but Corinne jumped to avoid it. Ash instructed Corinne to use a very low-powered Thunder Shock. The attack hit Paras, causing it to faint immediately, leaving Cassandra shocked and the gang in disbelief. Corinne apologized, and Ash comforted her, assuring her it wasn't her fault. "That's right," Light assured her adopted daughter. Corinne nodded, "Chew." Cassandra sighed, contemplating how Paras would ever gain any experience. How will Paras ever gain any experience, she questioned herself. Try a water-type Pokémon. Paras has an advantage against them, Alan suggested. Good idea. Paras is a grass and bug-type Pokémon, Brock agreed. Ash nodded, let's try. Squirtle, I need your help. She called out her tiny turtle Pokémon. Squirtle. I'm here, he replied. Squirtle, we need to help that Paras over here. So we need to go low power, Ash instructed. Pikapi Pikachu Chew. Be careful, it's not easy, Corinne warned her friend. Squirtle nodded. Cassandra smiled, hey, that Squirtle is a water type. Maybe you can win this. Come on, Paras, try again. She encouraged her mushroom Pokémon. Paras, it nodded unsurely. Squirtle, use water gun, but as a sprinkle attack, Ash directed. Squirr. Squirtle looked back at his trainer and nodded, squirr. He released a tiny amount of water onto Paras. Paras. Once the water hit, Paras fainted again. Chespy gawked, Chase-Spin. Unbelievable. Takato and Marin face-bombed along with the Pokémon. Seriously. Brock and Alan couldn't help but sweat at the situation. Arg, not again, Ash face-bombed herself, thinking, no offense, but this is pathetic. Of all the weak Pokémon I've seen, this Paras is the weakest. Plan C. Squirtle. Unbelievable, Squirtle gasped, staring at the fainted Pokémon. Squirtle squirr. And that was just a drop almost. Zack barked, see what Corinne means by not easy. The tiny turtle Pokémon nodded, sweat dripping down. No offense to the Pokémon, but what a weak Pokémon, Alan said quietly. Brock nodded, we tried, and Ashley's Pokémon held back, they were only using 10% of their strength. Time out, Cassandra. This is getting us nowhere. Even if my Pokémon uses the weakest attack they could, it won't work, Ash explained. First, we need to build up your Paras's confidence before we continue battling. The young lady is right, Cassandra's grandma said, appearing. I've seen how much this young lady's Pokémon had to hold back. Your Paras needs to build up confidence, Cassandra. That's right. We need to build up confidence, and to do that, Paras needs to train with the attacks it already knows. Then it'll gain some self-confidence and want to battle, Ash theorized. It's worth a shot, Alan agreed. What attacks does Paras know anyway? Brock asked. It knows Scratch, Slash, Poison Powder, Stun Spore, Absorb, and Fury Cutter, Cassandra listed. Those are fine moves, but is it okay if we teach it Energy Ball? One of my Pokémon is actually learning it too, Ash questioned. Cassandra nodded, of course. Are you ready to do this, Paras? She asked her Pokémon. Paras. I'm ready, it said with a determined expression. Ash smiled, great. Bulbasaur, come on out. She called out her seed Pokémon. Bulbasaur, he replied. We're going to train. Bulbasaur, I need your help to help this Paras attack and build up confidence. After that, you can teach Paras how to use Energy Ball because you're almost done with yours, Ash instructed. Cassandra, you should help with Paras's attacks. Cassandra nodded, okay. Bulbasaur nodded and walked towards Paras, who flinched a bit but stood firm. He gestured towards a tree and communicated with it. The rest is up to Cassandra and Bulbasaur, Brock said. And so the gang stood on the side, watching the Pokémon train, except for Ash, who went to a different area to train her other Pokémon with Elan. Break scene. Charmeleon, use Ember. Squirtle, use Bubble Beam. Corinne, use Electro Ball. Light, break them with Agility and Iron Tail. Ash commanded. Charmeleon launched Ember attacks, Squirtle blew out Bubble Beam, Corinne gathered electricity into her tail and threw the Electro Ball, and finally, Light, who was in the center, used her speed to break each of the attacks with her Iron Tail. The scattering attacks created a display of fireworks and sparkles in the air. Elan watched in amazement. You know, if this were a Pokémon contest, you'd get big scores, he joked. Ash turned around and smiled. That's true, but I'm testing their attack powers. How was it? Light thought, Pikachu Pika Pikachu Pi. They're all powerful, but not at my level, Nuria Charizard, Tsubasa Altaria, or Kamui's Lucario strength level yet, she explained. Pika Pikachu Pikachu. They are getting there, fast. Oh, that's great, Ash smiled. Now, Charmeleon, Elan is going to teach you Flame Burst, and Squirtle, you'll be learning Water Pulse from me. Corinne, Light is going to help teach you Wild Charge. The Pokémon nodded and went to their teachers for the day. Cassandra's grandma watched in amazement, impressed with the bond between the Pokémon and trainer. In all my years, I have never seen such loyalty between Pokémon and trainer, she observed. Even that Charmeleon is listening to her orders. Marin blinked. What do you mean by that? She asked, curious. Cheese. Chespy said. You all may not know this, but the evolutionary lines of fire types, especially Charmanders, have a habit of not listening to their trainers once they evolve into Charmeleon, their second stage of evolution, Cassandra's grandma explained. They are known for their disobedience due to a lack of respect towards their trainers, but this young lady has gained her Charmeleon's respect. Really? Big Brother didn't have any problem when his Charmander evolved into Charmeleon? Marin questioned. Yeah, same with Nechan. This is her second one, Takato added. Your brother is a strong trainer, and he has both the love and respect from the Pokémon, like the young lady over there, Cassandra's grandma theorized, sensing his aura. Also, I'm surprised that this Charmeleon is actually listening to someone who's not his trainer. Brock chuckled, I might be able to answer that. Elan's Charizard is the adopted father of that Charmeleon, and Yuna's Charizard is the adopted mother. They rescued a Charmeleon when it was still a Charmander from a previous trainer who mistreated all his Pokémon. Takato explained, recalling the past with a sour expression. Cassandra's grandma scowled, expressing her disapproval of selfish and arrogant youngsters these days. She shook her head, emphasizing that respect from a Charmeleon or any Pokémon cannot be earned through abuse. Takato, Marin, and Brock nodded in agreement. Back with Paras, Bulbasaur, and Cassandra, they practiced their moves, using Slash, Scratch, and finally Fury Cutter on the logs, successfully cutting them up. Paras was gaining confidence and skills with each practice attack. After some guidance from Bulbasaur, Paras managed to execute an energy ball, destroying a small log. You did it! Cassandra exclaimed happily. Paras. I did. Paras cheered. Bulbasaur. Excellent work. Bulbasaur praised. The group returned to Cassandra's grandma, who admired the results of their training. Nice work, everyone. Marin said. Great job on the energy ball, Takato added. Ash petted Bulbasaur's head, thanking it for helping Paras. Bulbasaur responded with a smile, acknowledging that it was no trouble at all. Cassandra's grandma nodded in approval. Well done, Cassandra. Cassandra shook her head, attributing Paras's success to Ash's Bulbasaur's guidance. Alan chimed in, recognizing Cassandra's encouragement for Paras, noting that she never gave up on it. Brock agreed, highlighting how Cassandra supported Paras despite its initial fear and lack of confidence. Cassandra blushed at the compliments. Paras, Paras, Paras. Thank you, Cassandra, for never giving up on me. Paras smiled at its trainer. Ash asked, so, are you ready for a battle? Paras nodded with determination. Paras. I am. Cassandra smiled, affirming their readiness. We are. Ash smirked slightly, declaring that Bulbasaur would be Paras's opponent. Both trainers took their positions on either side of the field, while the others stood by, eager to watch the battle unfold. This is it, Alan said. Yeah, we'll see the results of all the training, Brock added. Takato and Marin watched in silence. Paras, use Spore. Cassandra commanded. Paras released the Spore attack. Dodge it and use Razor Leaf, Ash instructed. Bulbasaur moved aside, avoiding the Spore and launched Leaves at Paras. Use Slash to cut them and follow up with Fury Cutter, Cassandra directed. Paras slashed through the Razor Leaf and charged toward Bulbasaur, ready to attack again. Not bad, Cassandra's grandma complimented. Nice. Bulbasaur, use Vine WHP, Ash called out. Bulbasaur extended its vines toward Paras, successfully redirecting it back to its trainer's side. Cassandra gasped, Paras. Are you okay? Paras shook off and nodded, determined to win. Great. Use Energy Ball. Cassandra shouted. Energy Ball as well, Ash called. Both Pokémon charged up greenish orbs filled with energy and released them simultaneously, resulting in a powerful collision that caused an explosion. Yikes! Takato exclaimed. Wow, Marin gasped. Everyone held their breath for a moment until a glow emerged from Paras. Paras is evolving. Brock exclaimed. They watched in awe as Paras grew larger and transformed, revealing a newly evolved Parasect. Parasect, it announced. Paras evolved into Parasect. Cassandra cheered with joy. Congratulations, Ash said, pulling out her Pokédex to scan the newly evolved Pokémon. Parasect, the mushroom Pokémon. The evolved form of Paras. It battles using poison spears that spread from the mushroom canopy on its back. Cassandra hugged her new Parasect, expressing her gratitude to Ash and everyone for their support. Thank you so much. Now I can make my medicine, she exclaimed. Bulbasaur Bulba, congratulations on evolving, Bulbasaur smiled. Parasect. Parasect responded happily. Everyone congratulated Cassandra and her grandma beamed with pride. We should get going now, Alan suggested. Cassandra's grandma remarked that both young trainers would become great Pokémon trainers. Take care, she said. Alan and Ash nodded appreciatively. Thank you very much, Ash smiled. Bye. Marin and Takato waved as their Pokémon called out their goodbyes too. Cassandra and her grandma waved farewell as the group set off for their next adventure. And so, having helped their new friend Paras gain confidence and evolve into a Parasect, our heroes continued their journey to Cinnabar Island, where Ash would earn her next gym badge. Today, the gang found themselves in a peeling Grandpa Canyon, where they would soon discover that this natural wonder held an ancient secret. However, they noticed a crowd of people heading for Grandpa Canyon, all dressed like explorers or diggers, carrying backpacks and pickaxes. What are they all doing? Takato asked. I know what they're doing. Professor Oak told me at the Pokémon Center that fossils were found here recently, Ash explained. Sounds fun. Can we hunt for fossils too? Marin asked. I don't see why not. What about you guys? Sounds great. Who knows, we might discover something, Brock said. Just then, a familiar voice interrupted. Why hello, Ashy. The Pokémon facepalmed, while Marin twitched in irritation at the sound of that voice. Brock groaned, and Ash and Alan remained unfazed. They turned around to see none other than Gary Oak. Pikachu Chu Pikapi. Of course he has to be here, Light stated, annoyed. Corinne blinked in confusion. Chu. Pikapi Pikachu. Who? Mommy, who's that? She asked innocently. Takato inquired, who is he? Chase Bin Cheese Chase Bin Pin. Better yet, just don't listen to him, Chesby advised. Cheese Chase Bin. Just ignore that person. Corinne tilted her head and nodded, Chew. Takato coughed, trying to suppress a laugh at what he heard. Gary, I shouldn't be surprised to see you here, Ash said calmly. Of course a great trainer like me has heard of the great fossil rush, Gary replied confidently. The Pokémon, except for Corinne, snorted in response. Gary, he's our man. If he can't find it, no one can, cheered 6 girls waving their pom-poms in the air. You're kidding me, Marin said in disbelief. Ash facepalmed, thinking, cheerleaders, really? Thank you to all my loyal fans. Gary waved back. I better get going, I have to find all the fossils quickly before anyone else does. He glanced back at Ash, adding, I can't waste my precious time hanging out with a loser like you. With that, he ran off. Takato, Marin, and the Pokémon, including Corinne, glared at Gary's back. Brock's sweat dropped at the scene, even he was annoyed with Gary for insulting his friend. Seems like Gary Oak is gaining more dislikers, Alan remarked, noting that using the word hate might be a bit harsh. Ash giggled. That's true. But just ignore him, that's what I do. Now, let's go fossil hunting. The kids immediately brightened up, responding with enthusiasm, yes. Break scene. Soon, everyone began digging for fossils, including Gary, who found something. The gang was away from the crowd but could still hear the commotion. Success! My first Pokémon fossil. Gary exclaimed proudly. Yay! Gary, he's the best. Found the fossil better than the rest, the cheerleaders cheered. Gary grinned at his cheerleader squad when suddenly, an old man, a fossil expert from all regions, took a look at the fossil Gary found. Impressive, isn't it? Found it on my first try, Gary boasted. It looks like a brain from an extinct Pokémon. This is, the old man trailed off. A brain, Gary said excitedly. It's fossilized Pokémon manure. Gary facepalmed and fell to the ground in disgust, while the cheerleaders looked grossed out. Break scene. When the gang heard that, they laughed quietly. Takato chuckled, serves him right. Marin laughed but soon stopped. But seriously, look at all the people digging. She looked around. Ash stopped laughing as well and returned to digging. Okay, enough laughing. Where is the Pokémon fossil? She hit another spot and uncovered 2 rocks that looked like fin fossils. What's this? She picked up both unknown fossils. Alan paused when he saw a rock that resembled a half-sphere head. I found something as well, he said, picking up the fossil. Brock also found a fossil. Me too, he added. The fossil expert, seeing the 4 fossils, exclaimed, amazing, startling the gang. Chase Bin Cheese? Chesby asked, confused. Light tilted her head. Pikapi Pikachu Pi Pika, she said, puzzled. Zack barked, equally confused. I never thought these would be found here, the old man gasped, carefully examining the 3 fossils. Young lady, young man, do you know what you both found? Sorry, we don't, sir, Ash replied, puzzled. Let me explain. Young man, what you found is a skull fossil of a Pokémon called Cranidos. They can only be found in the Sinnoh region. Wow, the 2 kids gasped, amazed. And you, young lady, have found 2 fossils known as sail fossils. I've heard these are found in the Kalos region, and the Pokémon is known as Amora. The expert then looked at Brock's fossil. And you, sir, have found a dome fossil, a Pokémon known as Kabuto. Well, congratulations to you three, you found some excellent fossils, the fossil expert congratulated them. Thank you, Ash, Alan, and Brock said in unison as the old man left. Amazing. Now I have a new fossil Pokémon, Professor Oak is going to love this, Ash smiled. Wow, you're so lucky, Marin said. Too bad we didn't find anything, Takato sulked. Alan patted his head. We still have time, so why not continue, he suggested. Takato cheered up. You're right. We still have time, he said excitedly. Ash giggled at her little brother. Break scene. What everyone didn't know was that trouble was brewing in Grandpa Canyon. Team Rocket was also at Grandpa Canyon, aiming to collect a lot of fossils. If we collect a lot of extinct Pokémon, James said, not only will we be rich, but Team Rocket will become more powerful than ever. Meowth, have you got the dynamite ready? Jessie asked. Ready and set to go, Meowth replied, showing the dynamite. The dynamite was meant to blow up the canyon so Team Rocket could find fossils more easily. Break scene. Aren't most fossil Pokémon part rock? So what is the other type of my fossil? Ash wondered, carefully placing the fossils in her bag, while Brock and Alan did the same with theirs. I bet it's going to be cool, Takato said excitedly, then noticed three familiar figures. Team Rocket, he shouted. What? They exclaimed, turning to see Team Rocket. What are you three doing here? Marin shouted. Team Rocket revealed their plan as Meowth lit the fuse on the dynamite. You're crazy. Brock shouted. Holy Arceus. We need to stop it. Ash called to her water-type Pokémon, Kosame, after the lit dynamite, she ordered. You guys warn the others. She ran with her Pokémon beside her. Wait. The two kids ran after Ash. Marin. Takato. Alan shouted, but they were already behind Ash. They are going to get hurt, he groaned in frustration. Brock sighed worriedly. With that dynamite lit, he said, come on, we better warn the others fast. Alan looked back once more before nodding, and they ran off towards the rest of the diggers to warn them. Break scene. After them. Team Rocket shouted, chasing after Ash and the kids. Ash looked behind her and gasped, Takato. Marin. Why are you two here? She shouted. We wanted to help, the kids shouted back. Ash groaned in frustration, unable to express her thoughts about their decision to follow her while she was chasing after dynamite. It was incredibly dangerous. Don't let them hit the fuse. Meowth shouted. As the fuse continued, it traveled all the way to a small rock cave where other dynamites were planted. The fuse reached its destination. It was too late. Ash's eyes widened. Oh no, she shouted. Boom. The dynamite exploded. Boom. Ash gasped and quickly grabbed the two kids, protecting them from the blast. Team Rocket, along with Ash, Marin, and Takato, fell to the ground. Alan and Brock, who were warning people, noticed the blast and felt a wave of worry. Oh no, Brock said, his voice filled with concern. This is bad, Alan added. Urgency in his tone. They both ran toward the explosion site and, upon arrival, saw a familiar water-type evolution and Pikachu climbing out from the rubble. Kosame. Corinne. Alan exclaimed as he gently pulled the Pokémon up. Where are the others? He asked. Corinne looked sadly at the rocks, while Kosame gazed at the debris. They fell in here, she said softly. Alan's eyes widened in alarm. No. They must have fallen in when the blast exploded, Brock noted. Let's dig them out. He called out Geodude. Medon, Gabite, Alan commanded, summoning his Pokémon to help. Both Pokémon nodded, with Medon using Psychic to move the rocks and Gabite clearing away the larger ones. Ash's backpack, which she had dropped, began to wiggle, and all her Pokémon emerged, eager to help save their trainer. Ash groaned and slowly woke up. Arg, my head. She looked around and realized she was in an underground cave, with Marin and Takato in her arms. That's right. I grabbed them to protect them from the blast, she remembered, wincing as she sat up. And my backpack isn't here either, it must be up there. Ashne-chan. Marin and Takato exclaimed. You two okay? Ash asked. We're okay, Marin replied. What about you? Takato inquired. I'm alright. Where are Light, Zack, and Chespy? I know Corinne and Kosame are above, Ash wondered. Pikapi. Light called, rushing over to her partner. Zack barked and ran to Takato, while Chespy hugged Marin, who returned the gesture. Where are we? Marin asked. I don't know, but we're underground, that's for sure, Ash answered. Suddenly, they heard noise as Team Rocket began to wake up. Jessie spotted Ash and the kids and pointed at her. Hey twerp. It's your fault that we are trapped in this cave, she shouted. Hold it. My fault? How is it my fault when you three are the ones who lit the dynamite in the first place? Ash retorted. So what? If you had just left it alone, this wouldn't have happened. James yelled back. Are you crazy? Marin shouted at them. Excuse me. But do you think I'll let you do something this reckless? Blowing this place up is dangerous. Ash exclaimed, pointing out the obvious. Use your brains and think. That's right. Takato added. Baka. Light noticed something in the dark area of the cave. Pikapi Pikachu, she warned. Ash and Team Rocket paused their argument as they heard growls. They saw glowing red eyes in the darkness. I don't think we're alone in here, Jessie said, fear creeping into her voice. Marin and Takato instinctively hid behind Ash. As the glowing red eyes stepped into the light, they were confronted by a group of fossil Pokémon. Ash's eyes widened in recognition. Wait a sec. They're the Kanto fossil Pokémon, she said, pulling out her Pokédex to scan them. The explosion from our dynamite must have woken them up, Jessie said fearfully. Zack rolled his eyes, clearly unimpressed. You think, he barked. But this is a good opportunity, Meowth said with a grin. It's our chance to catch them. Jessie and James agreed and sent out Arbok and Weezing to battle. While Team Rocket dealt with one group of fossil Pokémon, Ash, Marin, and Takato faced another. We need to end this quickly. Light, Ash called. Pika, Light responded, ready for action. Marin and I can handle the little ones, Takato said. Let's go, Zack. Marin nodded, yeah. Chespy. The fossil Pokémon attacked all at once. Light, Iron Tail. Ash commanded. Zack, use Iron Tail too. Takato ordered. Chespy, Bullet Seed. Marin instructed. Light dodged the attacks and struck Kabutops, sending it crashing into the others. Zack lunged at Kabuto, using his tail to slam it down. Nice. Takato cheered as he tossed a Pokeball at the fainted Pokémon, successfully capturing it. Zack picked up the Pokeball and brought it back to his trainer. Marin cheered as well when Chespy fired Bullet Seed at Omanite, successfully capturing it too. Congratulations, you two. You caught yourselves fossil Pokémon, Ash praised, clapping her hands. Meanwhile, Team Rocket struggled with their group of fossil Pokémon, as Arbok and Weezing found themselves unable to attack. Outside, Alan, Brock, and their Pokémon worked hard to clear the pile of rubble. Subaru growled, Team Rocket is really foolish, can't they use their brains for once? Her emerald green eyes narrowed dangerously. Ah, Subaru. Brock said, feeling the intensity of her aura. Our heroes were in for a surprise at the small town Pokémon Center. The gang rested while Nurse Joy cared for their Pokémon and checked on Marin's Pokémon egg. Ash was on the phone with Professor Oak. "Hello, Ash. I can see that you are doing wonderfully on your journey," Professor Oak said with a smile. "How is Takato?" "Yes, I am, and he is doing great." "How are all my Pokémon doing?" Ash asked. "All of them are doing just great. I'm impressed by the number of Pokémon you've caught from other regions and the rare color ones," Professor Oak replied. "Everyone is training well, helping each other learn new attacks and combinations that you taught them." "Ah," Ash nodded. "By the way, tell Alan that his Pokémon are here as well, training alongside yours." Augustine agreed to let Alan's and Marin's Pokémon be sent here, Professor Oak explained. "Okay. Great, now I have to go. There is a lot of paperwork to get through." "Bye," Professor Oak said before ending the call. After retrieving their Pokémon egg from Nurse Joy, the gang found themselves inside a restaurant discussing the egg. Marin hugged her Pokémon egg excitedly. "Wow, I can't wait for you to hatch," she exclaimed. Takato took a sip of orange juice. Hi. "But what Pokémon do you think is going to hatch from it?" he asked. Ash hummed, knowing the pattern of the egg. "Who knows?" Brock replied. "We wouldn't have to wait this long." "Nurse Joy said that the egg is hatching today," Alan said. "I know. I can't wait." Marin smiled. They left the restaurant and were about to continue when two women appeared, dressed like characters from a different era, each holding a basket filled with eggs that looked similar to Marin's Pokémon egg. Unbeknownst to the gang, it was Team Rocket in disguise. "Hello everybody," one woman greeted, her red hair catching the light. "Good day," the second woman added, her short blue hair bobbing as she spoke. "We're egg sellers and we were wondering if you were interested in buying our eggs," the red-haired woman said. "No thank you," Ash declined. "Yeah, we already have a Pokémon egg," Takato added. But Team Rocket had other plans. "Plan B," they shouted, throwing fake eggs at the gang. "Hey," the gang exclaimed, trying to dodge the flying eggs. In the chaos, a certain Scratch Cat Pokémon swiped the Pokémon egg from Marin's arms. "Ah!" Marin cried out in alarm when she noticed her egg was missing. "My Pokémon egg isn't here." "Cheese!" Chespy gasped. "What?" Takato shouted. "But how?" Brock asked. Ash and Alan scanned the area and spotted Meowth carrying Marin's Pokémon egg away. "Here." Ash pointed. "Give back my egg, you thief." Marin shouted at Meowth angrily. "What? Thief? Why Meowth flinched at Alan's glare, realizing he was in trouble. Jesse and James discarded their disguises, grabbed Meowth, and ran away. "Wait!" Takato and Marin shouted, but Team Rocket was already gone. "Oh no," Marin said sadly, looking down. "What are we going to do? Team Rocket got my Pokémon egg." Corinne and Zack stared at a broken shell on the ground. Light noticed it too. "Pika." "Not for long," Alan said, noticing the Pokémon staring. Ash looked at the ground. "Oh." Brock nodded. "Alan is right. Check it out." He pointed to the ground. "They've left a trail of broken egg shells from the fake eggs." "Great, let's follow it," Ash said. The gang ran after Team Rocket, following the trail of broken egg shells. After following the trail, they arrived at a small cabin outside the park, where Team Rocket was hiding. Meowth was carefully looking after the Pokémon egg. "Well, it seems like the Pokémon egg is okay," Brock whispered. "Any suggestions?" "I say we charge in," Marin suggested, her determination evident. Takato's sweat dropped, noticing the fire in her eyes. "Sure." Alan sighed. Ash nodded. "Okay. Brock, the door." Brock nodded. "Gotcha. Rhyhorn and Tauros, let's go." He called out his Pokémon. We're charging in, tackle that door. Both Pokémon roared and charged at the door, breaking it down. Ah! Team Rocket screamed at the sudden intrusion. Give me back my egg. Marin yelled at Team Rocket. Brock quickly returned his Pokémon. James scoffed. Not a chance, little twerp. Weezing. He released his poison gas Pokémon to battle. Weezing wheeze, it said. Arbok. Jessie released her Cobra Pokémon. Arceus. Arbok hissed. Marin glared. Chespy. Tora. Blast. Cherry. Cheer, she called out all her Pokémon. Turtwig. Tora said, ready. Squirtle. Blast said, prepared to fight. Cherry chimed. Oricorio, the pom-pom style Oricorio appeared, ready for action. We are getting our egg back. Marin pointed at Team Rocket. All of Marin's Pokémon saw the Pokémon egg in Team Rocket's possession and growled or glared at them. Team Rocket gulped nervously. Ash, Alan, Takato, and Brock stood aside, out of the way of the angry young trainer, while their Pokémon stood ready. Well. Takato's sweat dropped. Team Rocket deserves it, Ash said flatly. Light nodded. Pika Pika. True, Alan agreed. Arbok, use Wrap. Jessie commanded. Weezing, use Sludge Attack. James ordered. Cheer, use Thunder. Tora and Chespy, use Tackle and Take Down. Blast, use Bubble Beam against the Sludge Attack. Cherry, charge up a Solar Beam. Marin commanded. All of Marin's Pokémon nodded and attacked, dodging Arbok's Wrap attack. Cherry charged up a Solar Beam near the window where sunlight streamed in. Blast fired Bubble Beam against the Sludge attack, canceling it out, while Chespy jumped and tackled Weezing to the ground. Arbok was tackled down by Tora, and Cheer rubbed her pom-pom wings together, creating static that shocked both poison-type Pokémon, making them cry out in surprise. You go, Marin. Ash cheered from the side. Pikachu. Light and Corinne cheered as well. It's like never get between a mother and her egg, Brock commented. That makes sense, Takato said. Ah, Arbok. Jessie cried out in horror. Arbok and Weezing are getting beaten down, James said, shocked. Chespy, use Vine WHP to grab the egg from Meowth, Marin instructed. Spin. Chespy used Vine WHP, moving toward the Scratch Cat Pokémon. A vine struck Meowth, causing him to drop the egg, and the vine wrapped around it, pulling it back. Meowth gasped as he watched the Pokémon egg being retrieved. Chespy carefully brought the Pokémon egg back to Marin. Marin smiled as she hugged her Pokémon egg. Yeah. I got you back. The gang smiled, but then noticed Team Rocket preparing to attack again. All the Pokémon stood guard. Marin saw this and shouted, Cherry, go. Cherry released the Solar Beam attack at Team Rocket, blasting them out of the cabin. Ah! Team Rocket is blasting off again, they shouted as they soared into the sky. They must have forgotten that Cherry was charging up her Solar Beam, Alan commented. Yeah, the others nodded. Marin smiled at all her Pokémon. Thanks. We got our egg back. All Marin's Pokémon cheered, and they began to glow, signaling their evolution. Wow! Brock exclaimed. It's a triple evolution this time, Takato said as the light faded, revealing the 3 newly evolved forms. Grotle, the newly evolved Turtwig exclaimed. Charibri, the newly evolved Cherubi chimed in. Wartortle, the newly evolved Squirtle added. Marin gasped, you all evolved, she exclaimed happily. Congratulations, Ash said, pulling out her Pokédex to scan the newly evolved Pokémon. Grotle, the Grove Pokémon. The evolved form of Turtwig. Grotle lives near water, in forests, and leaves the forest during the day to allow light to shine on the tree on its shell. Sharim, the Blossom Pokémon. Sharim stays quiet until its flower blooms, becoming quite excited. Wartortle, the Turtle Pokémon. The evolved form of Squirtle. Its long furry tail is a symbol of its age and wisdom. Thanks for your hard work, Marin said as she returned all her Pokémon except Chespy. Suddenly, she cried out, AH. It's hatching. My egg is hatching. What do I do? Calm down, Ash told her. You have to remain calm. Okay, okay. Marin said, taking a deep breath as the egg continued to glow. It's almost here, Brock said. Cheese. Wow. Chesby remarked. Come on. Takato urged. Chew. Nearly. Corinne added. Pikapi. Almost there. Light said. The egg continued to glow until the light finally dimmed, revealing a Pokémon. To Jeffrey, the Pokémon squealed happily. It's so cute. Marin squealed. What kind of Pokémon is it though? Brock wondered. It's a Togepi. They are rare Pokémon that aren't found easily, Alan explained. Really? Takato said, surprised. Zack barked, Rarf. It's a boy. Zack says it's a he and he is adorable. Ash smiled, scanning the newly hatched Pokémon. Togepi, the spike ball Pokémon. Togepi is filled with an energy that makes people happy. When treated well, Togepi shares this energy with others, but when it comes near a human with an impure heart, this energy quickly disappears, leaving Togepi exhausted. Marin blinked at the information and looked at Togepi. Makes people happy, huh? I'll name you Rafa. Toj. Togepi blinked cutely. That's your name from now on. It's Rafa, Marin smiled. Togepi, now named Rafa, squealed happily, to Jeffrey. Cheese. Cute. Chesby smiled. Corinne nodded, Pikapi. He is. Pika Pikapi Pie. And small, like Corinne. Light chuckled. Marin happily hugged Rafa. With the Pokémon egg saved from Team Rocket and safely hatched into a happy, healthy Togepi, our heroes now had a new friend. Today, the gang headed off to Cinnabar Island to earn their next gym badge, and so Ash, Alan, and Brock could have their fossils revived by the scientists. Right now, Ash was in the middle of an important battle. Rhyhorn, I choose you, the hiker called, sending out his horn Pokémon. Ash was about to call out her Pokémon when a Pokeball from her pocket shook and released her seed Pokémon onto the field. Bulbasaur, the Pokémon said. Bulbasaur? Ash questioned. Bulbasaur just came out, Marin said, holding Rafa in her arms. Seems like Bulbasaur wants to battle, Brock noted. Alan noticed something odd about Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur. I want a battle. Bulbasaur said to his trainer. Ash blinked and nodded, realizing her Bulbasaur was acting differently. Okay, she said. Rhyhorn, take down, the hiker ordered. Rhyhorn charged at the seed Pokémon, who stood there looking calm despite the charging Pokémon. Use Razor Leaf to stop it in its tracks. Ash commanded. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur sent leaves from its bulb towards the horn Pokémon, stopping it in its tracks. Now use Energy Ball. Bulbasaur gathered energy, forming a greenish orb before launching it at Rhyhorn, who was still shaking from the Razor Leaf. Rhyhorn, dodge it, the hiker ordered. Rhyhorn didn't hear the command, and the energy ball slammed into the horn Pokémon directly, causing it to faint. The hiker returned his fainted Pokémon and complimented Ash and her Pokémon before leaving. Nice work, Bulbasaur, Ash said, looking at her seed Pokémon, then gasped. Bulbasaur. Ash's Bulbasaur was on the ground, and his bulb was glowing blue. What's wrong with Bulbasaur? Marin asked. Alan looked closely. This is. We need to get him to the Pokémon Center. Is there one nearby? Takato asked the breeder, who was looking at the map. Brock nodded, yes. It's not far. Alan picked up Bulbasaur for Ash. Let's go. Ash looked at Bulbasaur worriedly as they ran to the Pokémon Center. When they arrived, Nurse Joy immediately took Bulbasaur to have him examined. Ash bit her lip anxiously. I hope Bulbasaur is okay, she thought. Alan noticed Ash's expression and hugged her from behind, comforting her. Ash, Bulbasaur is fine, and if my theory is correct, then it's good news from Nurse Joy, he explained. Huh? Brock, Takato, and Marin said. Ash was about to say something when Nurse Joy came out of the room. "Nurse Joy, is my Bulbasaur going to be okay?" Ash asked. Nurse Joy smiled. "There is no need to worry about Bulbasaur. He is just fine," she said, relaxing Ash and the others. "I must tell you though that your Bulbasaur is getting ready to evolve." "Evolve? But why is his bulb glowing?" Marin asked, confused. "Bulbasaur's bulb glows before evolving into an Ivysaur," Alan explained. Nurse Joy nodded. "Correct. That's not all, you see, Bulbasaur would evolve at a special festival just for Bulbasaurs." "Special festival?" Brock questioned. "Yes. Follow me," Nurse Joy said. The gang followed Nurse Joy to the window and looked outside, awed by the flowers blooming. "Pikapi. Appealing," Light said. "Wow," Ash said. "Hey, check it out, the flowers are sparkling," Takato pointed out. "They say that at a certain time of year, Bulbasaurs gather from all over the world for the festival where they evolve," Nurse Joy explained. "No one knows why they choose that time, it's different every year, but it seems to have something to do with the alignment of the planet and the phases of the moon." "Chew Pikapi. Sounds appealing," Corinne said, with Zack barking in agreement. "It seems like we arrived just in time for the festival," Brock said. "Where do the Bulbasaurs go to evolve?" Marin asked. "Have you ever heard of the mysterious garden?" Nurse Joy questioned. "The mysterious garden," the gang echoed. "Yes. No human has ever seen the mysterious garden clearly, people think it's nothing but an illusion." "Sounds like a appealing place, even if we've never seen it before," Ash smiled. "It does," Alan agreed. "Pikapi," Corinne added. That night in the Pokémon Center, when everyone was asleep in bed, outside, a long line of Bulbasaurs walked past the Pokémon Center. "It's time," Ash's Bulbasaur said, wide awake. He got up from his resting place and went outside to join the other Bulbasaur. Light's ears twitched. "Chew." Zack groaned as he heard something. Light got up and looked out the window, spotting a long line of Bulbasaur walking. "Pikapi Pika." "What is this?" she said. "Pikachu." "Bulbasaur." Corinne exclaimed, noticing that Bulbasaur was missing from his resting spot. "Arf." Zack barked loudly, waking up the gang. Ash yawned, "Okay, Zack, what's the big idea?" "It's the middle of the night. Pikapi Pikachu Pika. Bulbasaur is missing." Light pointed toward the area where Bulbasaur had been resting. "What?" Ash jumped up. "Bulbasaur." Alan looked outside and saw the line of Bulbasaur. "What?" "Everyone up. We need to find Bulbasaur," Ash ordered. Brock, Takato, and Marin quickly got out of bed. Break scene. After changing, they ran outside and noticed a trail of pollen. "Look at all the pollen," Marin said in awe. "It's like a," Takato began. "Trail. If we follow it, we may find Bulbasaur," Brock suggested. The gang followed the trail of pollen, which led them to the woods where tree roots and vines were thrashing around as if alive. They quickly navigated through the vines and stumbled upon a appealing area filled with flowers. "Wow, what a appealing place," Ash said, amazed. "Cheese. Pretty." Chespy agreed. "Check out all the Bulbasaur," Takato pointed out. "This must be the mysterious garden that Nurse Joy told us about," Brock commented. "Look at that," Alan pointed toward a giant tree. They all watched as the Bulbasaur began chanting or singing, causing the tree to grow branches and leaves. Suddenly, they heard loud thumps, and out came a Venusaur. Ash pulled out her Pokédex and scanned the Pokémon. Venusaur, the seed Pokémon. The final evolved form of Bulbasaur. The flower on its back catches the sun's rays. The sunlight is then absorbed and used for energy. Sessor. Sessor. Venusaur roared. Sessor. Scizor, the Bulbasaur echoed. All the Bulbasaur's bulbs began to glow, and the gang watched in amazement as they evolved into Ivysaur. Ivysaur, they all exclaimed in their new forms. Ash smiled and scanned the Ivysaur. Ivysaur, the seed Pokémon. The evolved form of Bulbasaur. The bulb on its back absorbs nourishment and blooms into a large flower. People have always debated whether Bulbasaur is a plant or animal, and right now I think they symbolize that all life on Earth is connected, Brock said. Soon, the festival concluded, and the Venusaur and Ivysaur returned to their original homes. Ash's newly evolved Ivysaur saw her and happily ran over. Ivysaur. Ash. Ash hugged her newly evolved Pokémon. That was an amazing festival. Congratulations. Ivysaur. Thank you. Ivysaur replied, rubbing his head against his trainer. They all walked out of the mysterious garden area back to the path. Well, that was amazing, Marin said, still in awe. To Jeffrey, Rafa agreed. Yeah, seeing all the Bulbasaur evolve in one place was awesome. Takato exclaimed. It's no wonder they call it the mysterious garden, Brock added. The vines that seemed alive must be a defense to keep intruders out, Alan noted. Ivysaur. That's right. Ivysaur agreed. Ash hummed, let's get back to our journey. She returned Ivysaur to his Pokeball. The group agreed and continued on the path, leaving the appealing mysterious garden behind as they continued their journey toward Ash's 7th gym badge. Chapter End. Today, our heroes met up with their friends, Misty, Faulkner, and Flint. Faulkner had a week off, and Flint was being his usual self, dragging Faulkner around. Misty had received permission from her sisters to take a break and met up with Ash and Marin to tell them about a special event happening today. Today is the day. My favorite holiday. Misty declared, raising her arm in the air. Let the Princess Festival begin. Yeah. Marin cheered, excited about the festival. Ash smiled, feeling uncertain about the event since she wasn't much of a shopper. Today, the women's rules. Misty announced. This is a one-day event. She turned to the boys, who blinked in confusion. You all have to do everything we girls tell you to do. Everything? Takato asked. Arf. Everything. Zack echoed. Chase bin cheese. This is bad. Chesby remarked. Flint and Brock groaned, this is going to be a nightmare. Alan and Faulkner exchanged glances and sighed. Right. Let's split up. Brock, Flint, Takato, and your Pokémon are with me and Marin. Misty decided. Faulkner and Alan are with Ash. Let's go. She walked off to the first store. Marin happily followed, with the boys trailing behind slowly. Light, Corinne, and Yukimi waved at them, wishing them good luck. Ash chuckled quietly, well, let's go. She headed toward a store, with Faulkner and Alan following behind. Break scene. Every year, the Princess Festival celebrates girls and women everywhere, and our friends found themselves in the center of the celebration. During the Princess Festival, every store offers exclusive discounts for women, while the males are left to carry packages. Ah, check it out. Misty squealed. Flint groaned, not again. Oh my gosh. Look at this, Marin. Misty squealed again. Marin joined in, this dress is lovely. Brock sighed, more dresses. Takato complained, I should have gone with my sister, she doesn't shop this much. And what's worse? Flint began, this is only the beginning. The males groaned, anime tears streaming down their faces. Break scene. Meanwhile, Ash was browsing through some fabric stores, deciding what to get. What do you think? Ash showed the silk and fabric pattern to her Pokémon. Appealing. Light exclaimed, admiring the snowflake pattern. Pretty, Yukimi agreed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Chew, Corinne nodded in approval. Okay, let's take these and some other colors too, Ash decided. As they left the store, each of them carried a bag, unaware that they were attracting the attention of several girls and women nearby, some of whom knew about the crushes Alan and Faulkner had on Ash. Ash wandered through various shops, picking up new items and toys that caught her eye. She found Charizard and Pikachu in adorable Pokémon costumes, as well as Mega Charizard X and Y, and EVs dressed up like the ones she had made outfits for before. She also picked up a wind chime featuring Swablu and some crafting accessories for her Pokémon. For her aunts, Ash chose new wind chimes for their restaurant and home, including designs of Swablu, Lunatone, Solrock, Charizard, Poochyena, and Pikachu. For Takato, she selected wristbands and toys, including Poochyena, Mytiana, Houndour, Houndoom, Purloin, Leopard, Zorua, and a Murkrow wind chime. For Brock, she found toys for his siblings, such as Growlithe, Cleffa, Jigglypuff, Happiny, Geodude, Onix, Rhyhorn, and a Solrock and Lunatone wind chime. Alan and Faulkner watched as other guys struggled with numerous bags, relieved that they only had 3 each. Guess we got lucky, Faulkner remarked, observing Ash as she browsed perfumes and jewelry for her mother. Alan nodded, pretty much. Takato mentioned that Ashley isn't much of a shopper, her aunt usually buys her clothes. She prefers simple, comfortable outfits. But when it comes to cute Pokémon toys and fabrics for her Pokémon, she's all in. I wonder how Flint and the others are doing. Faulkner asked suddenly. With Marin who loves to shop and Misty excited to be here, you can imagine, Alan replied, amused. Ah, I feel sorry for them, Faulkner said dryly. Alan chuckled and then noticed a appealing necklace displayed in front of a shop. Faulkner, check this necklace out. Faulkner approached the store and examined the necklace Alan was holding. 3 pieces. Can we get symbols engraved on it? Alan raised an eyebrow. What symbols are you thinking about? Fire for you, electric for me, and Ashley would have a crescent moon symbol because of her personality, Faulkner explained. Alan nodded in agreement. Let's get it, and they sell the tools we need too. The Sunnyshore gym leader picked up the necessary tools while Alan purchased the necklace along with some charms and letters. They paid the original price without hesitation and left the store. Alan. Faulkner. Come on, it's time for a break. Ash called out to them. Pikapi. Light waved enthusiastically. Break scene. Meanwhile, Misty, Marin, and the boys were enjoying their own adventures. Aw! This is nuts! Flint exclaimed, tiredly, holding 4 shopping bags in each hand. Yikes! Takato flinched at the sight of the crowd of women fighting over clothes, struggling with 2 shopping bags in each hand. Brock's sweat dropped, scary, as he held 4 shopping bags as well. Chesby and Zack carried small packages in their arms or on their backs. Bet Faulkner and Alan are doing better than us, Takato said, exhausted. Really? Brock asked. Yeah, like I said before. Nachan isn't much of a shopper, she prefers buying materials and items to make things for the Pokémon and some toys, Takato explained. Flint pouted, so unfair, he wailed. Lucky them, Brock added. Kyaa cute. Marin squealed. I know, right? Misty exclaimed. And there they go, Takato sighed. Ash, Alan, and Faulkner were sitting at a cafeteria, taking a break when Flint, Brock, and Takato joined them, gulping down their drinks. Ash, Alan, and Faulkner exchanged glances at the piles of bags their friends carried. Light sweat dropped, Pikachu Pika. You two okay? She asked. Zack collapsed, we're tired, he whimpered. Chesby nodded in agreement. Misty and Marin arrived, smiling at Ash. Hey, Ash, how was your end? Misty asked, sitting down. It's fine, Ash replied. How was your day so far? It's great. There were a lot of cute clothing, Marin said. Oh, that reminds me. Ash took 2 bags and handed them to Brock. Here you go, Brock. They're gifts for your family, hope they like them. Brock looked inside the bags and smiled. These are great, Ash, thanks. My family will love them. You're welcome, and Takato, I got you stuff as well, Ash said. Great, Takato beamed. Flint sulked beside Faulkner. Takato is right. You guys are lucky, he groaned. Ash only had 4 bags in total because she bought items for her friends. Marin and Misty ordered some sweet desserts, while the guys opted for small snacks. Misty blinked. What? Is that all you're having? Unfortunately, yes, Flint replied. Did you forget that guys have to pay? Brock reminded them. Oops, right. I forgot, Misty said sheepishly. Look at that sign. Marin directed their attention to a sign behind Ash. What sign? You mean the one with the movie actor? Takato questioned. No, not that one. The one next to it, Marin pointed out. It's a big sale. Big sale. 75% 90% off. Misty read before standing up quickly. We're going. Definitely. Marin agreed. Come on, Ash. Misty grabbed the indigo-haired girl and dragged her off with Marin. Wait a minute, Ash protested. Vulpix. Mother. Yukimi said. Pi Pikachu, Ash got, Corinne added. Chew Pikachu chew. Dragged away by them. Light finished. Here we go again, Flint, Brock, and Takato groaned before getting up to grab the girls' bags. Alan and Faulkner looked amused and grabbed Ash's bag. Light and Corinne jumped onto Faulkner's shoulder, while Yukimi jumped onto Alan's shoulder. Unknown to them, Team Rocket was also at the Princess Festival. Jessie was having an excellent time, having bought a ton of appealing clothes, makeup, jewelry, and food. Poor James and Meowth struggled to carry the bags, wishing they had brought a wagon to help. As they took a breather in the park, Jessie spotted a pink round Pokémon. What Pokémon is that? She asked. James looked it up in the Pokémon book. That's a Lickitung. It says here that its long tongue can leave its opponent paralyzed. Read. Oh. Hearing that gave Jessie a good idea. I'm going to catch it. It may become useful to us. She threw one of her Pokeball, and Lickitung was caught without any trouble. Now with Misty and Marin, Ash was simply looking at some clothes and materials for her aunt. Misty was busy fighting off some girls for a dress she had spotted while the guys sat down, looking exhausted. Brock, Takato, and Flint, that is. Alan and Faulkner kept their eyes on Ash, who was browsing through clothing, undeterred by the pile of women arguing nearby. Hands off. Misty yelled. That's mine. Let go. Those are mine. Man, this is dangerous, Brock groaned at the commotion. Flint sighed, tiredly, this is the last time I come here with a female friend. I can't believe Misty roped me into this. Just don't come on Princess Festival Day, and you're safe, Brock stated. That's right, Takato agreed. Jessie was also shopping nearby. Attention, Princess Festival shoppers. Attention, Princess Festival shoppers, the female announcer spoke. Huh. Jessie, Marin, and Misty said in unison. Ash blinked as she returned from buying clothes. In just a few minutes, we will be holding the main event of this year's Princess Festival. The Queen of the Princess Festival contest. All the females listened carefully as the announcer continued. The prize for the contest winner will be an appealing one-of-a-kind collection of Pokémon Princess Dolls. Princess Dolls. Misty, Jessie, and Marin exclaimed. And in addition, the winner will have their picture taken with screen sensation Fiorella Cappuccino. Every woman in the store went wild, rushing out the door and trampling anyone in their way. Luckily, the guys managed to move out of the way quickly. Yikes! Takato exclaimed as the women ran past. That was crazy. Flint said, placing a hand over his heart, which was racing. I thought I was going to die. I'm going to enter it. Marin and Misty declared. Good luck, Ash said. Huh? Aren't you entering? Marin asked. Ash shook her head, not my kind of event, she said. And it's not interesting for me. Wow, what a crowd. This certainly looks like quite a princess festival competition this year, doesn't it, Fiorella? The commentator asked. Yes, it's very exciting, Fiorella replied. And the winner of our contest must be as poised as a jinx, sitting like a jigglypuff, and possess the grace and charm of an oddish. Now let's meet our princess festival contestants. The curtain raised, revealing the females entering the contest, including Jessie, Misty, and Marin. They were all wearing kimonos and had crowns on their heads. Jessie's kimono was red with intricate patterns, Misty's was pink, and Marin wore a lovely green kimono adorned with floral designs, her hair styled in braids on each side. The crowd clapped enthusiastically for them. Oh, Marin and Misty look appealing. Ash smiled. Faulkner and Elan watched silently. Flint snapped pictures, having been asked to by Misty and Marin. Pikachu Pi Pikachu Pika. What do you think of your mother, Rafa? Light asked the little Pokémon. To Jeffrey I. Mommy pretty. Rafa squealed. They both look great, Brock agreed. Well, we certainly seem to have a lovely group of young ladies assembled this year. Don't you agree, Fiorella? The commentator asked. Yes, Fiorella smiled. Being smart, appealing, and talented, I shouldn't have a problem winning, Misty boasted. Jessie laughed, I'm sure you'll win the contest, little girl. If they have a Pee-wee division. Ha, Ashnichan is prettier, and her mother has to be prettier than you as well, Marin retorted, causing a tick mark to appear on Jessie's head. Misty laughed, I have to agree, Ash and Ash's mother are both pretty. Now let's all take a look at the special prize they'll be competing for. Right here. It's unique. It's a appealing handmade, custom-crafted, one-of-a-kind luxury Pokémon Princess Doll Set. Batteries sold separately, the commentator announced, and the crowd went wild as the prize was revealed. Ash smiled, the 3 Kanto starters are there. Chew. Pretty. Corinne added. Pokémon Princess Dolls, Jessie began. The only set in the whole world, Misty chimed in. What a shame, putting so much effort into a contest you're going to lose, Jessie mocked. We'll see who loses, Misty replied with a determined smile. Now will all contestants please present their Pokémon? Huh? Marin asked. You mean we have to battle? Misty questioned. This isn't just a beauty contest. Jessie added. Oh no, the festival contest winner also has to be a skilled Pokémon trainer, the commentator explained. Yes, this is how the contestants match up, Fiorella said, showing them a chart. The rules are simple. The contestants are divided into groups, and they may use up to 4 Pokémon to battle. The gang saw Misty in Division 1, while Jessie and Marin were in Division 2. Well, it seems like you're in the same division as me, little twerp. But I'll win, Jessie declared to Marin. Marin glared, we'll see. And so the Pokémon battle of the Princess Festival began. In Division 1, Misty won all her rounds with Golduck, Poliwhirl, Slowbro, and Starmie, making it to the finals despite losing Slowbro and Golduck. In Division 2, Marin won her round with Chespy and Parry, while Jessie triumphed with Arbok, Weezing, and Meowth, leading to a final round between Jessie and Marin. So, if either Marin or Jessie wins this round, they'll face Misty for the prize, Brock said. We're down to the semi-finals of Division 2 between Marin and Jessie, the announcer stated. Yes, semi-finals are fantastic, Fiorella agreed. Who will be the victor? I'm going to be the victor. What kind of question is that? Jessie yelled. Arbok, go. Jessie sent out her Cobra Pokémon. Ursa, go. Marin called forth her little bear Pokémon. Well, we have a dangerous cobra against a cute little bear. Who will win? Ursa, Earthquake then Thunder Punch. Marin ordered. Ursa. Okay. Ursa stomped the ground, creating an earthquake that made Arbok flinch. The little bear Pokémon then charged forward with an electric fist, landing a punch on Arbok's chest. Carbok. Arbok fainted. The training with Kamui and the others helped, Ash commented. Yeah, Ursa knows Fire Punch and Focus Punch as well, Takato added. Jessie returned her fallen Pokémon, Weezing, get that bear. Use Sludge Attack. Weezing wheeze, it replied, shooting out sludge from its mouth. Ursa, use Hidden Power to counter it. Marin commanded. Ursa released white orbs that collided with the sludge attack, creating a small explosion. Now's my chance, Marin thought, recalling Ash's strategy. Use Hidden Power again. Ursa unleashed Hidden Power once more, sending it through the smoke and hitting its target. Weezing, it cried out in pain and fainted. Jessie growled, recalling her Pokémon, Meowth, go. She tossed the Scratch Cat Pokémon toward the little bear. Meowth. Meowth cried, taste my Scratch Attack. Dodge then close combat. Marin ordered. Ursa jumped aside, avoiding the Scratch Attack, and unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks toward Meowth, who cried out in pain with each hit. Ursa. Out. Ursa sent Meowth flying out of the ring. Arg. Jessie exclaimed in frustration. Wow. That's a strong little bear, the commentator complimented. And very cute, Fiorella smiled. Jessie held out one more Pokeball, go Lickitung. Licky, it said. What? Brock asked. When did Team Rocket get a new Pokémon? Takato wondered. It had to be a Lickitung, Ash said, pulling out her Pokédex to scan the Pokémon. Lickitung, the liking Pokémon. It uses a tongue that is more than twice the length of its body to battle, as well as to gather food. Wonder how Marin will counter this. Lickitung is also a normal-type Pokémon, Faulkner remarked. Lickitung, use Lick. Jessie commanded. But Lickitung didn't listen and instead attacked Ursa, who managed to dodge. What are you doing, Lickitung? Attack that little bear with Shadow Ball. Jessie shouted. Lickitung still didn't listen and continued to attack Ursa with its tongue. Team Rocket must have just caught that Pokémon. It isn't obeying her at all, Alan noted. Ursa, use Protect. Then Fire Punch. Marin ordered quickly. Ursa created a green shield, deflecting the tongue, then charged at Lickitung and punched it with a flaming fist. Lickkkkkkyy, it cried out in pain. Great, now Focus Punch. Ursa delivered another powerful punch, sending Lickitung crashing into Jessie. Aw! Jessie screamed as the Pokémon collided with her. Well, that's the battle. And the winner is Marin, who will face the winner of Division 1, Misty, the commentator announced. The crowd erupted in applause. The final battle between Misty and Marin was set. May the best princess win, Misty said. Marin nodded in agreement. Okay folks. This is the final round of the Princess Festival battle. Who will win and become Queen of the Princess Festival? Flint asked, his voice tense. Yeah, Takato replied, gulping nervously.